Do you know that we are now living in the times which were written about thousands of years ago? And the responsibility right now lies with every single person. Imagine that you have seen and you know what awaits humanity. Climatic disasters are irreversible. But united, we can survive as the entire humanity. What would you personally do to warn about the times of choice? Time is running out, and it depends on our common actions whether this will be the decline of humanity or our new heyday. Now the survival of the entire civilization depends on the choice of every person on the planet. Everyone should know about these signs. June 13. Kaleidoscope of Facts 11. Signs of the End Days. It is time to act.
Indeed, it's time to act. Dear viewers, welcome to the 11th Kaleidoscope of Facts, the global research project running on the platform of ALLATRA International Public Movement. This project connects scientists, bloggers, enthusiasts, everyone who desires to join in one common goal, to separate the grain from chaff, and to find and present the truth, what we as humanity know about a specific topic. We are live, and our broadcast is simultaneously translated into more than 25 languages, everything done by volunteers in their free time. Today, we are casting light on the topic of the end times. If your first reaction is either fear or laughter or indifference, this kaleidoscope is for you.
This topic has been overused by media countless times to make us believe it's not true on the one hand, but still seeding fear in us through various apocalyptic movies and books on the other, and making money out of it on top of that. We end up confused about what is really going on. Today's Kaleidoscope of Facts aims to look for the evidence that would prove we live in the end times. It is important to remove the fear from this topic. Either it turns out nothing is going on, so we do not have to fear anything, or the end times are here, so we need to talk about how to handle this situation. What can each and every one of us to do to be part of the solution? Will we miss out on our opportunity and passively watch our world fall apart, or we start listening to things we've been told for centuries about times of choice, times of liberation, and start to act? After all, the end times does not last only one day. It is a period of time where so much can be done actively. Let us start with the first topic. In our Western world, we tend to think about time as linear. It means with a starting point and an end point. But on the other hand, there is also a cyclical perception of time. That time goes in repeating cycles. I pass the floor to Evgen from Germany, who will tell us more.
Guten Tag, liebe Freunde. Ich möchte mit den gewöhnlichsten Dingen beginnen. Wir beobachten jeden Tag, wie sich die Tageszeiten ändern. Wir sehen, wie Jahreszeiten sich ständig wiederholen. Wir sind so an diese Dinge gewöhnt, dass wir nicht mehr darüber nachdenken, warum das so ist. Alles in unserer Welt unterliegt bestimmten Gesetzen. Und eines davon ist die Zyklizität. Zyklizität ist eine Gesamtheit von zusammenhängenden Phänomenen und Prozessen, die einen vollständigen Kreis der Entwicklung über eine bestimmte Zeitspanne bilden. Neben den gewöhnlichen Zyklen gibt es auch Zyklen, die ein globales Ausmaß haben. Wenn wir Sternenhimmel betrachten, scheint das alles auf den ersten Blick chaotisch zu sein. Aber wenn wir den Himmel beobachten, sehen wir eine bestimmte
When we observe the sky, we will see certain order in order of stars. We notice that star constellations changes over time, and it depends on rotation of Earth around axis and rotation of Earth around the Sun. During the time, scientists noticed different cycles. For example, positional cycle, 25,000 years, and rotation of the solar system around the center of the galaxy. Cyclicity of time is one of main elements of many ancient cultures. For example, Egyptian scarab, repeating path of the sun, Indian circle of life, or mystical calendars of Mayas and Aztecs. Maya's calendar, this is a cycle of the universe which is in constant rotation. In Buddhism and Hinduism, time is perceived as eternal cycle, which can be depicted as a ring of life. Romans had, for example, linear sense of time, which had in the beginning legendary date of when found in the Rome, as well as Christians, which adopted a double date of the date of creation and the year of birth of the Jesus Christ. But unlike the Romans, Christians treated history the end point. This is the day of judgment. For the majority, this meant fear. This expectation meant fear of the last judgment, as it's supposed to believe, which will come soon. Medieval men lived in fear most of the time. Many scientists, for example, such as Friedrich Nietzsche, Oswald Spengler, and Richard Lewis, they deny the concept of historical progress as a linear and understanding, and they offer cyclical concept of history. When you seriously begin to dig into this topic, you understand how deeply it was thought, how this huge mechanism invented by ingenious designer of this universe, and this mechanism works according to certain cycles, duration of which it can take centuries or millions of years, and one human life is too short in order to embrace and understand the holistic picture of this volume of time. And from the depth of millennia, we still have information about these cycles in the form of legends and myths depicted on megalithic structures and in ancient calendars. And the change of the cycle takes place global climate changes, together with destruction, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and floods. From different ancient sources, we can understand that our Earth had various cycles, and this is closely connected to cosmic cycles of our planet and the entire solar system. Many scientists study this phenomena. But Alexander Mikhailovich says the periodicity of global catastrophes states that the Earth, in addition to rotating around the axis, also rotates around its center of mass in a direction to the plane of its orbit, which causes periodic global cataclysms. This periodicity of global catastrophes is 12,166 years. Academic Petrov Nikolai Vasilievich, his works solving the problems of Earth climate change from the standpoint of the law of condensations of life in space, write that the solar system, making an orbital flight around the center of the galaxy, moves spirally, where each revolution is equal to the zodiac year of 25,000 920 Earth years. Each half period of the zodiac year passes in the magnetic field of a different sign, which affects the change in energy consumption by the solar system bodies. This is the significant cause of the changes of climate and the conditions of people's social life. In his report, Smatrin, candidate of military science, provides information that allows us to make sense of and understand the inseparable relationship of existence and development of the terrestrial life with the processes of cosmic order. Igor Petrovich Kopylov, PhD in engineering, and physicist Vladimir Bubnenkov also dealt with the issue of cyclicity. Let's see what these scientists say about it in the following video. Please turn on the video.
Igor Petrovich Kopylov, Doctor of Technical Science, Professor, also writes about 13,000-year cycle. The solar system moves in the galaxy along a helical spiral. Its evolution and the development of Earth's civilization is determined by the position of our star in the galaxy. Galactic cycles determine global events on Earth. The spiral of life has large galactic cycles of 200 to 220 million years, which determine geological events, great glaciations, pole shifts, changes in the biosphere and in the shape of continents. Small cycles lasting 26,000 years are associated with global climate change, swapping of warm and cold zones, changing in the circulation of ocean waters and the atmosphere. These events are called the worldwide flood, which happens every 13,000 years, that is, in every half cycle. Vladimir Bubnenkov, a leading specialist of the Kurchatov Institute Research Center, has studied the cycles of the Earth's development. When studying astrophysical, geological, biological and historical cycles, he found out that they all happen according to the great cycle of changing epochs, lasting 11,911 years. This number is a multiple of periods of orbiting around the Sun of all its planets with the accuracy of hundredths of terrestrial year. We are living in a period of transition. In fact, in the year 2000, another 12,000-year cycle ended. The whole problem is that the change of epochs is accompanied by grandiose catastrophes that reduce the population of the Earth by hundreds of times. English anthropologists have calculated that on the eve of the last period, accompanied by the active melting of glaciers, about 670 million people lived on Earth. And after its completion there were only 6–7 million left. So why did they die when, thanks to the warming, living conditions improved significantly? Vladimir Bubnenkov found the answer to this question in the writings of Canadian scientists who were drilling through the ice in Antarctica. When examining the cores extracted from the ice depth, they noticed dark layers of volcanic ash. Each successive layer appeared to have formed 12,000 years after the previous one, and so it have been repeated for hundreds of thousands of years. This can only mean one thing. At the end of each great cycle, seismic and volcanic activity increased dramatically. The atmosphere was saturated with smoke and ash, which was settling and freezing into the ice shell of the sixth continent. Something similar to the biblical end of the world happened on Earth. Further, Vladimir Vasilyevich says that the concentrated gravitational dynamic impact of planets with the Sun, a parade of planets, will serve as an impetus for the violent acts of nature on a global scale. At that time, the most excited surface layers of the Sun will erupt giant plasma tornado clouds that will reach the Earth at 200–700 km per second. As a result, the inclination of planet's geographical axis will be corrected from 23.5 degrees to 22 degrees, and the magnetic pole will move 60 degrees in latitude to the west and stop in the north of Canada. Only after 6 years the magnetic, geographic and elliptical axes will return to their places. But during this time there will be shifts, fractures, sinking of Earth's crust in some places and rising in others, leading to a series of devastating earthquakes and movements of huge masses of water. Volcanoes erupting all over the Earth will throw so much ash into the atmosphere that the Sun's rays will stop reaching the surface of the Earth.
Es ist für viele bereits offensichtlich, dass die Gesellschaft
To many people, it's already obvious that society is now on the last edge. Our civilization is facing a global crisis that affects all spheres: economic crisis, political, social, pandemic, decline of moral, spiritual and universal values. And all this, in addition to the climate crisis. These are the realities of today. Here, I would like to give the floor to Benjamin. Benjamin, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Evgeny. Along with the big cycle, there is a fractally repeating small cycle, which times are marked for humanity by the task of global choice of life or death. And this means that during this time, that is already now, humanity is making a decision. And we have to realize the responsibility lying on each of us. What are the crossroads times? Let's watch a fragment from the program Climate, the Future is Now, with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
It's interesting on the video that it turns out that December 21st, 2012, it was exactly on this date that the system focused its attention the most. What is this date?
Well,
What happened on December 21st, 2012?
I would put it this way. This is the beginning of the end, or the beginning of beginnings. What really happened? A lot happened. This was the beginning of the time of the crossroads. That's what actually happened. A countdown started. Now, if we take the cycle of human civilization, it is 12,000 years, while the small cycle is the time of the crossroads, is the time of people's choice, what they choose, to live or to die. And the 12th year, it has defined itself this way. Simply put, December 21, 2012 is the beginning of the crossroads, which will last, this is easy to calculate, here we are again making futurological forecasts, for 12 years. Whatever humanity attains during these 12 years, that's what will be.
Auch die Kulturen der Maya und Hopi.
Agents of the Maya and Hopi cultures also describe this time we live now as the time of the Great Decision. The sages of these cultures say that the Golden Age will come only when all people unite in peace and create their life together, not against each other. And they put a special emphasis on all women, that will be them who helps us unite. So what does this small circle mean? It describes the time when people choose their decision to live or to die. It is either the beginning of the end or the beginning of the beginning. This is the beginning of time to make the decision. This is just the crossroads that all the religions have talked about. But when it starts, there will be no way back. I would like to read a quote from the book Anastasia Novak, Sensei 4. These are the times of general human choice. These are the times of changes in nature and the future destiny of the civilization. Too much will depend on everyone's personal choice, because everyone, either consciously or not, will make his contribution to this crucial choice. During the times of crossroads, Rigden Japa himself will be present in the world. These are times when the Holy Grail will be given again, and depends on the direction chosen by the humankind towards good or evil, that is, which of the roads will be chosen on this crossroads. To the direction will it rush, and it will be very hard to stop or to change this process. And these times will come very soon, so you will be witnesses either of the beginning of a brighter future or of a sad end.
We can find evidence about the cycles in practically every culture throughout the world. Probably the most complete description we can find is in the Hindu tradition, where it is said that there is a 12,000-year-long repeating cycle. And we contacted and talked to Bibhudev Misra, who proposed in his article that the current cycle ends in the year 2025. And he also explains what this means for humanity. Bibhu, if you could tell us more about the concept of yugas, please.
So there are 4 yugas: the Satyug, the Treta Yuga, which is the Silver Age, the Dwapara Yuga, which is the Bronze Age, and then the Kali Yuga, which is the Iron Age. And at each of these transitions, there's actually a cleansing of the earth. So the old civilization with all its structures, they collapse, they fall away, and the new civilization which starts on a new footing, a new set of ideas. But there are some survivors in every case who carry forward the knowledge from the past. So that is the general idea of the Yuga cycle. Right now, we are in the Kali Yuga, which is the last part of this cycle. And the way this cycle operates is that we fall down from a state of high consciousness to a state of low consciousness, which is the Kali Yuga that we're living in. And then we gradually move upwards. Again, we go back to the Golden Age. So it's a descending and an ascending cycle, which constitutes the full Yuga cycle. So for instance, you see that in our normal cycles of time, in case of a normal day, we move from a state of noon time when the light is at its maximum to midnight when the light falls. And then again, there's an ascending cycle of light from midnight to noon. So there are always 2 halves of a cycle. One cycle, there's a descending, the light actually decreases, and another cycle, the light actually increases. And you see that in the cycle of seasons as well. From winter to summer, the light gradually increases. And from summer to winter, again, the light decreases. So we have the same thing in a Yuga cycle. There's a reduction of our consciousness, which is actually guided by divine light, which comes from the galactic center, which is something that I have proposed in my writings. And this light gradually increases, and it drives our spiritual and our moral and ethical thinking. And when this light gradually decreases, along with that, our consciousness is also on a reducing curve. So right now we are in the Kali Yuga. The cycle is actually of 12,000 years duration, and each Yuga lasts for around 3,000 years. So we are now approaching the end of that 3,000 years for the Kali Yuga. And what I had written in one of my articles, which has become quite popular on the internet, is that the date 2025 is when the ends. And after that, we go into a period of transition. And during this period of transition, what happens is that the civilization collapses, and the foundational work is laid for the new civilization to emerge. When you look at the Indian texts, they tell us about a period called Pralaya. Pralaya means destruction. So the old cycle, whatever is there in the old cycle is destroyed. And this is also what many other cultures tell us about the same thing. For example, the Aztecs also have a cycle of 4 ages of the sun, and each sun, at the end of each sun, there's a period of destruction. The Hopi Indians, they have the same thing. They have a period of cycles, and at the end of each cycle, there's a period of destruction and cleansing. And a few people who are actually true to the original teachings which were given to us, those people are saved, and they act as the seeds of the new civilization that, or the new age that is going to emerge. And even in Egypt, when Solon, the Greek lawgiver, when he went to Egypt, he met a priest in the city of Sais. The priest told him that, the Greeks were always talking about the deluge, and they were thinking that is the only time that there has been a destruction. And the Egyptian priest told him, you don't know there have been many such deluges in the past. And you just remember one of them. Some of them are much more intense and some of them are not so intense. And every time there's a destruction, humanity has to start from scratch, just like children. And so when you take into account all of this information that actually comes to us from different cultures, they're telling us the same thing. So we have to prepare ourselves mentally that the system and the society and the civilization that we have in front of us right now, and that we know very well is not really serving the interests of the people at large. It is actually serving the interests of a few people who are in power. And a large fraction of the population, they're clueless actually about all of this knowledge that has been handed down to us by the ancients. They're not leading their life according to the way that it was meant to be lived. And so this period, this civilization is also nearing its end, and which means that there is going to be a collapse. And how that collapse is going to come is going to be a set of factors, different set of factors. We can't really pinpoint that this or that is going to be a factor. For example, right now we are going through a pandemic for the last 2 years. And you could say that in some ways, the period of change has already come upon us. It's already started.
Hello, dear friends. A special thanks for Migza for information that he passed to us. Considering various ancient cultures that could not be connected with each other, we find almost identical descriptions of the cycle of human development consisting of 4 successive epochs. A more significant cultural and more decline characterizes each subsequent epoch in the cycle than the previous one. Also, with each next epoch, the well-being of people decreases, social and natural disaster increase. Example of descriptions of 4 epochs can be found in ancient Greek and ancient Indian sources. So in Hesiod's poem Works and Days, there is a detailed description of the 4 periods of the development of one humanity, and very similar description in the epic Mahabharata. So in Hesiod we see the Golden Age, the era of peace and harmony. The best human qualities dominate at this time. It corresponds to the ancient Indian Satya Yuga. Then the Silver Age, the beginning of the decline of humanity. This period corresponds to the ancient India Treta Yuga. The Bronze Age corresponds to Dwapara Yuga. The people of this century were temperate and enduring because the strife and war became the purpose of their life. In Iron Age, this is the era when people spend their life working hard. In this age, the strong one is right, and bad people resort to lying to make others think well of them. This age corresponds to the darkest period, Kali Yuga. The ancient Indian culture in its works Mahabharata, Vayupurana, Srimad Bhagavatam and others preserved knowledge not only about the cycle of the 4 epochs, but also knowledge about their duration. More on this in the next video.
Kali Yuga. According to Vedas, every 12,000 years, the Earth goes through the cycles of 4 centuries or epochs, succeeding each other like seasons. 4 cycles of time: Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, Kali Yuga. We are now living at the end of Kali Yuga, the end of 12,000 cycle. Finding this date in ancient Sanskrit texts is extremely difficult, as the information provided in them about the cycle contains many inaccuracies. As astronomer Sri Yukteswar pointed out, in many Sanskrit texts, the duration of the time cycle of 12,000 years has been artificially inflated to an abnormally high value of 4,320 years by the introduction of the multiplier 360, which was represented as human years constituting one divine year. However, some texts such as Mahabharata or the Manusmriti still retain the original time cycle of 12,000 years. Many other ancient cultures, the Chaldeans, Zoroastrians and Greeks, also believed in a cycle of ages of 12,000 years. The complete time cycle of 24,000 years consisted of ascending and descending cycles, which alternate endlessly like day and night. For the last 2700 years we have been evolving in an ascending Kali Yuga, and it's coming to its end in 2025. The transitional period between the yugas is necessarily associated with serious cataclysms, which, as the archaeological evidence shows, occur regularly on our planet. As we will see further, the chronology of the time cycle correlates the cataclysms with stunning accuracy. Note that the end of each yuga marks the destruction of the world as the Earth changes its appearance, flooding some continents and lifting others. In addition, transitional periods can also be associated with dates recorded in various ancient calendars and traditions.
The scriptures of the India, it is said that by the end of Kali Yuga all these phenomena will worsen. Still, the time will come for the Supreme Being to appear in the form of Lord Kalka, with whose arrival the restoration of the Golden Age Satya Yuga to humanity will begin. The knowledge about cycles and their duration is also preserved in different cultures. The next speaker will tell us more about this. Thank you for your attention.
We can find historical evidence.
Спасибо большое. Мы можем найти исторические свидетельства, которые предполагают изменения, происходящие.
Прости, Алиса, ты в английском канале.
About this time among the indigenous people of America. More about the time of the Crossroads will tell us Gerald. Welcome and thank you for being with us. Gerald, we can't hear you, please.
I want to thank and honor Creator first and foremost for allowing me to be here today. And I thank you, my brothers and sisters from my human family, for being here today. The ancestors spoke of prophecy here on Turtle Island that we know as the Americas. The ancestors spoke prior to European contact that there would come a time where men with hairy faces would come from the east, and with them they would bring a book that would disconnect us as four-directional people from our language, our land, and our way of life. Then there would come a time where this box would come that would shake. And when this box shook, you would be able to talk to people many, many miles away, that being the telephone. Shortly thereafter, there would come these steel rods that would run on the back of Mother Earth, carrying thunder power, that we've come to know as the power lines. Then there would come a time where the eagle would fly through the air in steel wings, which we've come to know as the airplane. Then there would come a time where this box would come with an eye in it. And when you looked into that eye, you'd be able to see different parts, people, places, and things that we've come to know as the television. Then there would come a time where the eagle would land on Grandmother Moon. And that would be a time of great change for us as four-directional people and for as humanity as we know it. That was July of 1969 when Apollo 11 landed on the moon, and they said the eagle has landed. Shortly thereafter, it was said that Grandmother Spider would cast a web around Mother Earth, bringing unity and knowledge to the world that we have come to know as the World Wide Web. Shortly thereafter, there would come a time where humanity would see a flash of light in the stars. And that would shift the consciousness of humanity as we know it forever in that time. We are living in that time. Shortly after that flash of light in the stars, the eighth fire would be lit in the hearts of humanity. But that eighth fire would not be a physical fire, but it would be a spiritual fire. And we are in that time that we talk about as we enter the eighth fire. And we are now about to witness that flash of light in the stars. I thank you. Hi.
Thank you, Gerald, for sharing this information. We can see how much has already happened, indicating the end times are here. Cycles are interconnected with major cataclysms, as we have already heard from Bibhudev Misra. Moreover, there are many legends in various cultures around the world which are actually saying the same thing. Delia from Kazakhstan will tell us more about this.
Greetings. I would like to tell you about the myth and legends. Information about the cycle has come to our time in the form of eschatological myth. The word eschatology arises from the Greek eschatos, meaning last, final, and logi, meaning the study of, and can be literally translated as the teaching of the ultimate destiny. For example, the Maya and Aztec mythologies are characterized by references to the four world eras that precede us. The Popol Vuh tells the story of the five suns epochs. The first age, the son of the tiger, ended when the god of the sky fell into the water, turned into a tiger, came to earth, and devoted all to the people. Does this story remind you of the meteorite falling and the resulting giant tsunami? In the end of the second age, the son of the wind, most people died from the devastating hurricanes. The people who were left alive turned into monkeys. The third epoch, the fire rain sun, ended with a catastrophic increase of volcanic activity. The age of the fourth sun, the son of water, ended with a great flood. We are now live in the end of eve of the fifth age of creation, the fifth sun. It is also known as the son of motion. The Maya believed that in the end of the present era there would be some movement of the earth which would attain the destruction of our civilization. The Dresden Codex, one of the four original works of the Maya, are translated by Knorozov, also speaks of rain and floods, periodically flooding the earth, hurricanes devastating it, shooting stars, vortex and giant fires of impenetrable darkness and unbearably burning sun. The Hopi believed we're entering in the last days and we're facing the geological swarm of Damocles, according to their myth. That the first world was destroyed as the punishment of human misdemeanors by all-consuming fire that came from above and below. The second world ended when the terrestrial globe dropped from its axis and everything has covered with ice. The third world ended in the universal flood. The present world is the force. Its fate will depend on whether or not inhabitants behave in accordance with the Creator's plans. More about the prophecies you will hear in our Kaleidoscope of Facts further. As in India, there was a myth about four cosmic eras in Iran. The Denkand collection of the Zoroastrianism religious knowledge refers 4 centuries: gold, silver, steel, and mixed with iron. The final catastrophe that will put on the end to the history will also be a judgment on humanity. It is then that everyone will have to answer for what they have done, and only those who are found innocent will know bliss in eternity. In ancient Egypt, a myth is known about the struggle of the sun god Ra with the serpent of underworld, the dragon Apop. This legend tells us about both original calendar and the processional calendar. After all, the mechanism of this phenomenon is similar. The daily movement of the sun across the sky regulates the seasons, and the ecliptic movement of the sun regulates the world 25,000 years. Inhabitants of Babylon were also familiar with the myth of original paradise. They kept the memory of a series of successive destruction and rebirth of the human race. In ancient Greece, we find the teaching of cycles. Hercules brings the idea of destroying the world with fire, and Plato of Timaeus as an alternative flood. There is a mention of the end times in the prophecy of Druids. So it was the immortal souls would incarnate on earth until water and fire overcame them. A significant part of Iceland mythology is in the prophecy Ringayog. The end of the world must be preceded by the terrible cataclysms that brings death and destruction. So many people will die of starvation, and the survivors will go mad from the poverty and deprivation, but brother will go against brother. The sense of battle of good and evil, neither side will gain an advantage. Seeing this, the giant sword will unleash fire over the existing world and destroy them. In Finno-Ugric mythology, the world will perish in the fiery deluge, which Numitorum, the supreme deity, once already cleansed the earth with. However, the fire will be followed by a water flood that will wash away everything, and then a new life will begin. In the myth of many people and tribes, we find information either about the destruction of the world for the sense of humanity, for example, among Karelians, the Malacca, and the Urani tribe, of the destruction of the world for the renewal. Such myths are found among Andamandas, the Maindu, and Athapaka, and others. To summarize, we can say that the world's history culture is rich in evidence of global climate catastrophes. Our ancestors knew about the cycle nature of time. And right now we will see the video about the pyramids, and we will know why it was built all over the world.
Pyramids are among the most mysterious structures on the planet. Around the world, on all continents, from America to Europe, from Australia to Africa and Asia, hundreds of pyramidal stone structures have been found. Regular pyramids, truncated pyramids, stepped pyramids, and pyramidal mountain complexes. Multi-tone structures, unique megalithic masonry, precise orientation to the cardinal points. Pyramids, the construction of which require tremendous amount of force, time and resources, as well as knowledge of exact sciences. The pyramids continue to be found to this day. Some are hidden under the sands, others under the ground. The third ones became overgrown with forests. The fourth are hidden underwater. But there is one thing which is common about them. These unique grand objects were built in ancient times and represent a single global complex linked to Kailash. And this raises many questions, the main of which is, for what purpose? Why were people willing to go to such enormous expense? It's clear that it was done for something global and super important that concerns all humankind. But this raises another question. How does it work? However, humanity has yet to answer these questions.
Hallo, liebe Freunde.
Hello, dear friends. Who among us has not heard of the pyramids? They are presented to us as the tourist sites, tombs of the pharaohs, burial sites. Do you know that pyramids indicate a cycle of 1200 years, followed by the climate change on the planet? The Giza complex is focused on the constellation Orion. Angkor Wat is Cambodia, the constellation Dragon. This is the Orion pendulum, the dragon, a kind of clock of heavenly time indicating the times of the crossroads. The pendulum in the extreme positions of which global cataclysms occur on Earth. At the moment, we are observing the synchronization of climate disasters, which is a consequence of intergalactic processes. The scientific work of Gennady Smolkov and Yuri Barakin to a systematic and interdisciplinary study of solar-terrestrial relations describes the impulse that occurs inside the Earth's core in 1998 and found that moment rapid catastrophic climate changes began. There was a jump in the center of mass of the core relative to the center of mass of the mantle. Cyclic displacements of the core with its colossal express mass have cyclic gravitational effects on the shells of the Earth, including its biosphere. All processes are cyclical and occur synchronously. Moreover, changes occur not only on Earth but also on the Moon and Sun, Mars and other planets of the solar system, which clearly indicates the influence of the outside of the solar system. As we can see, the main impact is on the core of our planet. These processes destabilize it, which weakens the magnetic field and shift the poles, increases the heat flow from the interior, glaciers melt, and the number of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions increases. But how are the pyramids connected with these processes? The previously mentioned historical facts events indicate that ancient people knew about the influence of the pyramids on the core of our planet, so they knew about the mechanisms of cyclical processes occurring on Earth and therefore knew how to deal with it. The pyramids themselves are technical devices that work as a single complex and have interesting characteristics, and here are some of them. These are power plants as well as their receiving and transmitting devices. And it is also interesting that all the pyramids were built on geological failures and extinguishes of the energy of earthquakes. For more information, see the Kaleidoscope of Facts 5. There are two main pyramids on our planet, one of which is Kailas and the others repeated. These are inverse pyramids. They were built in places of electromagnetic radiation of Earth and interdicted progressively to stabilize a planet's core. They strengthened the Earth's magnetic field and thus kept the core in a stable position, thereby mitigating the effects of cataclysm. So you can draw the conclusion: pyramids complex were built on Earth and on other planets to mitigate climate impacts. To activate pyramids in our time, we need operators. I suggest watching the video Who are the operators?
Lassen Sie uns ein Video anschauen, wer diese Bediener sind. Bitte schalten Sie das Video ein.
To have the pyramids activated, one needs spiritually free people, and in sufficient numbers.
It's just interesting too. The most of people's attention is focused on the Egyptian pyramids, while the center is...
Well, they were promoted extensively.
They are. While the center is Kailash in Tibet.
Well, in actual fact, we have two main pyramids. One is Kailash, and there's another pyramid, while the rest is just sort of retransmission.
How important it is for people to understand the way the structure is arranged, especially now in these times, which are not so simple, so to say.
Do you mean energy structure? Well, much has been said about this. Whoever wants to can read about it in the book ALLATRA as well. Everything's available. Everything has been given to people.
Towards the end of the big cycle, we are reaching the critical point of instability, and we can feel this in every aspect of our life and our society. Before we talk about this topic from a scientific point of view, let us first watch the excerpt from the program The Sign, with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Your words are so memorable when you said that our generation will be either the first generation on the way of civilization development
Or the last one.
or the last one. You know, everything is fractal in nature. Because if we recall system science, they say that when any organisms or ecosystems or communities of organisms reach some critical point of instability, something happens to them.
At the peak of their development, naturally,
Yes, such a
a
moment.
point of instability is formed. Yes.
Yes, and it is the moment of truth when a decision is made. Either a species transforms or it will be destroyed. So looking...
The bifurcation point. Yes.
Yes.
Humanity has really approached this point, and we all feel this already. We observe it, and there is no time for jokes anymore. We see that indeed, people in the world are as of going crazy. Plus the climate and everything else in the world, the pandemic, all of these things are one on top of the other, and it is really manifesting itself now.
Critical instability in society, yes.
Absolutely.
Therefore, one could say...
And something has to be done. And guys, why do bad things if we can do good things, right?
So it turns out that we, as humanity, are at such a global bifurcation point.
Yes.
And on our choice.
We are facing our choice. And do you know what is interesting?
Yes.
How did the greatest among people know this so many centuries ago? A simple question. It is worth thinking about, friends. It is interesting when prophecies begin to come true, when history is implemented before your eyes. And when you are a participant in that very prophecy, isn't it interesting? That is what our choseness is about.
And responsibility.
And a huge responsibility. You are right. Therefore, my friends, let's be responsible. Responsible for our own lives. And responsible for the lives of the past and future generations. Let's make the right choice. And just start loving each other and do at least something good.
Да, действительно.
Yes, indeed. We all live now in times of the crossroads, at a bifurcation point. There is a situation when a system can no longer remain in its previous state, and there are several ways of its further development. It is quite common in nature and society. To describe such process, science uses the term bifurcation from the Latin bifurcus, bifurcated.
Vladimir. Yeah, for a while we cannot hear or see our reporter. Yeah, so maybe let him fix his problems with connectivity, right? And we can... Oh, here's Vladimir back. Okay.
Меня слышно, да?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Спасибо. Я тогда начну сначала.
Okay, let me start from the beginning. Friends, we live in the times of the crossroads, the global bifurcation point, the situation when a system can no longer remain in its previous state, and there are several ways of its further development. It's quite common in nature and society. To describe such processes, science uses the term bifurcation, from the Latin bifurcus, bifurcated.
Something is happening, so maybe let us give him another 5 seconds, maybe, if he will be back. Yeah, here's Vladimir again.
Меня слышно?
Yes, we can hear you. Please, let us try again.
Слышно, да?
Go
Тогда
on, please.
It looks like this is also, the bifurcation in praxis.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. So, will we go?
I can see him in Zoom again, so maybe
теперь слышно?
one more
Yes,
time.
yes.
Да, действительно, точка бифуркации.
Yes, indeed, the bifurcation point. So bifurcation is a process of evolution of a system, a transition. It's an unstable state to a qualitatively different state from one to another, and it is important that there is a small change in its parameters. This instability speaks of a delicate balance of several forces, like balanced scales. A light feather, a slight push is enough to rebuild the structure of the system radically. This process begins in the depth of the old structure and proceeds pretty quickly. Let us watch several examples. If we go to the river, or if we speak about blood, it chooses one or another direction randomly when there are the movement of a small part of the liquid in the Johnny-Beck effect, the rotating wing not flies in zero gravity, and due to instability makes periodic of 180 degrees fleet. It is enough to create a specific humidity and temperature for seed in the soil to produce a new plant's qualitatively different entity. Branches of trees also serve as a vivid example of branching, choosing the direction of further growth. Another example, similar in principle to the Johnny-Beck effect, but in normal earthly conditions, is the flip of the Chinese top. If you spin it and slightly roll it to one side, it will stand on its back after a few turns. Each of us has a critical point in life when we have to make a difficult choice that determines the way forward, and it is no longer possible to turn back of the events. The consumer format in which we live today has existed for 6,000 years and has already outlived itself. The big cycle of 12,000 years has ended, and the small 12-year cycle is also coming to an end. Civilization is a point of uncertainty, at a point of choice. This is very important point. This is very point of bifurcation, the times of crossroads, the point of no return. As it was before, it will no longer be. Such is the cyclical nature of matter development. We have only two paths ahead: consumption, degradation, and destruction, or unification, mutual assistance, and spiritual flourishing. By maintaining the former format, in other words, the dominance of material thinking in society, we finance our own destruction in the escalating climate change and self-destruction in the consumer race for resources and power. Another alternative is to unite on spiritual and moral basis and build a creative society together, a bridge on the way to an ideal society. Together we will overcome cataclysms. Because, as it was shown in the Kaleidoscope of Facts prospects of civilizations, there are already a lot of unique technologies. Still, because of the structure of our society, they are inaccessible to ordinary people. Their implementation will free up a lot of time for spiritual development in the creative society and further technical development, to go into outer space beyond our solar system and explore this world even more deeply. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that interesting topic. So, after the great cycle of 12,000 years comes the so-called small cycle, lasting 12 years, which began on December 21st, 2012, when the Mayan calendar is known to have ended. And this date was also widely discussed in the media at that time. This is the times which our ancestors have warned us about in various ways, whether it is the megalithic complex of buildings that has endured for millennia, pointing to the cyclical nature reflected in astronomical phenomena as well, or through the legends of various nations. What was before won't be anymore. In front of us there will be only two possible ways: either consumption, degradation, and destruction, or unification, mutual assistance, and spiritual flourishing. By maintaining the former format, the dominance of material thinking in society, we finance our own destruction in the growing climate change and self-destruction in the consumer race for resources and power. So, as previous speaker said, we can build a creative society if we gather and join our efforts together. And indeed, as we already could see in a Kaleidoscope of Facts, Perspectives of Civilization, we already have those technologies which could help us to survive through these periods of time and the time of the end. As well as further technological development and self-development, spiritual development, creative society will allow us to build new future for us. So now let's take another look at our today's society we live in. We've faced so many crises already: global financial, economic, environmental, anthropological, and climate one. Do we realize that this is only the beginning? Radical changes in all spheres of life in the near future are inevitable for every person on the planet. We invite you to join the conference Global Crisis, which will take place on July 24, 2021, where we will overview external and internal factors of the rapidly progressing global crisis that is affecting everyone. Let's watch the trailer for the upcoming conference.
Modern civilization has reached the point of instability and global crisis. The global financial, economic, environmental, anthropological, and climate crises are realities that every person is already facing. But this is only the beginning. The fourth industrial revolution and a threat of mass unemployment. Future without jobs causes of the inevitable collapse of the world economy if the consumerist format is preserved. The problem of overpopulation, rapid depletion of the planet's resources. Global climate change. It's time to understand the reality of world threats. International online conference. Global crisis. This already affects everyone. Is the event of utmost importance, organized by volunteers from around the world on the platform of ALLATRA International Public Movement on July 24th, 2021 at 1500 Greenwich Time. A live broadcast of the conference will be streamed on thousands of media channels and platforms with simultaneous interpreting into more than 60 languages. The future of humanity, self-destruction, or the development of civilization.
For the viewers who might have joined us just now, we are talking about the end times. We are live and our broadcast is simultaneously translated into more than 25 languages. Right now we are starting a new block of topics. We will discuss the signs our prophets and ancestors told us about the end times, and we will compare this information with our present reality, what science tells us about our today's world. We will cover psychological disorders, climate, scientific and technological progress, religious and power elite, starting with the spiritual and moral decline of humanity. Katarina, the floor is yours.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne za slovo. V každom z nás je prirodzená túžba stať sa človekom, rozvíjať sa po morálnej.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Z morálneho hľadiska by sme sa mali usilovať o čestnosť.
Each of us has a natural desire to become a human, to develop moral and spiritual. From a moral point of view, we should strive for honesty, fairness, kindness, humanity, compassion, and purity of thoughts. The spiritual aspect gives us the answer to the meaning of our existence. But what is the reality of the end days? Today's consumerist society radically reduces the value of human life. In the second letter of the Apostle Paul to Timothy, it is written, let me quote, "But understand that in the last days there will come times of difficulty, for people will be lovers of self, lovers of money, proud, arrogant, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, heartless, unpleasable, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not loving good, treacherous, reckless, swollen with conceit, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having the appearance of godliness but denying its power." This is one of the prophecies of the end days, and now let's hear the facts. The first fact is greediness. German-American psychoanalyst Erich Fromm, psychoanalyst, says that to have now is more than to be. In 2017, the non-governmental organization Oxfam released a report on economy for the 99%, where it was stated since 2015, the richest 1% of people have owned more than the rest of the planet. In Vietnam, the richest person earns more in one day than the poorest person in 10 years. Currently, the amount of property in the world is constantly increasing, but property is distributed not evenly. On the one hand, we see tremendous wealth, but on the other hand, there is tremendous suffering. Fact number 2 is poverty. According to the UN report, nearly 690 million people, or about 8.9% of the world population, are starving, and the coronavirus pandemic exacerbates this situation. And that's the paradox. Obesity is on the rise worldwide and currently affects 13% of the world adult population. Fact number 3, let's take a look at the next fact of the day. It's violence, wars, and associated costs of weapons, expenditures on armory. Let's see on this graph which countries spend the most on armaments. In 2020, military spendings reached a new record and actually increased by 2.6%. This is reported by CIPRE, an independent international institution in Stockholm, Sweden. In an annual report titled World Military Spending, it cited the cost of weapons as a record, 1.981 trillion. In the Mahabharata, Book 3, Chapter 19, it is said, "And though foremost in the Brahmatas urged to avarice, men will at any time deceive one another when they sell and purchase." Fact number 4, corruption. There is no country in the world that does not tackle the problem of corruption. It is estimated that corruption alone costs the European economy 120 billion euros per year, which is only slightly less than the annual budget of the European Union. Fact number 5, slavery. Nowadays, three times more people live in forced slavery than were captured and sold in 350 years of the transatlantic slave trade, according to Time magazine. Modern slavery takes the form of forced labor, domestic and sexual exploitation, forced marriage, child labor, and prostitution. Modern slavery takes the form of forced labor, household, and modern slavery brings in about 150 billion a year to criminal networks, which is a little bit less than drug smuggling and arms stacking. The number of slaves nowadays is estimated at 40 million people. You have heard only some serious facts indicating the decline of our society. And now I give the floor to Oksana from Moscow, who will analyze the decline on a total humanity level. Thank you.
Спасибо, Катарина.
Thank you, Katarina. The era of consumerism destroys the moral values of people more and more, and this is also a sign of the end days. Abdullah ibn Ahab used to say that the messenger of Allah, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, said, "The hour of judgment will not come until lewdness, obscenity, severing of kinship, and disrespect for one's neighbor are spread." Miriam Hein of Uzbek University openly declared at the annual TAD conference that pedophilia is a natural sexual orientation, just like heterosexuality. According to her words, the responsibility is to overcome negative feelings towards pedophiles, and that we should treat such people with same respect as we treat all other people. The American Psychiatric Association, in its latest edition of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, has changed the classification of pedophilia from a disorder to a sexual orientation or preference. It is terrible, and it is said actually that for centuries the values formed by people are being broken in the most vulnerable part of the population, in our children. In Mahabharata, Book 3, Chapter 190, it is said, "And wedded to avarice and wrath and ignorance and lust, men will entertain animosities towards one another, desiring to take each other's lives." Since the beginning of 2019, the German Civil Register added a third column for choosing a gender, other. It is believed that this option is a great relief for parents of children whose gender identity is unclear. Many primary schools, including those in Glasgow, Scotland, UK, are converting private toilets into shared toilets. Unisex toilets teach children that their gender doesn't matter. In total, the English Facebook offers up to 71 options from which you can choose your gender. In April 2021, UNICEF, the United Nations Emergency Fund for Children, published a report entitled Tools for Ensuring the Digital Age and Children's Rights on the Internet Around the World, where it was noted that viewing pornography can be useful for children and should not be banned. It is also claimed that requiring an age check to access online pornography sites could deprive children of access to what they call essential sex education and could violate human rights. The United Nations Committee on the Rights of a Child also called for the creation of special websites and channels on the Internet for dissemination of sexually explicit content among children and called for the proclamation of sexual autonomy of children. This actually implies that kids should have access to any information without parental consent. What kind of world do we live in? Friends, this is not only the sphere of adult life, but someone actually draws our children into this dirt. And we look at these problems, if we look at these problems from the spiritual position, if we look at the spiritual degradation of society from a spiritual point of view, we must take into account that a person is not only a body, but also personality. There are physical illnesses and deviations, there are mental illnesses, and there are also spiritual illnesses. Theology confirms that any bodily problem begins with mental deviations, the basis of which is spiritual decay. Therefore, the root in spirituality, or more precisely in the absence of spirituality, and this is one of the most urgent problems in our society. How we will live tomorrow depends on ourselves, but already today it is clear that this deadlock situation has only one way out: to radically change the vector of development to a creative, spiritual and moral one. Now we suggest to consider these and other questions from the point of view of psychology, and now the word is given to Vibhu.
This is the Kali Yuga that we are living in. And the people who were writing this ancient text, they were very much aware that they were actually living in the Kali Yuga. And they actually left behind a lot of information which told us how this age is going to evolve over time, how humanity is going to become progressively degraded in its moral and spiritual dimensions, and how things such as wealth and money and power are going to become predominant in our lives. And only those people who possess wealth and power are going to be respected, whereas people of wisdom will be neglected and scoffed at. So that was the message that they left behind. And if you want, I can actually read out from a specific text. It's called the Vishnu Purana, where it tells us the kind of situation that we are going to face towards the end of the Kali Yuga. So I'll just read it out so that you can understand for yourself. So it says, kings of churlish spirit, violent temper, and ever addicted to falsehood and wickedness. They will inflict death on women, children, and cows. They will seize upon the property of their subjects. They will be of limited power and will, for the most part, rapidly rise and fall. Their lives will be short, their desires insatiable, and they will display but little piety. Wealth and piety will decrease day by day until the world will be wholly depraved. Then property alone will confer rank. Wealth will be the only source of devotion. Passion will be the sole bond of union between the sexes. Falsehood will be the only means of success in litigation. And women will be objects merely of sensual gratification. Earth will be venerated but for its mineral treasures. Dishonesty will be the universal means of subsistence. Menace and presumption will be substituted for learning. The people, unable to bear the heavy burdens imposed upon them by the avaricious sovereigns will take refuge amongst the valleys of the mountains, and thus in the Kali Yuga shall decay constantly proceed until the human race approaches its annihilation. So this is what it tells us about the Kali Yuga in general, and how we continuously move towards a lower and lower state of consciousness. And then we basically self-destruct. In some ways we self-destruct, and in some ways the destruction that proceeds at the end of every yuga comes also through other means, through environmental means and through other cosmic factors.
The spiritual and moral decline of humanity is a reflection of our state of mind and vice versa. How we together as humanity feel inside, we can see with our own eyes when we look at our human society as whole. So let's have a closer look at psychological disorders that are on the rise in our society. I give the word to Laura, a psychologist from Kazakhstan.
Здравствуйте.
Greetings. We live in very responsible time, a time that all prophets had spoken about, the time when humanity is faced with the choice, either rapidly approach to the last hour or choose a vector of creative development and enter the era of the golden millennium. This is the time when, after 6,000 years of lies, we wake up and are ready to tell the truth. The result of this obedience costs us not only our physical and mental health, but also our life in this true meaning. Let's see how we live today. We believe that we live in a civilized world where science and medicine are at the peak of development, but in fact, we see that humanity is being affected by an increasing number of diseases with a frightening progression. The consumer format of society leads us to the fact that we are in the pursuit of pleasure and hoarding, losing our humanity and in common sense. The fall of morality and spirituality, as well as the consequences of such a choice, we were warned in the scriptures. For example, the Holy Sutra, the Clarifying Light, a prophecy of the future, it is said that the mind has fallen under the power of the flesh, which means clouded consciousness, a state of effect. There is an increase of mental diseases such as depression, anxiety disorders. There are already about 800 types of phobias, various addictions such as alcoholism, drug addiction, gambling addiction, workaholism, shopaholism, sexabolism, and many others, which are currently present 90% of the population. Addiction has discussed in ancient times also. For example, could you please show the quote, the slides? No matter how we look at all these diseases, unfortunately, modern medicine and psychology have limited ideas about the true nature of all these conditions. More precisely, we can observe the consequences of the processes that occur with the person. And what do we have? The number of psychosomatical diseases is growing, which according to official sources reaches 75% of all cases of diseases. There is a significant increase in anxiety disorders, which are mentioned in Vedas, that people will be in constant anxiously. Drug addiction, alcoholism, and depressive disorders are also increasing every year. According to World Health Organization, 3% of the world's population have different addictions for psychoactive substances. Statistics on alcohol consumption with the forecast for 2025 can be seen on this slide on the screen.
In the hadith of the Prophet, let peace be upon him, it is said that people will consider the use of alcohol permissible and come up with the new names for it. It's not a secret that alcohol production is one of the steady development industries. And according to the world market statistics, it is predicted that the profit from the sale of the alcohol from 19th to 26th year will grow more than $500 billion. And here we can see this slide about depression, and we can see that the picture is also very sad. According to the World Health Organization, depression is the most common of mental disorders. It affects more than 350 million people. Official figures are always underestimated because not all people suffering from depression turn to the specialists. World Health Organization recognized depression as the #1 killer. We cannot say that suicide statistics is better. So number of suicides is increasing every year. So what is the reason that we not only do not treat the mental disorders, but often make the situation worse? Science and medicine in the consumer format doesn't have a holistic understanding of what a person is. All psychotherapeutical methods are aimed to work with the body and mind of patients. But on May 22nd, on ALLATRA TV platform, there was a conference where advanced specialists and doctors shared their research on the fact that human consciousness is a field structure and is located outside of the human body. So it is outside of the human body. And also we can find many interesting information in videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and books by Anastasia Novых. And it may help a specialist to find the truly reasons of different disorders and understanding whom the person really is. The consumer format has taught us that we don't have the right to choose, but that's far from being truth. And lots depends on each person. If we really want that our science and medicine help people and make value for them, we have to make a choice to a creative society. The prophets have always spoke of two choices, which means that the final choice is only on us. And I'm giving the floor to Katya. She will tell us more about what people have faced nearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Laura. I would like to address the issue of unusual dreams, but first I invite you to watch together a fragment of the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
And the paradox is that over several years, psychiatrists and psychologists whom we know have started asking questions and noting that there are more and more people who complain about sleep problems, meaning people have more dreams, active dreams, when they meet their dead relatives and strangers, masses of strangers, who swirl around in their heads. Over the last few years, more and more people have noticed that during the day they have thoughts with images of people whom they haven't seen, they don't remember them. Yes, I understand that from the standpoint of psychiatry and psychology, we talk to specialists, they asked me these questions. And just recently we had a similar conversation, and they try to explain this. It is clear about the year 2020, there is the pandemic.
It's a difficult time, mental health is suffering, it's hard for everyone. And that could explain why a lot of such thoughts arise. But what about the year 2019, when everything was calm and this didn't take place? And it's all over the world, it doesn't affect some particular country. It's an effect that is noted all over the world. And it's noted to such an extent that experts have already noticed it. But they asked a question in terms of what's going on. Why do a lot of sick people appear? Those people aren't sick. They are just the type of people who notice the abnormalities which occur. Not all people can notice that.
As we can hear in this video, there has been a huge increase in strange dreams among people. Since the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, Google statistics have recorded a strange phenomenon. The number of searches for the keyword "Why do I have strange dreams lately?" has quadrupled. The topic was covered by major international media, including the New York Times and the Vox, as well as by the experts in sleep, like Sally Shuttleworth from Oxford University, who explained to the Independent newspaper what's new in the international global nature of it all, and countries taking action all at the same time. So it's a global phenomena in ways never perceived quite as such before. In addition, according to an ongoing study launched on March by the Lyon Neuroscience Research Center in France, the coronavirus pandemic caused a 35% increase in the number of dreams among participants of the research, where respondents reported 15% more negative dreams than usual. In many social networks and web forums, people share their dreams and seek help. I would like to read a few cases. Case number 1. People mentally, I'm already at the bottom. 2 years have passed since my father died tragically, and I don't have any rest at night. He comes to me in sleep every night. I tried everything. I tried priests, prayers, burning candles. Somehow I can kind of cope with that, but every time the same thing. My father still comes, he appears from somewhere, and we rejoice as if he's normally living a real life. But I'm so tired of these dreams that I'm afraid to go to bed at night. Please advise, what should I do? Thank you. And one more dream, case number 2. From Thursday to Friday, I had a strange dream. My father died 20 years ago, and my grandmother died 3 years ago. They didn't come to me in dreams for a long time, but now they came both in one dream. Me, my husband, my daughter slept in my grandmother's house in her room. The morning came, we got up and began to prepare for someone's wedding. I don't know, I got some beautiful dresses from my grandmother's closet, and suddenly my father came and he was looking for his white shirt. Grandma started to make in bed. Then we went to the living room, and there were only strangers, well dressed, and some were in uniforms. I didn't see anyone or a family in this room, but then I woke up. A few moments after I got up, a flower pot fell from the shelf in the children's room. Since then, I have a bad feeling that something bad would happen. That night, I also woke up because of these bad sensations. I had this stomach compressed. I had heaviness in my chest. Has anyone encountered something like that? As we can hear from these cases, such dreams with the arrival of deceased relatives are associated with loss of energy and negative emotions. Why have strange dreams and disturbing nightmares become so frequent lately among people? Is it really related only to coronavirus? Or is this the reason much deeper and has to do with the recent times, with the end times? If you are interested in this topic and you yourself have similar experiences or looking for a way out of this situation, we bring to your attention the Games of Professionals, What is Consciousness? And also a series of videos with experts, psychology discovering the truth on the ALLATRA TV website. And now let us watch an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. It's about this topic in particular.
The signs are coming. And what will happen is what will be. But I'll say the following. Those who are in God's love are not afraid. Those who are with God in their souls are not afraid, while those who are without God are afraid, because dead ones will cling onto them. This is true. When the dead turns potentially alive ones into dead, the world slides into the abyss. However, we can change a lot, friends. And in this is really our chosenness. The chosenness of today, of these times. We can, if we want to. And do you know what is interesting? We can do it if we find common language with one another, if we begin to understand each other, and if we really want this, instead of seeing rivals in each other, or envy someone, or something else. Let's just roll up our sleeves, go ahead, and make our world such as we want to see it.
And that is an encouraging thought, knowing we can change everything. Our so-to-say only input, the simplest task before us is to unite and start to love each other. It is easy to leave the consumer format of society behind when we understand how destructive it is for each one of us, about how harmful technological advancement is in the conditions of consumer format of society. On the example of games, will tell us Tatiana Zinchenko, PhD, psychotherapist, psychiatrist, psychologist, rehabilitologist, President of the International Association for the Study of Game Addictions, IASGA. Tatiana, floor is yours.
Здравствуйте. Greetings, everyone. Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, in today's consumer society, information technologies are often used for manipulative and destructive purposes as tools of influence. Game technology and algorithm of social networks are one of the main tools to form a consumer extremely egocentric worldview and values, which dehumanize a person, deprive a person of humaneness. In a game, everything revolves around a player. It's just not just an imitation, but basically certain models of behavior are being trained in the computer simulation, and everything is aggravated, even if compared to when a person watches a movie or something. In a game, a player is in the center of the universe, his ambitions are easily realized, and he is constantly praised and stimulated to new imaginary achievements. But his life is actually devalued, and he's imposed with pridefulness, and desire of some power and superiority. And better game design and software algorithms for game products and social networks are an increasingly sophisticated trap for human attention to engage in the game and stay in the game. Over the past 20 years, gaming industry has increased its revenue by more than 50 times, and now it's already a $100 billion business. Also, the number of gamers is increasing enormously. Active players are 1/3 of the world population, meaning 2.73 billion people as of the beginning of 2021. Based on this data, it is easy to conclude that the number of active gamers is increasing hundreds of millions of people every year, not to mention 5- and 10-year period. And these are mostly children, teenagers, and young people of up to 35 years old. It's the data of marketing research of gaming companies themselves. It's exactly the age when values and worldview are being formed, when a person is learning, communicating, machine. It's the most productive and energy-consuming age. Gaming industry creates products that cause addiction and a stoppage in human development of a person at all levels. There is a pathological attraction to the game, such as craving, thirst, and it predominates and exceeds all interests like sleep, food, and taking care of children. Also, games are suggested as a means to implement other egoistic needs, like some egoistic needs which are not proper. It's a means, a way to implement, for example, self-importance, to achieve, let's say, some other desires. And actually the gaming industry is working only for one purpose. It generates emotions and creates illusions. And this way a person basically gets lost in this illusion. The illusion is like some self-confidence, freedom from problems, self-importance, respect of people. Basically people are going to the game for these needs. Such needs are being enhanced in him, and there are cases when players even ignored deterioration of physical health and even severe pain. They didn't pay attention to screams and crying children or pets. They get isolated from talking to their friends and relatives, and they lose relationships. All in all, gaming addictions and the use of social media cause plenty of negative consequences in all spheres of life, both for mental and physical health, in relationships among people, colleagues, in families, for education and professional activity, and up to total social disadaptation, depression, suicides, and moral degradation of personality. Gambling addictions and gaming addictions is diagnosed in up to from 37 to 16% of cases, and 50% of players have a high suicidal risk. 80% of people have suicidal thoughts, and up to half of these people have obsessive thought on suicide. Up to 35% of players, of gamers, they commit suicide actually, and the average age of suicides 35 years, 32-35 years. 31% of suicides are among gamers, and it increases the number of cancer patients and cardiovascular patients. Suicide deaths are 15 times higher among individuals who have gambling disorders, and it is much higher in the age of between 20 years old and 49 years old. A large-scale nationwide study of nearly 12,000 teenagers was conducted in 11 European countries. It lasted for 4 years, and they studied the pathological use of internet, like games and social media including, and the connection. They studied the connection of this gaming addiction with suicidal behavior, with depressions, etc. And the studies showed that depression, severe depressions and anxiety, suicidal thoughts are 3 times more frequent in those school children who are playing all the time compared to healthy children, and 5 to 6 times higher in pathological players who use social media. Suicide attempts are nearly 4 times higher than maladaptive users and 10 times higher than pathological users compared to healthy adolescents. Game addictions is the result of information technology consequences and influence, or rather it's even an effective, aggressive and manipulative impact of these information products. This is not permissible in the creative society. Of course, we ourselves have allowed the gaming industry to form a global attention trap. and a tool to hold back the development of the whole generation. Basically, it's a business on the lives of our children. In the creative society, information technology will be used only for the good and for development and for no other purposes. And now let us watch a video where Evgeny Beregovoy, candidate of medical scientist, orthopedist and traumatist, will share statistical data with us regarding the increase of diseases and morbidity all over the world throughout the last 20 years.
Hello, dear friends. Today we are talking about facts. And I would like to touch upon one more fact. This is the incidence of the world's population. According to the static data of Federal State Statistics Service, the incidence rate in comparison with 1990 has now increased by almost 50%. And the growth of newly diagnosed diseases by almost 20%. And a similar picture is emerging all over the world. And this is despite the colossal development of medicine and the introduction of high-tech methods of treatment. And doesn't a sane person wonder, why is this happening? And we find the answer in those scriptures that were given to us by the prophets hundreds and thousands of years ago. And the state of health of a modern person, especially young people, often does not correspond to the passport age. The number of congenital pathologies is also increasing. More than 300,000 children die of congenital defects in the first 4 weeks of their life every year. Malformation and premature birth are becoming the most important causes of childhood mortality, the most important causes of chronic disease and disability in many countries. At the same time, in about half of the cases, doctors failed to find out the root cause that led to this. Sudden deaths from heart disease are also on the rise. More often, it is coronary heart disease, heart attacks. This is 16% of all deaths. This is almost 9 million human lives. And this is in 2019 alone. And this is an increase of almost 25% over the past 20 years. And this is indicated in the scriptures. And the following indication also makes you to think, especially about the fact that they die mainly at dawn and in the evening. And this is evidenced by the modern statistics of deaths, that the overwhelming amount is in the evening, in the morning, and more from the scriptures. Why do you seek further beatings, that you continue to offend? Every head is ailing, and every heart is sick. And here are the statistics for 2019. Diseases of the cardiovascular system and strokes have become the leaders among diseases leading to death, and they accounted for almost 30% of all cases. New data also highlight the high proportion of infectious diseases, and it is 6 out of the 10 leading causes of death in low-income countries. And this is only 2019. And what can we say about modern times? About the spread of infection around the world, which led to a pandemic. And this was also said in the Holy Scriptures, Holy Surahs. And these are just a few of the signs of the last days that the Prophet spoke of. Many thanks.
Thank you, Evgeny. This is a severe issue you have raised. Even with everything we have heard until now, there are few more signs related to this topic. Let us watch a fragment from the program Sex and the Spiritual Path to find out more.
regarding paradoxes in modern society. In recent years, such a worldwide trend has been observed as a decrease in sexual activity among people, and this phenomenon has been called the celibacy syndrome. And just a few years ago, sociologists recorded a decline in young people's interest in both marriage and intimacy, up to the point of complete denial of them.
Yes. And it's interesting that they don't even have sexual pictures in their heads, and even this sexual advertising doesn't affect them. It doesn't work, of course, but there is only one reason for this. And I'll even say a bit more. Lately, well, let's say over the last 10 years or so, all over the world, although so far it has been kept quiet and not mentioned, but such a tendency has been observed that children start talking later. They develop a little bit later than it was 10 years ago. It's not talked about so far, but this topic will soon arise, and people will begin to talk a lot about it, and many excuses will come up, starting with GMOs, genetically modified food and the like, and ending with banally Wi-Fi. Let's say cellular communication, supposedly it has an effect, that's why the brain develops with a delay, but then children do develop and they catch up with their peers, and it's not noticeable. Yet what is the reason? The reason is that secondary, after all, primary consciousness develops normally, they eat normally, they start to walk even earlier than to talk, let's say, and so on. But secondary consciousness lags behind in development compared to children 10 years ago and earlier, and exactly this asexuality which is developing and this underdevelopment of secondary consciousness indicates really scary and serious things to those who know. It indicates that the system is saving its power. The system itself starts accumulating energy. However, this is a very serious trend. This indicates the end of times.
Hello.
We can't hear you.
Je to v poriadku?
Áno, už môžeš, ďakujem.
Dobrý deň. V úvode tohto fragmentu bola spomenutá
Yes, hello. At the beginning of the above excerpt from the topic of celibacy, or more preciously celibacy syndrome, we touched upon. This syndrome has already been noticed by scientists from different countries, and I will briefly introduce you to the results of many years of research in the United States, which were published last year in the Journal of American Medical Association. This study was conducted between 2000 and 2018 in the United States and concerned the frequency of sexual activity and the number of sexual partners among adults aged 18 to 44 years. The study found that during the research period, sexual activity decreased markedly in both areas considered. With the younger the study participants was, the more pronounced was the decrease. In both studies, participants in each of the three age categories were divided into 4 groups. This study was conducted in 10 waves of repeated 2-year stages. During the entire study period, there was a gradual decrease in both indicators in both sexes. The study showed that sexual activity decreased over the study period, so that in the youngest age group, 18-24 years, almost 1 in 3 men reported no sexual activity in the last year. Sexual activity decreased in the older age group of 25 to 34 years. In addition, the first sexual activity is shifted to an older age. Among 18 years old born in early 90s, there were 2.5 times more who had not yet had been a sexual partner than among their peers born in late 1960s. At the same time, only a minority of sexual inactive participants expressed dissatisfaction with their sex lives. Interestingly, the authors of the study themselves did not show a significant association of reduced sexual activity with generally accepted causes, such as influence of pornography, longer working day, economical situation, stress, online entertainment that could complete with sexual activity, and suggested that other mechanisms could influence the results, but they have not yet been able to disclose them. Long-term studies in UK, Finland, Australia and Japan, where this syndrome is most common, have reached similar conclusions. According to the above-mentioned studies, celibacy syndrome is being more pronounced. So what is the new phenomena? After all, when we look at the world around us, we see sexuality promoted in the media and advertising everywhere. The weakening of morality is promoted. Even toothpaste is sold through sex. One would expect that. Thank you very much, and I would like to pass the word to Sonia.
Ďakujem, Hanka, za slovo. Tak ako ste videli v predchádzajúcom videu, systém šetrí
Thank you so much, Kanka, for the floor. As you saw in the previous video, the system saves not only on adults, but even on children. For more than 10 years, scientists and specialists have been paying increased attention to one of the particular manifestations of the development of preschool children, the decay of information of speech and language, which tends to increase. This syndrome is named after Albert Einstein, a recognized genius who did not speak in full sentences until the age of 5. This phenomenon was first called Einstein's syndrome by the American economist Thomas Sowell. In 1997, he published the first book on the subject of late talking children.
Einstein's syndrome.
Thus, Einstein's syndrome is a condition in which a child has a late onset of speech or late appearance of speech, but at the same time he shows abilities in other areas of analytical thinking. Thomas Sowell's theory was later supported by Dr. Stephen Camerata, a renowned physician and professor in the Department of Hearing and Speech at Vanderbilt University School of Medicine, who has spent decades researching, diagnosing, and treating children with speech problems. Camerata's research shows that about 1 in 9 or even 10 children in general population are late talkers, while 1 in 50 or 60 children show signs of autism. According to a study published in the journal American Family Physician, between 10 and 20% of 2-year-old children lag behind in language development, with boys being 3 times more likely to be in this group than girls. After the age of 3, approximately 40% of children continue to have below-average language skills. A recent study of this phenomenon says that 1 in 5 children learns to speak or use words later than other children of his age. And based on this, it can be assumed that the decay in the start of speech tends to increase. Scientists do not know yet what is the true reason of this phenomenon, but many parents are discussing this problem in international forums. And I would like to give two examples. First example, my 3.5 years old child worked with a speech therapist from 18 months to 3 years old with very low success. At the age of 3, he began to go to kindergarten for 12 hours a week, and that made a huge difference. Only for 5 months he attends kindergarten and has already moved from 10 words to full sentences. The problem is that he still doesn't understand what he's saying, but the situation is getting better every day. I think it was partly due to the timing. He just wasn't ready to speak at the age of 3, but I think the social aspect of kindergarten was the best for his development. And the next mom says, "Hello, I have 4.5-year-old child. He didn't say anything until recently, but last month he finally started calling me mom and mommy, and then dad, grandfather, car, whole." The speech therapist recommended us a psychologist since my son was not interested in working with this speech therapist. I was worried if he will start doing anything, but at least it makes some kind of success. In conclusion, I would like to say that the number of such cases will grow and increase, as evidenced by numerous discussions in social networks. Thank you so much, and I pass the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you for the information you have shared. The rise of psychological disorders, addictions, and different syndromes.
Thank you so much.
Even though it may seem we are helpless, this really does not have to be our path through life. We have a choice where we put our attention to, either the negative thoughts coming from our consciousness, or we deepen our connection with the spiritual world simply by multiplying love. What we choose, we become. Let us watch a video for a better understanding of how this works.
Personality is linked through a silver thread with the soul. The silver thread is a channel through which the life energy flows from the soul to the personality. The personality, at its choice, can distribute this energy, either by directing it to the soul, multiplying it, or to the primary consciousness, which is connected with the body and emotions. Primary consciousness, in turn, is connected with secondary consciousness. Secondary consciousness is the one with whom a person often associates himself. It is the one that thinks logically. The more personality pays attention into negative emotions, the more it fixes the link with both consciousnesses, and as a result, this personality merges with them, and it becomes a sub-personality after the death of the body. But if personality directs more of its attention to the soul, then the silver thread grows thicker, personality becomes closer to the soul. Its connection with the soul grows stronger, and personality merges with her, thus forming a new eternal immaterial being, which is called differently in different cultures, for example in Christianity, an angel. Personality can make its choice only during its life, while a human is alive. After the death of the body, nothing can be changed.
There is another big sign that proves we are living in the period of crossroads, the end times. The changes in nature, the acceleration of climate change is really actual. It is alarming. And there are no doubts that this is a severe topic. Sveta will tell us more about this topic, more about the cyclicality of the climate changes, and that it is not a man-made factor. Sveta, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Roman. And yes, everyone already understands that something unusual is happening to the climate. I'm not even talking about those citizens of the planet who have already directly faced abnormal natural phenomena. Unusual, unseasonal, record-breaking frosts and heat waves, unprecedented temperature changes, abnormal droughts, or heavy rains leading to large-scale floods, and of course, earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. And unfortunately, to this day, many well-known and official sources say that the cause of all these climate changes is the anthropogenic factor, that is, human activity. And right now on the screen, we should be able to see the headlines of some of the world's top-rated media. Just take a look at the topics. They tell us that the human is responsible for that, and that they're investing billions and billions of dollars into climate change. But fortunately, scientists around the world are already openly talking about the true cause of such global climate change, and that is cyclicity. And, analyzing this in detail, the scientists pointed out that this is the cyclicity of 12,000 years. And briefly, they basically clearly demonstrated that the ice core data from the Vostok station is melting down. And currently, we see the graph of changes in temperature and CO2 emissions concentrated in the atmosphere over the past 420,000 years. And we see that these changes are cyclical. We see the global cycles as 100,000 years, and also 1,200,000 years. And if we compare these two graphs of temperatures and the change of the dioxide, we see the correlation between these two graphs, but the temperature on the graph is always in front of the CO2 emissions, and this time change between the graphs is like hundreds of years, and this tells us that for the last 400,000 years on the planet there has been the temperature increase, cyclical temperature increase. And it didn't depend on the CO2 emissions as it is being, told to us. And to my point of view, this is one of the best proofs of the fact that the anthropogenic theory is not just working for that. And by our activity, we just, change the ecological situation, but we do not change the climate situation. And as it is said in the about the problems and consequences report, it is said that the global climate change on Earth is mostly and directively astronomical processes and their cyclicity. The cyclicity is inevitable, and the Earth has already repeatedly experienced such phases of global climate change. And that is, we see that everything comes from, everything in our solar system depends on the cyclicity. And the same changes are, taking place on other planets of our solar system. That is, the temperature increase, the ice melting, and so on. And currently, the scientists also pay attention to the fact that, this is happening, and why is it happening, simultaneously. And the fact that these changes affect the sun, and the sun is directly connected to the Earth's core, and the core is already provoking a large-scale climate changes on our planet. We will, we people vitally have to, stop hoping for the things that the mass media tells us, right? And we, for the fact that we can just, invest our money to some kind of organization that will help us. But no, it won't. And while, spending our time in those organizations, we just lose our time. And right now, I would like to propose you to watch an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
We decided to tell you the good news. We have reached a new level in our game, Climate Apocalypse. It's true, we passed the first level of this game together as the whole civilization, and now we have reached the second level. To make it clear, we were supposed to win at the first level and not to move on to the second, but we moved to the second. Yet this game also has a third level. I understand that again we will be told a lot of interesting things about us. We don't mind, tell us friends, but at least think about what we are saying. After all, the first level was a very long process. The second level is very short in time, while the third level is a vertical fall, meaning it's a process of absolute destruction when we, together with you, cannot do anything. And if during the first level we had a lot of time, but instead of doing something, we, people, and I speak responsibly here, we are all to blame for this, everyone. Even if someone says, well, what do I have to do with this? I only planted trees or shrubs in my yard, planted flowers in a flower bed, and even trees. What difference does it make? What do I have to do with this? Again, I repeat, flowers in a flower bed, trees, all this is ecology, while we are talking about climate. And there were solutions, but they still exist. The question is not about solutions, the question is about our inaction. Now everyone will say, why should I act? Because your world is your home. Tell me, friends, I'll digress. From the thought I started, I'll just give a simple example. Your house is collapsing. In fact, you live with your family, or plan to start a family, or you already have grandchildren. What's the difference? This is your family, this is your home, that you want to leave as a legacy to your children. And it is collapsing. It is falling on your head, on the heads of your children, your grandchildren, great-grandchildren, whom you may not have seen yet, and you don't know yet, or maybe you have already seen. Who knows? And you're lying on a couch and thinking that someone will come from somewhere and stop that. Instead of you, restore your house. He will come and repair it. This is your home, and it is falling on your head. Therefore, don't hope that someone will come, or someone superior, or some responsible people, those to whom we delegated our own power, will change something. They won't change. My friends, wake up. You live in a consumerist format. No one will do anything for you.
Dobrý den, je to skutečně tak. Informace, které Igor Michalovič sdělil v tomto videu.
It is really so. In all the world's religion, we find prophecies about the end times. Many of them contain specific climatic events that herald the last days. I think it will be interesting to compare them with what is really happening on the planet now. However, there is one more remarkable point that is very important. If we start to analyze individual prophecies, we find that they always include different types of disasters, such as earthquakes, floods, droughts, fires, etc. Why is it so? Because even then, the prophets knew that all processes, not only climatic but also social, are interconnected and cannot be separated from each other. That is why we must approach each natural disaster as a general process called climate change. After all these processes are closely interconnected and have a common denominator, that is cyclicity. In the sacred texts of various religions about the hour of judgment, there are descriptions of all kinds of disasters that will befall people. For example, in Buddhism, in the Srimad Bhagavatam, in the 12th canto, chapter 2, block 10, there are following words. The citizens will suffer greatly from cold, wind, heat, rain and snow. They will be further tormented by quarrels, hunger, thirst, disease and severe anxiety. But let's focus on specific natural disasters. In the Revelation of John the Theologian, 16:20-21, we find these words. Every island fled away, and the mountains could not be found. From the sky huge hailstones, each weighing about 100 pounds, fell on people, and they cursed God on account of the plague of hail, because the plague was so terrible. In recent years, worldwide, the size of hail has increased significantly. Hail the size of a chicken egg or a tennis ball, and sometimes even a melon, hit the news. Hail is formed by hurricane winds at the junction of warm and cold fronts. Nowadays, due to high temperature contrasts around the world, the wind force is increasing, so the size of the hail is also increasing. In the scripture, hail is also accompanied by terrifying thunder and lightning, now known as dangerous thunderstorm supercells. Recently, they have been observed in places where they have been encountered before. Also, in the scriptures, it is mentioned that the mountains will blaze with a bright flame, smolder smoke will darken the sun and bring torment. Here, there is an indicator of powerful ash emissions during volcanoes, the trend of which has also been steadily increasing over the past decades. Not only frequent and powerful, but volcanoes are also awakening, which should have been activated in about 500-1,000 years. To prove this information, we present a graph of the dynamics of the number of volcanic eruptions from 1,800 to 2019 years. If we study in detail the prophecies of all religions, we will find that they are very similar and speak of the same calamities. For example, in Islam, we find in Hadith information that Abu Hurairah narrated that the Messenger of Allah, peace be and blessing of Allah be upon him, said the hour of last day will not be established until earthquake will be very frequent. Luke 21:11 contains these words. There will be great earthquakes, and in various places famines and pestilences, and there will be terrors and great signs from heaven. In Quran, in Surah 56, event in ayats 4-6, it is written, when the earth will be shaken with a terrible shake, the mountains will be powered to dust, so that they will be floating dust particles. It is quite obvious that these texts speak of an increase of the number of earthquakes. As far as the present time is concerned, the increase in the number of earthquakes is enormous, but here we would like to draw your attention to one negative factor, which is the worst of all the disasters in the world, the consumer format of society. It is almost unbelievable how the facts are distorted and change the interest of those who manipulate the world view of others. Now, we'll give a specific example of the number of earthquakes. If you Google the statistics of earthquakes, a table will appear showing that there is no growth, rather the opposite. Okay, look at this. It clearly shows that instead of growth there is a decline. Now let's look at real situation. Show the next graph, please. This graph reflects the energy of earthquakes, which includes the magnitude and the number of earthquakes, and not just bare statistics that can be incorrectly used to please someone. Two things are clear from this table. Firstly, all the facts that are presented to people are deliberately distorted, and secondly, there is no doubt that we are now all at the end times. Once again, that it depends only on us which path we choose. But let's get back to the prophecies again. In Buddhism, in Pali Canon about the end time, we also find these words of Buddha. There comes a time, Bhikkhus, after a long time when there is no rain for a long time, for many hundreds years, many thousand years, many hundreds of thousands years, since rain doesn't fall, all plant life and vegetation, trees, that medical plants, grasses and fruit trees become perished, dry up and cease to be. The first part of these prophecies speaks of great drought. And there are so many prophecies in the first part of this prophecy speaks of a great drought. If you look at the current situation, the increase of drought is alarming. In Europe alone, many countries such as Czech Republic, Poland, Germany, France, Romania experience the worst drought in history. In Asia, Australia, and North and South America, the situation is no better. In Bolivia, for example, water is already more valuable than gold. At the same time, it says that about the drying up of ponds and rivers and their disappearance. If we compare this with the current situation, then the information that our ancestors had left us is the most truthful. These are more and more cases around the world when ponds, swamps and rivers suddenly disappear and dry up. This phenomenon is associated with the so-called breath of Earth. This is discussed in more detail in the video Breath of the Earth on ALLATRA TV. This phenomenon also applies to sinkholes and cracks. This again stated in other prophecies. Al-Ramah ibn Sahar al-Abrahim narrated on behalf of his father that the messenger of Allah, peace be and blessing of Allah upon him, said, the judgment hour will not come until entire tribes have collapsed under the earth. Worldwide there is an unprecedented increase of the number of craters and cracks, but the worst thing is that they are increasingly forming in the towns. Other prophecies are connected with the rains. In Mahabharata, Book 3, Chapter 188, we find these words, and, O king, the clouds that gather in the sky on the occasion are terrible to behold, and wreathed with lightning roar frightfully, and those vapory masses charged with rain soon cover the entire Balkan. And, O king, with regards to rains and related floods, the current situation can be called apocalyptic. Every day there are heavy rains all over the world, causing flooding. According to official data for 2019, the number of annual floods in the world has increased by 2,025% since 1963, which clearly indicates a catastrophic increase in floods. Another devastating cataclysm is fires. In the Mahabharata, Book 3, Chapter 188, there are these words, and, O bull of the Bharata, then also everything of the nature of wood and grass that is wet to dry is consumed and reduced to ashes. And then of Bharata the fire called Samvataka, impelled by the winds, a breath on the earth that had already been dried to cinders and suns. We all know that fire torments the citizens of many continents. However, it is important to know that these are not ordinary droughts or human-induced fires. We are talking about fires occurring on the lines of deep tectonic faults in lithospheric plates. These fires can be extinguished because they are caused by gases escaping from the bowels of the earth. The hardest hit areas are California, Siberia and Australia. The UN Youth Center reports that fires destroy more than 350 million hectares of forest land worldwide every year. Each year. We could go on talking about this for hours. I would like to emphasize one extremely important point. The prophets could not leave an accurate description in scientific language of future climatic process. It is our task to find interconnection of climatic phenomena and decipher completely what is happening with the Earth. It is important to understand that what we see now happening to the Earth is a single process associated with cyclicity, which we were warned about in advance. That is why we have had prophets to give signs and guidelines by which people can decipher these messages. So everything is in our hands. Now let's watch together an excerpt from the video that clearly shows the dynamic of the growth of disaster of the past decade.
Yes, the number and frequency of cataclysms is simply, shocking. Previously, cataclysms happened pointwise across the planet, but over the past decade, we began to observe systematicity in climatic catastrophes. But what human will faced in the past 2020 was not yet observed in our civilization. Let's watch this video and continue.
Right, so humanity has now entered a new level in the apocalypse game. And we are not ready for it, unfortunately. Firstly, this level is different because if previously even scientists or people divided into skeptics, catastrophists and gradualists who thought that events would develop smoothly, now there are fewer skeptics whatsoever. I would even say that.
And soon, my friends, when we pass this second level and enter the third one, not a single skeptic will remain on Earth, believe me. But we won't be able to do anything anymore.
Yes, and while climatologists still do not speak about this phenomenon everywhere, but it can be noticed even with an unprofessional eye. I want to, one more time, draw your attention to the graph of the dynamics of cataclysms. And please pay your attention to the last part. This is the sharp increase in the cataclysms in 2020. It is at this time we observe that different cataclysms fall on different regions, one after another. This happened to USA, India, European countries, China, and other countries as well, in other regions. This is the synchronization is what about? One catastrophe provokes another one. And yes, the next one provokes the other ones, and they, basically leads to greater destruction of our planet, and most importantly, to human casualties. And the question arises: what can people do in such situation, and how is it possible to save humanity as a whole and the lives of a maximum number of people? And here I want to answer with the words of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Today, we certainly have cyclicity in climate change. It is a global system, but it is possible to influence the global system by a global unification, yet globally. Currently, our science has not yet fully studied the phenomenon of human attention and its synchronization, although quantum physics have already come to understanding that human attention is a unique force that can influence and change a lot. And in more detail, this question was basically studied during the conference Life After Death, Fiction and Facts, and we will review a couple of these facts today as well. So people doing something together synchronize and tune into each other's frequency. And it can be assumed that by entering into resonance, they can achieve significantly greater success in any action. So the synchronization of people on a creative basis and the investment of their attention into common goal, namely in a creative society, can neutralize and soften the force of cataclysms. So why is the attention of all mankind, which is so important right now for a single creative goal, is deliberately transformed and transferred to an artificially created hype around the false cause of climate change? Let's, answer to this question by ourselves. And earlier, we considered, the relation to the correlation between changes in Earth's core and cataclysms on the planet. And Joseph will tell us more about this. So I pass the floor to you.
Thank you. What is happening to the Earth core? Changes in Earth core are the main cause of natural disasters. In the scientific work of Gennady Smolkov and Yuri Barkin, the study of the connection of the Sun and Earth, the impulse that arose inside the Earth core in 1998 is described. There was a one-sided jump in the center of gravity of the Earth core compared to the center of gravity of the Earth mantle, which was determined on the basis of the observation of the French satellite system Doris. From that moment on, a sharp increase in the number of many natural disasters began. It was possible to inspect the shape of the Earth core, and it turned out that it is not a sphere but such a potato. The height differences in Earth core are 150 to 350 kilometers. Cyclic shifts of the core, which is 17 times the mass of the Moon, gravitationally affect all the shells of the Earth, including the biosphere. There is a systematic character of repeated surges and natural processes in 1986, 1987, 2001 and 2002, 2010 and 2012, and others. Synchronization of the jumps of geophysical parameters of the solar system clearly indicate an external impact on it, as well as on the Earth. Magnetic pole shift. The displacements of the magnetic poles has catastrophic consequences for the Earth, as the Earth's magnetosphere will weaken to such an extent that cosmic radiation reaches the Earth's surface and destroys all living organisms. The Earth has a north and south magnetic pole, which are not identical to the geographical poles. Sometimes the north and south magnetic poles are swapped. This phenomenon is called magnetic field inversion. The last time it happened 780,000 years ago. Sometimes with a very strong deviation from a stable state, the magnetic poles still do not change places and return to their original position. This is called an excursion, and they happen more often than inversions. The danger to all life on Earth is the same for both. Prosperous, densely populated cities will be transformed into non-residential cities. Communication and energy systems will fail. The last excursions that we know were two. The first is named after Gothenburg. It happened 13,200 years ago and lasted 100 years, and the second was named Mona Lake and happened 25,800 years ago and lasted for 500 years. In 2014, a group of scientists from the Russian Academy of Sciences carried out drilling on the lake bound in the north of the Baikal level. The magnetic North Pole was displaced by about 10 kilometers per year. In 1998, When energy was released from the core, its movement accelerated up to 50 kilometers per year in one direction towards western Siberia. If we add to all this that recently the magnetic field of the Earth has decreased by about 15%, that is, the invisible shield that protects us from cosmic rays and the solar wind, located from 17 to 80,000 kilometers, has weakened from the Earth of the Sun, and if these shields are not at the poles, but for example at the equator, then all this radiation will go to people living at the equator, and the situation will become serious. Let's appreciate these important historical proven facts that can help us understand not only what is happening with the magnetic field, but especially in what time we live in. Thank you. Then a person feels that time
the person feels the time is accelerating. We go to work on Monday, and in the instance of the weekends, even children already perceive that time is passing too quickly. Moreover, from the point of view of physics, objective time remains, as it were, stable, that is, 24 hours remain, but matter began to move faster, which is reflected in the acceleration of time. Last year, scientists at the International Earth Rotation Service found that the Earth is spinning faster than before, and therefore the year as a whole is shorter, faster. The Department of Geodesy and Geographical Information of Vienna Technical University reported that rotation of Earth measured by the accurate atomic clock. Our planet is also moving faster in space. I would like to give an example of a book by Anastasia Novak. Imagine a burning match. It is turned so that the flame goes from the bottom to top. The flame repeats the beginning of an expanding universe. You are an observer parallel to the flame. Now, if you are moving at the same speed as moving flames, then you perceive time as relevantly unchaining. When you move faster than the flame, the burning time will appear slowly. But if you move slowly than the flame, you will see the time has accelerated. It is the exemption rate of the universe and the acceleration of the Earth that give the impression that time is accelerating from our point of view. Now we have a better understanding of what is happening in the core of Earth. For example, Russian physicist Viktor Leonidovich Gorshkov, the lead of geodynamics sector of Pulkovo Observatory, says the redistribution of matter inside the planet is compaction, and the fact that it rises upward from the depth of the core creates a tendency not to add but to subtract a second, which has not happened in the whole history. And the Earth's rotation is really accelerating, and the days are getting shorter. One of the headies from the collections Musant says, Anas bin Malik narrated that the last messages, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, says, the hour shall not be established until the time is constructed, and the year is like a month is like a week, and the week is like a day, and the day is like an hour, and an hour is like a flare of the fire. The Bible says, and if those days had not been cut short, no human being would be saved, but the sake of the elect, those days will be cut short. From the old treatment, Apocrypha will learn. Beyond I have shown thee everything, Enoch, and I have revealed everything to thee, that thou should see this sun and this moon and the leaders of the stars and of the heaven, and of those who turn them, their task and time and departures. The acceleration of time is one of the indicators of the last days. What is the significance of this information for us in the climate changes take place on Earth? Which are the results of astronomical processes and cyclicity? Huge. Time is a resource. Thank you very much, and I'm passing the word to Roman.
Thank you. So, synchronization of cataclysms, activity of the Earth's core, time acceleration. We really should start paying attention to all these serious signs. Unite humanity as one big family and act. If we close our eyes before the obvious and do nothing or wait for someone to solve this for us, there is no way we can survive. No one is coming. Let us now look at the Dead Sea in Israel. As the media have already reported, there is life in the Dead Sea. And this is also one of the signs of the end times.
Hello, friends! We are at the Dead Sea in Israel. Recently, not only tourists but also scientific researchers have become interested in the Dead Sea. Information appeared in the world media that life was born in the Dead Sea. We were interested in this fact and we decided to find out if this is really so. We turned to eyewitnesses and studied the research carried out by a group of scientists from Ben Gurion University. And now about everything in more detail. Samantha Siegel is in touch with us. She will share her experience and tell us what she managed to see on the shores of the Dead Sea, and even shoot it on camera. Samantha, you have the floor.
Thanks, Olga. I'm so honored and excited to be able to share my story with all of you. So I'm Samantha Siegel, the woman who made the video of the fish at the Dead Sea. I've been going to this specific beach at the Dead Sea for 10 years. There are thousands of sinkholes opening up on the shores of the Dead Sea, and in some of them there are fresh water filling these sinkholes. And inside these ponds are little fish. So I go swimming in these pools of fresh water, and I noticed that there were a lot of tiny fish. And it took a couple years after seeing them to put two and two together and to remember the prophecy of Ezekiel, which says, "Fishermen will stand beside the sea from En Gedi to En Eglaim. It will be a place for the spreading of nets. Its fish will be of many kinds, like the fish of the great sea."
Thank you very much, Samantha, for sharing such interesting piece of information with us. We have other eyewitnesses as well. The evidence of the existence of fish in the Dead Sea were photos by Israeli photographer Noam Bedin. In 2011, a team of researchers from Ben Gurion University in the Negev sent divers to the bottom of the Dead Sea. And the researchers found huge craters on the seabed from which fresh water flows. It is covered with a carpet of microorganisms. This suggests the Dead Sea is no longer dead. In fact, which confirms the biblical prophecy of Ezekiel about the end of days. Now we can see this in the video. And before passing the floor to the next speaker, Barbara, who will speak about the situation in the field of food and other vital goods supply for people, and also about the prophecies of the end days which are associated with this situation, I suggest that we watch an excerpt from the video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Climate Apocalypse, Illusion, Reality.
As of today, imagine, even optimistic scientists tell us that in 50 years, 3.5 billion people will be forced to migrate. Why am I saying that they're optimistic? God grant, with tendency that is taking place in present day, climate change in its progression, God grant that we reach the year 2036. Calmly. I emphasize. Why? This is again maths, guys. While they say in the year 2017, 50 more years.
Taking into account that now only hundreds of millions of people are exposed to migration and what difficulties are associated with that, we are being told about 3.5 billion.
Imagine a half of the population has to move. Let's take even their scenario, meaning half of the globe has to migrate. And you shouldn't think that somebody will move to you, and it's necessary to arm yourself in order to keep them off your house and preserve your property. Why do you think, my friends, that you won't have to go in a well-armed company to somebody's home in order to take away theirs? And why do you think that they are so simple, unarmed and disorganized? And what will that give us? A simple question. Why? Because the lack of resources, impossibility to redistribute all this properly, banal greed, egoism and pridefulness. This is what predominates in our beastly world today.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor, and I sincerely greet you all. As we have seen in the video Climate Apocalypse, Illusion and Reality, the moving of people is going to be just the consequence of a lot of crises that we, are having today. And we have the problems of hunger, poverty, lack of water. And what do we see? We are on the threshold of the third millennium, and our society has not coped with hunger and poverty. Their main reasons are armed conflicts, governments, transcontinental corporations, a highly corrupt international political environment, and different manipulations, like with food prices. According to the latest data from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, food prices in May 2021 rose to 39.7% compared to May last year. The sharp increase in May was mainly reflected in the rise of prices for oils, sugar, and cereals, where prices were raised mainly for wheat by 28.5% and corn with record increase for 89.3% compared to the May 2020. Prices for meat and dairy products, goods rose more moderately, but in general, prices for all products groups have gone up. Hunger intensified before the COVID-19 pandemic, and as per the FAO estimates that the number of undernourished people increased from 624 million in 2014 to 688 million. And what do the scriptures say? There comes a time after a long time when there is no rain for a long time, for many hundred years, for many thousand years, many hundreds of thousands of years. Since rain does not fall, all plant life and vegetation, trees that plants, grasses, and fruit trees dry up and cease to be. And the predictions, unfortunately, come true. A big problem with water, for example, is still relevant for a lot of countries. And groundwater, which has been constantly depleted for many years, accounts for 40% of countries' water supply. However, other sources are also drying up. Nearly 2/3 of India's reservoirs are below normal water levels. And people are forced to wash dishes in the dirty water and save a few bottles of clean water for cooking. Disasters are already occurring in some places in India. 4 reservoirs supplying water to Chennai, India's 6th largest city, are nearly dry. According to UN Human Rights Report, the world is rapidly approaching to a climate apartheid, and in which only the rich can afford basic resources. how is it possible if there's hunger, poverty, and lack of drinking water for people, we cannot be called a human society? We need to change that.
Thank you, Barbara, for showing us how we cope with nowadays problems. Indeed, as a society, we are not yet succeeding. What we decide and do nowadays will have a far-going influence indeed. Eternity is a high price, so let's think wise about what drives us and where. Now we are going to open up the topic of science. Why? Because scientific progress is also one of the signs of the end times. Michaela, the floor is yours.
Radi by sme povedali ešte o jednom dôležitom znamení posledných dní.
We would like to mention another important sign of the end days. This is a conference that took place on March 20, 2021, Creative Society, What the Prophets Dreamt of. This conference also addressed the issue of the end days in which we live today. Let's watch together excerpt from the video, the sign which shows that this landmark event would not have happened without the development of science.
Over the last 6,000 years, such a thing didn't happen and couldn't happen. And it is now happening, just because science has developed. And we have technology, thanks to which we can gather. Why? Representatives of the entire humanity can gather in one point and purify the truth. Separating the dead from the alive, and thus liberating the truth. This can only be done by representatives of the entire humanity. This was said by the greatest one among people, wasn't it?
It was.
How could this be done without technical means? In no way. This is the answer. Why many religions have been standing sternly in the way of science. Many of them, but not Islam. And what is the greatness of the Prophet himself, the last Prophet, the best among people? It's in the fact that he developed science at the time when other religions stood in its way. Why did they stand there? Because they knew that development of science would lead to an event when the truth would become accessible to everyone.
This sign was already known to the Prophet Muhammad, who was very positive about the development of science. The Quran was revealed to the Prophet in the 7th century, and that time science was still at the beginning of its development. However, the Prophet Muhammad saw the importance of education, and as a result, both women and children had access to education. The Quran and the Surah have always enjoyed Muslims to learn, to acquire knowledge. This was considered the duty of every Muslim. Muslims were particularly interested in studying mathematics, astronomy, mathematical geography, and geodesy. It is worth noting that the most high-paid and respected professions in the Caliphate were translators, bookbinders, and copyists. Humanity is in debt to Muslim scientists not only the development of algebra, but also its further development in science and in everyday life. The period gave the world such scientists as Amar Khayyam, Al-Khwarizmi, and others. Amar Khayyam became famous as the greatest astronomer of his time, and for the first time in this civilization, comprehensively classifying all types of equators and making many discoveries in the field of natural sciences and physics. Muhammad al-Khwarizmi in Chast was a prominent Persian astronomer astronomy, mathematical, and geography. The development of science was so strong that even today scientists in many countries draw from the knowledge have brought during this period. Today, modern science is faced with the task of solving the pressing problems associated with global climate change, which we have heard about in today's Kaleidoscope of Facts. The key questions remains, can modern science really find a way out in this situation? After all, the development of science was artificially hindered by religions. Many educated people were victims of the Catholic Church's Inquisition. Not only in Christianity, but also in Islam, there were radical fanatics who rejected the development of science and culture. In the past, development of real science was hindered primarily by religion, but today the main obstacle the consumer format of society. Thank you.
Докази ведического покроку wiemy zhlédnout v různých posvětných knihách.
Thank you, Mikhaila. We can see evidence of scientific progress in various sacred books. For example, in Srimad Bhagavatam, we find mention of rockets, although the first rocket was created only in 1942 by the team of Werner von Braun. We can read a quote. When atheists, well-versed in Vedic scientific knowledge, destroy the inhabitants of various planets by flying invisibly in the sky on well-designed rockets made by the great scientists, the Lord would confuse their minds by wearing the attractive garb. The concept of Google's talking shoes, collars of dog language, translation apps, phones in pockets connected to webcams in homes becomes clear from the hadith of Abu Sayyid Kurdi. And then the messenger of Allah, peace be upon, and blessing of Allah be upon him, said, "He has spoken the truth. I swear by him in whose hand my soul is. The hour will not come until the beasts speak to man, until a man speaks with the tip of his whip and the strap of his sandal, and his tie informs him of what his household has been doing in his absence." The prophet spoke of today's time. However, about 100 years, it will be impossible to observe truly evolutionary inventions. Electricity has powered cars since 1832, internal combustion engines since 1886, and electricity has been transmitted by wire since 1879. Despite the fact that Nikola Tesla proved the possibility of wireless transmission and drawing free energy. So why don't we use it? But can modern achievements protect us from the impending? At the same time, every scientific achievement was prioritized for military purposes, such as the first ENIAC computer, the first task of which was to calculate the nuclear reaction for a hydrogen bomb. Today, although science is moving forward, it has reached a dead end in the consumer format. However, thanks to the primordial physics, ALLATRA, science has a chance to make an evolutionary leap. By focusing on spiritual development, technology can help us deal with our current challenges. Higher technologies will be given to us only when we make a choice in favor of a creative format of society. Thus, the last times will be our new beginning. It depends on the choice of each of us. Thank you. And now I give the floor to Ivan. Good day. We have already heard many predictions about the signs of the last days and have seen some confirming manifestations of them. We also noted that modern science doesn't understand at all or misinterprets many of the key processes of the world's functioning at all. Thanks to this approach, our civilization is rapidly approaching a real apocalyptic collapse. One of the things that can change this situation is rapid and significant changes, especially in the natural sciences. Today, there are already scientists among us who understand the deeper essence of things around us, make breakthrough discoveries and develop revolutionary technologies. They succeed because they rely on different physics which understand the micro and macrocosm differently and more objectively than the current official science, strongly deformed and limited by dominant consumer thinking. And this new physics answers the basic questions. What does the original matter consist of? How does it transform and where it disappears? An international group of scientists, honest and responsible scientists under the auspices of ALLATRA Science, published in its 2 reports all the important information necessary for the survival of mankind. And together they proposed ways out of this situation. In 2014, it was a report on the problems and the consequence of a global climate change on Earth, effective ways of solving these problems. And in 2015, the report Primordial ALLATRA Physics. Both reports are freely available to the public and have now been translated into many languages. Anyone can master them and thus enter the events and processes that change the world from the ground up. Links will be listed in the description below the video. I will present one concrete result of working with this new knowledge. One of the most critical places on the planet are so-called supervolcanoes, huge volcanoes that can endanger most of humanity and, if their activities are synchronized, even destroy the entire civilization. These researchers identified synchronized manifestation of these 2 supervolcanoes, Yellowstone in the United States and Ira in Japan. When they synchronized increased activity in both the neutrino and septon fields, the terms of septon and septon field are discussed in detail in the physics report, the excited seismic activity is also synchronized, which can lead to a giant eruption. Thanks to the knowledge of this new physics, scientists were able to activate certain adaptive mechanisms in the Earth crust, which significantly reduced seismic activities in the Ira caldera and broke in synchronization with the Yellowstone. They managed to achieve this despite the synchronization of activity, neutrinos and septons, as we can see it on the graphs. So, this new knowledge is really capable of controlling natural processes and preventing or minimizing damage of natural character. At the same time, they can provide humanity with everything it needs at a completely different level that we know today. For example, they allow to receive absolutely free, so-called free energy wherever it is needed, which will reduce the production of hydrocarbons and eliminate the need to use transmission networks. To receive any organic and inorganic compounds, as well as to reproduce any living and inanimate objects in a ready-made form, of which there is already experimental evidence, to provide billions of people with necessary amount of drinking water, food and everything else, to save humanity from diseases, significantly extend human life, etc. Since official science, despite the proven success of consensus scientists ignored this information, humanity wasted a lot of time preparing for events. Therefore, the situation remains extremely difficult, and the negative consequences of global changes on the planet in the very near future cannot be completely avoided, even with the help of these revolutionary technologies. So what to do? Watch further Kaleidoscope and try to create a complex image for yourself. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor next.
It turns out the best thing we can do and where we can start is pretty simple: to become human again. If we unite together on one goal, there is nothing we won't be able to solve. And now I will pass the floor to Gerald, who will tell us about intensification of climate changes from a different, yet not less important perspective. Gerald? Well, maybe we continue. We analyze the state of our society and the climate. There is still one more thing we need to investigate in more detail. Roma?
Yes, Barbara. Everything we have heard so far proves we are living in the end times. How is it possible, though, that no one from our political or religious representatives is not warning us? Is it possible they do not know? Or they do, and do not want to cause panic, but you can cause panic only in case you do not have a solution, and you are keeping secrets only in case you have another plan. So what do they actually do? Natalia, could you please cast light on how public opinion is being shaped nowadays?
Yes, Roman, thank you very much. It's a very topical issue because nowadays in humanitarian knowledge there are clear understanding and results of research about the following. Formation of public opinion, media on the issue of the end of the world, Armageddon, the apocalypse, defines the creation of myths as a way of relating public consciousness. These myths actually have been created by the order of political elites. The dominant discourse in recent years, as all speakers at today's conference mentioned, due to the global economic crisis and disastrous environmental pollution, is becoming a race between predictions and prophecies. The apocalypse, which means either some threat of the cessation of existence of all people, civilizations, and all humanity on the earth, and even the universe as a whole. So we are actually talking about the mythologium in the mass media, the apocalypse myths. These are materials dedicated to the fear of disasters, various fears that urge mass consciousness, and these materials are drastically different from the facts which are presented by scientists on the ALLATRA TV platform, because, for example, if we take an example and highlight the articles about the apocalypse prophecies, actually the top 10 prophecies according to BBC News, and point number 1 is what threatens the apocalypse for humanity is that humans destroy mammals and deprive themselves of the environment for living. The second, the global climate change and global warming affects destruction of coral reefs. It turns out that herbs and aquaculture are dangerous for treatment. Also, they warn people about the garbage patch, about the healthy diets, about the benefits of exercises. And it turns out that soon humanity will reach a no-turn point in climate change on the planet, and this greenhouse effect may begin uncontrolled already tomorrow. Furthermore, alcohol is also harmful, and this is not jokes, because these are the top 10 facts which are promoted by media as the reasons for apocalypse. Also, we can see from this data that basically the whole content of these points are consumerism, and this information is so absurd because Svetlana Vakhtina presented us very confident facts and reliable facts about climate. Also, other facts to form public opinion is false messages and lies spreading in the internet, the exaggeration of the number of people dying in the disasters, and what the media use actually. They broadcast the words of the UN Secretary Antonio Guterres about the four stages of apocalypse: geopolitical tensions, climate change, global distrust. So basically, interpersonal relations between people are distrustful, and as other speakers mentioned, also it's an abuse of new technology, and the General Secretary of UN agrees here. What they manipulate with is expert opinions of people. For example, there is Vladimir Krever, is the director of Biodiversity Conservation Program WWF in Russia, and they publish his opinion that all negative trends on our planet are associated with human activities. This information is broadcast by the physiologist and science journalist Anna Petrenko, that today's there is an extinction of species that are different, and this is provoked by human intervention. To be more precise and look at what is happening in the media and why people actually believe in this, that the apocalypse will come, because the news are presented as something topical, hot and ready, and from any parts of the world. This sort of shows the circumstances in the world. The media imposes the consumerist standards which significantly affect how people perceive the reality, and elites also. And they become like orienters for the stereotypes and patterns, and this is reinforced in various media. The expert opinions are like mostly the foundation for wild nature, and this is supported by scientific facts which are spread in the media in order to intimidate people. For example, there was a NASA article and from Toho University in Japan. These researchers calculated the precise date when the end of the world will come. Under the influence of modern media, a person develops a false pyramid of needs and a false impression of what is happening around, and this thus a reluctance to decide anything and do anything on themselves. Mass media can change public opinion on a certain problem within a very short period of time, but a person actually agrees to this, and our host today has said many times that a human actually has a choice. According to mass media, actually humans do not have choice because somebody has decided for them. Why? Because a person is overloaded with information. There is some informational exhaustion, and mass media present news from the perspective who pays more to them, and this way they substitute facts. Basically, mass media these anxiety situations and false perception of reality with threats and hazards. Basically, sociologists call this catastrophism as a fear of the future, and we can say that this is the basic major task, to make people fear of tomorrow and stick to today, to what he has now, and to have pleasure from here and now, because tomorrow you will not survive, according to mass media. And the fear of the catastrophe and of what is happening comes to panic attacks. And this way, mass media actually provoke pessimistic assessment of the future. This topic will also be elaborated by Alexei. Please, Alexei, the floor is yours.
Welcome. Hello, dear friends. And I will talk about the globalization versus unity. So the term global is very often used today in political and social discussions. And the media suggests that we see everything global in a positive light. But what exactly is meant by being global? Well, today there are many organizations that are described as global and worldwide. For example, the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum, etc. And there are whole neighborhoods in Geneva where everything is worldwide. There are other transnational superstructures designed to bring people together, such as the European Union. As has been said many times during conferences on the platform of international public movement ALLATRA, these are all wonderful ideas that should unite people and help solve problems together.
But the best indicator of success of any project is the result. And with all the noble goals and aspirations of these organizations, can we really say that we made progress in eliminating hunger, preventing wars, or predicting all sorts of intensifying natural disasters? Did the nations become more united? No. We accept the false accusations of being the cause of climate change. We celebrate diversity instead of unity. We behave ourselves as if pretending all the things we talked about today do not exist, will magically make them disappear, or at least affect our lives less. And there are other examples of people at a certain level coming together to make decisions about how we are going to live. And many people have already heard of the Club of Rome, of Bilderberg Club, the Trilateral Commission, and the already mentioned World Economic Forum and other similar organizations. And one of the problems of the consumer society is that everyone solves his own problems first, without caring much about how this affects others. During previous conferences, we have also touched on the causes of the physiological changes in people in power, which compound the problem by being their inability to feel empathy. And thus it is not surprising that the subject of discussion by powerful and influential people in the closed meetings of these organizations is not the welfare of ordinary people, or even the growth of their wealth, but the strengthening of their own power. And with few exceptions, no minutes are taken at these meetings. No information is released to the media, and the disclosure of the content of discussions is forbidden, and access to meetings is by personal invitation only. For example, since 1968, the Club of Rome has initiated the development of global forecasts in order to influence public opinion and dialogue with politicians, to develop a specific vision of the state of the world affairs and its prospects. This club has published dozens of works, and for example, the book Reshaping the International Order, among others, states that a new global system will have to be created to find solutions to global problems such as pollution and the depletion of non-renewable resources. According to some people, these books contain much more serious ideas that shape a system that benefits only the elite. And how well can the writings and books of the Club of Rome predict a catastrophic future? In 1997, The Economist published a report that the Club of Rome and its predictions proved many times to be inaccurate, such as the prediction that all oil reserves would be exhausted by 1990, or information concerning shortages of tin, silver, uranium, natural gas, and many others. Since 1971, the annual meetings of the World Economic Forum in Davos have played an important role in the hidden control of the world. And every January, the world's political and business leaders gather in Davos to discuss and present their vision of the world during a 4-day conference. This year, in January 2021, the meeting was held virtually online for the first time. The forum featured interesting presentations closely related to the management of global development. Many speakers expressed concern about the growing role and power of leading digital corporations, which, thanks to the development and ubiquitous penetration of information technologies, are beginning to compete with the states themselves. Interestingly, in essence, some people with power at the state level are concerned about the growing influence of people who own technological corporations. And where in all this is the concern for the welfare of the people? The same technological development, particularly in the field of artificial intelligence, which is currently receiving the most funding, pleases those who develop this technology, but frightens people that robots will take their jobs and they will be left unnecessary and without sustenance. We keep counting on the decency of people in power as if we do not notice the experience of previous generations and our own. In the consumer format of society, it does not matter who will be in power and how they will get it, by election or by being the first to develop the most powerful artificial intelligence. Nothing will change. It is not the people within the system that need to be changed, but the system itself. Replacing the consumer format of society, which is built to benefit a few individuals, with a creative format of society that benefits every human being. And already today, people have begun to talk openly about the kind of world they would like to live in. And in this world, there are no wars, no hunger, no concept of power. And this is our chance not only to find solutions to existing problems, but to make an evolutionary leap and start living as human beings are meant to live. And now I would like to pass the word to Jason and Boštjan.
Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful indeed. First, I'm going to take the time to thank our friend Natalia and many of the other speakers here and Alexei for their very important speeches, because it directly leads into what me and our friend Boštjan is going to talk about today. Okay. We're going to discuss the elite, the term that is used modernly in many circles of life today. But in ancient times and in esoteric circles, it is known as archons. Archons is an elite terminology to denote our chiefs, forefathers, politicians, rulers, otherwise those who make decisions for us. And our opinion is swayed by that fact. They are the ones that our consciousness has given the authority to, and that many of us follow willingly. It is enough, just simply enough, to do what many of the participants here have done today, to direct our attention towards being human, and they become powerless. Our friend Boštjan will introduce the tools used by those very archons and highlighted by Alexei and highlighted by other participants that has been used not just today, but for 6,000 years. Every single person on this planet, whether they have television, internet, or they just read books, we see it, but we have become numb to it. I leave you with the question. Is this how we want to continue living? Boštjan, the floor is yours, please. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jason, and greetings to all. There is a global system built to control, subordinate, and enslave people. It consists of 8 levels, which are interconnected. This system is expressed externally and, first of all, internally. So let's take a quick look at it. First level is war. It's quick, simple, and very destructive process, but with relatively short-term effects. Every war is planned, prepared, and financed in advance. Second level is genocide, which is done now globally by food, cosmetics, medicine, pollution of environment, that's air, water, and so on. Third level of this system is financial credit system. Here we talk about money and debt as means of control and enslavement. Fourth level is media. In consumer format of society, mass media is a tool for spreading the information beneficial to the system, and it's a strong tool of control over people's worldview. Fifth level of this system, every next level is stronger than previous, I must emphasize. Fifth level is ideology, which in consumer format imposes separation. Its basic principle is well known: divide and rule, which is the result and the essence of destructive ideology. Sixth level is history. A lot of effort is being put into changing history. Why? Because for spiritually non-free people, history is the cause and the future is merely an effect, not in the sense what really happened, but what people believe it happened and how they see it. So shaping beliefs about history is the tool of shaping the future. The seventh level out of 8 are human values. The accepted system of values most deeply affect and shape human lives, and humanity has one basic crisis. That's the crisis of values. Values beneficial to the system are imposed slowly through Overton window. Last, highest, and most powerful 8th level is a mechanism which consists of all previous levels. It's actually a common information field for humanity. It works in individuals to synchronize people and drives them to function as a whole, but in a destructive and dividing manner, and so to work for the goals imposed on them by archons through this information field as a part of the system. These are briefly described levels of the system of control and manipulation elite uses to manipulate people, but more important than this whole system is the truth that we always have a choice. So I'm passing word back to Jason with a question. Jason, what is that choice?
Thank you, Bastian. Again, it is a wonderful question that has been voiced by our host and all of the participants here today. We keep hearing this word choice. And earlier this week, actually, before the Kaleidoscope of Facts, me and Bastian had a conversation about why do people, all of us, at some point, have strove or are striving to be those very elite? The answer to that question is we don't, no one does. These material conditions, as you can see today, are being imposed on us. It forces every single person into survival mode. The constant introduction of information and the belief that we must wait for someone to tell us and show us how to do something. But each of us feels what needs to be done. Deep inside, we all know that these are either the end days or a greater time ahead, the golden millennium. So what is this choice? What is my choice, your choice, our choice? Our choice is to demand that human life is the most valuable thing to us internally, and that will be reflected externally. That is our choice that each and every single one of us makes every single moment. Now, something that's dear to me and many of the speakers here today. So I leave you guys with a question. Will we continue to deny our children, or will we turn to them and listen to them and let them guide us towards what we already feel to be true? They look to us, every single one of us in this world, to make the right choice for them. Indirectly, we benefit by making that right choice because we know we've done everything possible that is up to us to secure their future. Thank you all so much for being here with me today, and thank you participants and all of the people that will watch this globally and will stand up for all of our children. Thank you. Now, I will pass the floor to Malan. Thank you.
Děkuji za slovo. Hezký den, přátelé.
Thank you for passing me the floor. Hello, everyone. Currently, people are not familiar with specific climate-resistant facilities, such as bunkers. Basically, the elite invests in such buildings. As colleagues have already noted, the elites do not prepare us for the consequences of climate change, but point to an anthropogenic factor, that is, climate change caused by humans. However, why are these bunkers being built in specific locations around the world, and why are the elite buying them? Let's take a look at some facts that are publicly available on the internet.
Země je stále nebezpečnějším místem s hrozbami na úrovni skutečného vyhynutí všech lidí. Ústředním tématem všech katastrofických a
So our company is expanding from Europe to Asia, and safe havens are now available to over 10,000 people. The Earth is becoming an increasingly dangerous place, with threats at a level of the present extinction to all of us. Get ready for doomsday events predicted by the Bible and prophets throughout the ages. This company is headed by the founder, Robert Vizino. In the United States, this company owns Vivos X Point Bunker Complex in South Dakota and another in Indiana, and in Europe, the Vivos Europa 1 project. Due to the increase in our expenses, the one-time payment will increase to $40,000 on June 15, 2021, and will increase again to $45,000 on August 15, 2021 for the bunker. The cost of the shared bunker per person is $15,000, and the prices are for an annual rental. Reid Hoffman, co-founder of social networking site LinkedIn, also claims that more than half of billionaires in California's Silicon Valley have already purchased hundreds of square meters of bunkers. Many members of the global elite, including hedge fund members, sports stars, and tech executives, Bill Gates, have decided to create their own secret heavens for their families and employees. Gary Lin, CEO of Texas-based Rising S company, said sales of elite underground bunkers were up to 700% in 2016 compared to 2015. And let's take a look at Europe. There are many secret bases and bunkers in the Alps. Switzerland is the only country in the world that can protect 100% of its population from danger in the event of a nuclear war or another climatic disaster. For example, in Meringen, Canton, Bern, huge caves have been dug in the side of the mountains. Some of them are disguised as huge rocks, others as villas or sheds. The Czech Republic and Central Europe surprised me the most. Sales of the Liberec-based company Teprix Safety Home have grown by 20% since 2017. The company specializes in the construction of safe shelters. The quote, "The stability in the world has clearly deteriorated. We have orders for next year," explains Michael Terendi. The most expensive and largest structure in the world designed to survive during the apocalypse is located in Czech Republic, not far from Český Brod. The structure is called Oppidum. For this amount, you get not only luxury, and its value is actually 7 billion crowns. And when it comes to food, the Wise company estimates that in 2018, Americans spent nearly $500 million on specialized shelf-life foods. With the onset of the pandemic last year, demand has more than tripled. A package of groceries that should be enough for one person for a whole year, with a daily consumption of 2,000 calories, cost $2,300 at the Wise company. A website has appeared on the internet that brings together a large group of people from the United States with the aim of surviving in the event of a nuclear war. Interested parties can check the facts for themselves online at prepreparewebsite.com. Is someone building these bunkers just for fun, or because they have information that we ordinary people don't hear about in the media? It has now been proven that nothing can protect us from a threat, for example, as tsunami. Thanks for your attention, and I give the floor to Natalia.
Да, спасибо большое, Мила.
Yes, thank you very much. It's quite a substantial information from your side. I will address the words which I actually observed in the resources records about the prophets, what the prophets said, because when I was listening to speeches, I can imagine this in more detail and kind of comprehend this information. What are the major methods how the elite is manipulates people through lies, deception, and greediness, teaching people to seek some financial, material interest? Let's see to Zoroastrianism. Zarathustra said that in the end, those who follow the path of lies is the worst. Because without truth, without comradeship, you cannot win a battle. This way, the Zoroaster actually said that the great virtue is truthfulness. Also in Buddhism, according to Buddha, he said that you should refrain from false speeches. In more detail, everything relating to falsehood, lies, and private interests, that this is unnatural for humans. We can encounter this knowledge, grains of this knowledge, even in the Bible. In the first epistle to Timothy, the Spirit clearly says that in the end times some will depart from the faith, listening to deceiving spirits and the teachings of demons, through the hypocrisy of false believers burnt in their conscience. This is actually a metaphor, because when a person starts lying, deceiving people, he can even does not admit this for himself, but you cannot run from yourself, and something burns inside. These lies burn inside. In the Bible, in the 2 Timothy 3:1-5, in the last days difficult times will come. People will be unfriendly, slanderous, incontinent, cruel, not loving good, traitors, and imprudent. In the Gospel of Matthew, it is said that they will betray one another and hate one another, and many false prophets will rise up and deceive people. Of course, false prophets are not the prophets whom we know, but those who are priests, tyrants, despots who actually undertake this role to be the leaders. And in the last epistle to Timothy, there is also an information that in the last times people will be treacherous, cruel, do not loving good, and traitors. And I would also like to mention that in the Apocryphal Mary Magdalene, there is also another very interesting word, and isn't the human race perishing from the greatest lie in the entire universe? The greatest person, we actually find such thoughts and such ideas in Islam as well. The greatest of people, the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, according to Al-Hasan ibn Ali, says that leave what you doubt in favor of what there is no doubt about. Truly, truthfulness is peace, and truly, falsehood is doubt. These are the words of the Prophet. The Hadith was narrated by Al-Bukhari. And there is also another very interesting piece of words by Muhammad. The hour of judgment will not come until confusion appears, until lies spread and greed spreads. Muhammad also said that one of the signs of the hour of judgment is that people will greet each other just for the sake of acquaintance. So we can say that in Muhammad's words, we actually see the signs of this hour, the last days. Ibn Masud mentioned that Muhammad also talked about another signs of the judgment hour, that people will not be friendly with each other and will meet just for the sake of acquaintance, meaning for some material benefit friends. Please look around. We see so many cases like this in our society. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was fighting against those who were deceiving people by means of people's faith. When you analyze the words and the texts, you actually come to a conclusion that people, they deceive and become deceived as victims of religion, but those are those to be blamed who distorted the teaching of every prophet, because prophets actually spoke of love and they brought knowledge. On today's conference, we can see this knowledge. It is revealed to us by every topic. When you read what is actually preserved from the words of the prophet, you actually have this whole holistic picture that for thousands of years people have been waiting for the Armageddon and for the second coming of Christ in Christianity, for example. And almost all religions are based on the fact that nearly tomorrow there will be the end of the days, and whoever is not in this religion will die in hell. And every person actually, when he leaves, he undergoes his personal Armageddon, but not everyone wins it, and not everyone understands that actually he has faced this Armageddon. So we shouldn't be afraid of the apocalypse, which will happen on the external, but we now are talking about the objective data, what is happening on the planet. Generally speaking, we can say that in the consumerist format, in consumer society, greediness prevails and material values overweigh the instinct of self-preservation. There are factors of destructive ideology and self-destruction. The prophets conveyed us knowledge about climate disasters, about the scientific achievements, that scientific achievements will be used for worship, for warfare and violence, and nobody cares for the welfare of people, as we've talked about in the second block of our Kaleidoscope of Facts. And it is necessary to change the consumer system because it is striving for achieving some material benefits. Actually, people are already speaking of the society which they would like to live in, and people have an opportunity to have this revolutionary breakthrough and to unite in becoming humans. And our host, Barbara and Roman, was also speaking about this. We have touched upon these points many times today, that the highest value in our life is human life. Actually, we should preserve each other's life as our own, and the goal of society is to guarantee and preserve and safeguard the life of every person. There is nothing more valuable than life, according to Jason, and if one person is valuable, then all people are valuable. From this value, actually, we can start building the foundations of the creative society. Also, we have mentioned, we have talked about the freedom of people based on the choice, because every human is endowed with the right to be a human since birth, and everyone is born equal and free, and everyone has the right of choice. No one and nothing is higher than a human, his freedoms and rights, and implementation of human rights should not violate the rights and freedoms of other people. This way, I have concluded what we actually discussed in the second block of our conference today. But these are actually the prospects. Our prospect is the creative society, but we mentioned that consciousness is active and it actively imposes its negative opinion on personality. and it drives people into slavery and obedience through pridefulness, aggression, fear, through with the hands of people themselves as their slaves. Actually, the elite is trying to oppose whatever the best in every person. They oppose what gives true freedom to people from the shackles of the material system, the shackles and slavery of this elite. But until a person notices that actually his perception, his tastes are manipulated and controlled, elite needs slaves, not free people. And elite has managed to turn people's consciousness into a guardian who actually indicates for people how they're supposed to live, what they should prefer, and what priorities they should have. But friends, we are already acquainted with the 8 foundations of the creative society. If not, please familiarize yourselves with them. And in the next piece of video, we will see what Igor Mikhailovich Danilov is saying about the alternative of the consumer society. And this is the creative society. Please look at the screen.
Which, let's say, impressed me. An example of what the consumer society has come to. Again, in that very Australia, when we come across information in the news reports that people died because they didn't want to leave their property. So people are face to face with a disaster. I mean, it's not like it's coming somewhere. It's in front of their eyes. And there's a chance to save at least their bodies and...
But greed has won, yes?
Well, sort of greed wins in the consumer society.
It is just how far beyond this line we have gone. The line of consumption. The dominance of material values in our consciousness. That they overpower the instinct of self-preservation. And it seems to me that in a normal society, this would be a reason precisely for changing our society, so that we begin to value human life much more, and first and foremost, much more than anything material in this world. Isn't that so?
And the alternative to the consumer society is the creative and constructive society.
Dear viewers, we come back to Gerald because he has knowledge from actually many cultures around the world who tell us that the climate is interconnected with us, with humans and our behavior. Gerald, please, could you share more?
I want to thank the Creator once again for allowing me to be a part of this amazing conference today. As 4-directional people, we believe that there are 4 races of the human family. We have our yellow brothers, our black brothers, our white brothers, and us as the red people. The 4 races of the human family were all given sacred roles and responsibilities in the circle of life. The 4 races of the human family were given the sacred responsibility to take care and to honor the 4 sacred elements: the earth, the wind, the water, and the fire. Everything and everyone was created for a reason, to serve a purpose. Mother Earth is getting sick for what we have done to her as a human species. We have chosen not to honor the sacred responsibilities that were given to us to take care of these 4 sacred elements. The laws of nature were created to govern our actions as human beings in honoring our Mother Earth. Our children and their children's children are on loan to us from the Creator. One of our greatest indigenous leaders, Chief Seattle, said, "Man does not weave the web of life. He is but a strand within it." What man does to the web of life, he does to himself. The natural disasters that humanity is experiencing is because we have broken these sacred laws of nature in honoring Mother Earth, Father Sun, and Grandmother Moon have been warning us for quite some time that we as the children have lost our way. This is why it has been said, if you do not respect what you've been given in life, it will be taken from you. And only when it is gone will you truly realize what it meant to you. The ancestors spoke of this great awakening. And what we do from here will determine the future of our children and their children's children. And eternity is a long time to get it wrong. We have a Cree proverb that says, only until the last tree has been cut down, and only until the last fish has been caught, and only until the last river has been poisoned, only then will you realize that you cannot eat money. So I thank you for allowing us to share the ancestral knowledge, the four-directional knowledge of our elders and our ancestors as a part of the human family. I honor each and every one of you. Hi. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gerald, for reminding us of our ancestors' wisdom and what's at stake. What we decide and do nowadays will have a far-going influence indeed. Eternity is a high price. So let's think wise about what drives us and where. To summarize the second block before we go next, I would like to note that now in world society there is a situation where everything is on the brink. People, for the most part, are afraid to change the system, not because they do not see its destructiveness, but because they do not see another solution, a just world order, a support for their spiritual actions. But right now we can, with a small effort, fundamentally change the situation. Friends, it is true. Look how much effort, attention, and time is spent on useless and sometimes destructive work. Society is divided into independent countries, regions, cities, collectives and groups. All these efforts and resources are spent on tough and often unfair competition in the struggle for survival and domination. And if all these forces are directed into a single goal, the creation of a creative society, where the main value is human life, where all conditions are created for the development of the best in the person, the disclosure of his potential, where children have a decent future. We can achieve it in a very short time, in just 10 years. A few months ago, a conference took place, which was pointed out as another sign of the end times. This conference took place on 20th of March 2021. The Creative Society, what the prophets dreamed of. Representatives from all the religions met, and they all said the same thing. God is one, the truth is one for all, and they talked about the society all our prophets were telling us about. We can build together and live in peace, harmony and love. This conference was foretold long before our time by the greatest of men, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. I will read it to you. It will be a call from heaven to the people of the world, which everyone will hear, a call to people of every language in their own language, which is strong, deep, and gentle, coming from heaven and from all sides, and there will be no sleepers left, and all will rise, and people will come out of their homes due to this call to see what kind of message it is. This call urges them to put an end to injustice, disbelief, conflicts, and bloodshed, and to follow Imam al-Mahdi, peace be upon him, and to call him by his name and by his father's name. Let us watch a video summary of the conference. Thank you.
the most important event in the history of mankind, the sign foretold by the prophet on March 20th, 2021. There was a momentous and unprecedented international online conference, Creative Society, What the Prophets Dreamed of. Millions of viewers around the world, hundreds of thousands of views, and rebroadcasted in 45 languages. The people have spoken the truth.
God is one, and all prophets came from one God and brought one truth to all mankind. God is one, and the truth is one.
More than 30,000 at this moment. Just think about it. More than 30,000 interpretations of Jesus' words.
It turns out that there is a single truth that an ordinary person tries to distort for his or her own benefit. But who is trying to distort it in him? Who speaks through the mouth of such a person? Only Shaitan.
And nowhere in the literature it is said, in our religion it is said that it is area specific.
The third chapter in the Bhagavad Gita, where Krishna says, I have created a system of ways of awareness by innate qualities, not by birth, but by innate qualities, guna karma.
Obviously, the creative society, the Holy Prophet not only dreamt about and not only talked about, but he practically proved that such kind of society can be created in this world. The only truth that if we really want peace, harmony, justice in this world, we need to speak truth. We need to act correctly. Only then it is possible.
All has come together. Why? Because each one of us wants to live in a society which provides us safety, which provides us security. And where do we get that society? That is what Creative Society provides us. So now people have understood.
It is high time to leave the clutches of consumer society and be a part of the creative society and assume ownership of this mass movement. Every head matters and every hand counts. Please raise your hands if you are willing to join in and contribute.
We have to take this opportunity. This is the time. We have to be together. This is the time. Let's make this dream come true. Let's build this creative society. Let's be united because, yes, together we can.
The sign of the prophet and the sign of today's creative society. This is what the prophets dreamed of, and this is already what we are implementing today.
The main thing.
Главное, чего мы как человечество не осознаем, это то, что период перекрестия — это наша ответственность. То, что будет после этого времени,
And while we have still some time, let us use it wisely. Because it is also up to you if our generation will be the last one or the first one. In all religious traditions and cultures all around the world, there is one more major sign we need to mention. Different cultures can call him differently, but the essence is the same. His role is to distinguish grains from chaff, living from dead, and carry out our global choice we are making. Now I give a word to Robert, who will tell us about him, who is present with us at the end of times or crossroads, in other words. Robert, the floor is yours.
Greetings, dear viewers. What kind of time do we live in? A question that every person is asking himself at least once in a lifetime. The crossroads is a period when humanity is deciding which direction to take. At the time of crossroads, as it is mentioned in all religions, the Comforter will be present among people. In the scriptures of all religions around the world, it is written, one way or another, that a rider on a white horse will come and return the true knowledge to people in the end times, knowledge which was transmitted by God through different prophets, but was lost over time. For example, Christians believe in the second coming of Jesus, but Jesus never said he would come a second time. Let's recall the words of the Gospel of John. And I will ask the Father, and he will give you another Comforter to abide with you forever, the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive because it neither sees him nor knows him. You know him, for he abides with you and will be in you. But the Comforter, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, will teach you all things and remind you of all that I have said to you. As we can see, Jesus himself spoke of the Spirit of truth, who would remind people about true knowledge. For example, in Islam, the coming of Imam Mahdi is one of the small signs of the Judgment Day. Immediately after Imam Mahdi's coming, the great signs of the Judgment Day will begin to unfold one by one. The Mahdi is the one who has been praised and promised to appear before the coming of the Judgment Day. His coming will be from the side of the east. As the Prophet narrated, even if the entire duration of the world's existence has already been exhausted and only one day is left before doomsday, Allah will expand that day to such length of time as to accommodate the caliphate of a person from my Alula Bayt, who will be called by my name. He will fill out the earth with peace and justice, as it will have been full of injustice and tyranny. In Hinduism, Kalki is an avatar of Vishnu. He is described as the avatar who appears at the end of the Kali Yuga. He ends the darkest, degenerating, and chaotic stage of the Kali Yuga. It is also said that Lord Vishnu came to earth many times as a human being to restore the balance between good and evil. And according to legend, Kalki Avatar will be the last and final incarnation of Lord Vishnu. Maitreya is the only bodhisattva recognized by all branches of Buddhism, and his coming was foretold in the early Mahayana works. I quote, "In those days, the Almighty called Maitreya will appear on earth. He will be filled with wisdom and generosity, joy, knowledge of all things, and will be the ultimate counselor, teacher for gods and men, the all-glorious God, the Buddha as I am now. He will now and thoroughly explore face to face the whole universe with its worlds, its gods and evil spirits, and this world of hermits and Brahmins, rulers and nations, just as I now see and know it all." In Far Eastern Buddhism, he is one of the most popular bodhisattvas, and his arrival is associated with an era of prosperity and bliss. The coming of Maitreya gives a new teaching and is the exponent of the teachings of Buddha and Jesus. At the time on the crossroads is when one who's called the Comforter will make a responsible decision whether there is any point and prospect of this humanity or not anymore. Now let's have a look at the fragment from the video with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov about coming of Imam Mahdi.
Also, Igor Mikhailovich, you've raised such a topic that it turns out, on the one hand, there are those people who are really awaiting Imam Mahdi, because he is the light for them.
But there are those who are afraid of him.
Yes, but there are those who are afraid of him, and so...
And those who are afraid are not those who, say, don't know about him, or don't want to communicate with him, but those who understand what Mahdi's advent is. They are afraid not of him, they are afraid of what it means.
The end of their power.
The end of everything, or the beginning of something new. However, understanding the human essence and knowing the power that Iblis has here, they are afraid of Mahdi's advent, for the end times are coming. And this is true. People has two paths. One path is leading to life, the other one is leading to death. And the advent of Qaim means determination of the path that people will follow. After all, it's not he who actually determines, but people, and he accepts their choice. He brings the essence to them. If they accept it, it means they live. It means that there will be a millennial reign, say, with Allah, and not with Satan. Whereas if they choose Satan, this is their right. Then such a prophecy will be fulfilled. One of Imam Mahdi's tasks is to help the alive. His function is precisely to bring people to the truth. He will bring God's love to everyone, and when we look deep inside of us, we will be able to see Him with our inner eyes, feel His presence, and feel the love from the Holy Spirit. He's a friend for the righteous, and He's a judge for the unrighteous. He can act as an advocate for a person who has rejected Satan's dictatorship and really aspires for the spiritual world, who perceives through feelings, that is, seeing the purity in the person himself. He can help him because the one whom Jesus called the Comforter has an absolute right to take people from the world of the dead to the living world, but only those who deserve this, and to send those who are unworthy to the lower worlds. His essence is not in some concrete people, but in the understanding of humanity. This is the time when the judge separates the living from the dead, knowing the inner choice of each person and all humankind as a whole. Therefore, each person at this time has responsibility for oneself as well as for humanity as a whole, for in essence, we are all one big family. Now, let's have a look in more detail how this was present in various nations. Zuzana, can you please share what you were able to find out?
Áno, ďakujem za slovo. Sumeri boli dávna civilizácia, ktorá sa rozvíjala
The Sumerians were an ancient
čo je územie dnešného Iraku.
that developed in an area called Mesopotamia, in what is now Iraq.
Je zaujímavé v tom, že hovorí,
On the
ako sa na
Sumerian
hore nebies a zeme zišlo 7 veľkých bohov. V tej dobe ľudia konali skutky pod vládou draka Muchušu. Keď bohovia videli ich správanie, pohádali sa medzi sebou a nahnevali sa až tak, že vypustili do sveta démonov, chorôb a zagov. Len jediný nazývaný
When the gods saw their behavior, they fought between each other, and they were so angry that they released into the world the demons of disease, Azagu. And Ugu was the god of justice, purification, and truth, the judge of people, the protector of the solar deity, the sender of the prophecies. Utu rose silently in his splendor. all were permeated by radiant light. The gods immediately reconciled, revived the glorious lands, and gave them the strength to defeat the dragons Mushkshush. So we are today at the crossroads where, with the help of the Holy Spirit, Imam Mahdi, Kalki Avatar, Rigdan Japo, or other figurative names, we choose how to behave at the crossroads of our time. Even in the mythology of the ancient Sumerian people, the famous lands are mentioned, the famous eons are mentioned as representatives of the Slavs, and on their territory, there will be the figurative god Utu, the comforter, the god of justice, purification, and truth, as explained in the book Crossroads by Anastasia Novych. But not only the ancient Sumerians knew what was going to happen. Whichever period we turn to, the predictions of our time appear everywhere. Dilara will tell us about another people where the mentions of the Holy Spirit has been preserved. Thank you so much. Yes, I will tell about what ancient prophecies and myths had the Ainu people. This is the most ancient population of the Japanese islands with European features. Where more than 3,000 years ago, the Ainu came from the territories where modern Russia is now located. In their ancient prophecies, transmitted orally in the form of Yukar songs, it is often said that the gods will come to help people in critical times. When the god Ainu came, he taught people crafts, social order, fishing, hunting, and so on. It is said that before his arrival, Ainu people lived poorly and joylessly, and some even were cannibals because they couldn't otherwise get food. And let's draw a parallel. Ainu Noi is someone who comes at a turning point, brings knowledge, and so people are given a chance for liberation. They have the freedom of choice. Ainu, translated from Japanese, means a real person. And in their ancient prophecies that are being transmitted by songs, the knowledge, the cosmic knowledge is being conveyed. And it is said that good and bad gods fight between each other by the initiative of bad gods. And there is a myth that describes battles between good and bad gods. And in that myth, that said that a nameless evil god decided to swallow the sun. And I also recalled the myth similar to that, the legendary Odin, and who strikes the evil serpent with a spear in his mouth, and also the George the Victorious as well, striking the dragon. And we know that the George the Victorious is one of the hypotheses of the Mahdi, the Holy Spirit. And also, Ainu have a couple of myths where there is a knowledge of, through which knowledge there is a transmission of the image of the bird. And there is a myth about the bird who has the ancestor, the god eagle, and it comes from the heavens during the Great Famine. And there is another myth that tells about the wagtail bird with a long tail, which is basically the comforter of believers, of the ones who love God, the ones who basically follow God. And these parallels we see in all over the world, in all parts of the planet. And let's hear another speaker's speech about that. Thank you.
Liebe Freunde, ich möchte euch heute
Thank you, dear friends. I would like to draw your attention to the Mayan culture. Studying this civilization, we found interesting information, the so-called prophecies about the end times, about the arrival of Imam Mahdi or the Comforter. Each culture or religion calls him in their own way. We were interested in a collection of 9 handwritten books under the general title Chilam Balam, or in translation from the Yucatec language, the Book of the Prophet Jaguar. The very word Chilam or Chilan means messenger of gods, soothsayer, prophet through whose mouth God speaks, and the word Balam in the Mayan language is Jaguar, but it is also one of the common tribal names of the Yucatan Indians. In the book Prophecy about the Conquest by Chilam Balam, there are lines that tell us about the times of the Crossroads and about the coming of Imam Mahdi, or as they call him, Hunam Ku. On the day 13 Anab, the 20th anniversary will end. This time will come for people Itza. This time will come to the suburbs, O fathers. Sign of the heavenly, one God, Wahum Che will appear. He will appear to the living. The world will be lit up, O fathers. And also the other words. Honor it. Be faithful to the Lord who has now received power, who received power after the creation of the world. Now he will appear to the whole world. This is the sign of the heavenly Hunapku. He should be honored, O people Itza. Now honor the heavenly sign. Honor it with real ministry. O Father, honor the true God now. O fathers, understand the words of Hunapku. He came from heaven to enlighten you. Revive your hearts, O people of Itza. Dawn will come to those who open their hearts during the next 20 years, O fathers. It was and in conclusion, I would like to quote one more phrase, now from the book of Popol Vuh. This is an epic work of the Quichua people, which is one of the few ancient surviving literary works of the people of ancient America. The light of dawn fell on all the tribes at the same time. Immediately, the surface of the earth was dried by the sun. The sun was like a man when it appeared, and its face glowed as it dried the surface of the earth. Before the sun rose, the surface of the earth was wet and muddy, because the sun had not yet risen. But then the sun rose for the first time and was like a human being. As we can see, the Mayan culture in its legend also preserves information about the times of the crossroads, and that Imam Mahdi will come to humanity in these times. Thank you for attention. Now let's hear about the Geser Khan among Asian peoples.
Приветствую всех. Героический эпос о Гесер-хане знаком многим народам, проживающим в Центральной и Восточной Азии. Он известен и в тибетском.
About Geser Khan, lots of people have heard. It is known in the Tibetan Autonomous Region in Mongolia and is widespread among the Buryats, Kalmyks, Lemurs, and Tuvans. The legend about Geser Khan also exists among the Himalayan people. We're talking about Geser Khan by Gesaru, and the heroic epic Gesar is the main source of information about this mysterious person. The epic Gesar is also a unique heritage of the spiritual culture of the Buryat people. To this day, other people of Central Asia still consider it to be their own. They also call it the Iliad of Central Asia. Gesar, to some extent, it is a symbol of the commonality of the Central Asian peoples. The main plot of Geser epic, preserved in its various versions, is built around the descendant of Geser, the son of the Celestial, into the world of people, in order to fight evil in times of trouble, exalt the common people, and fight the arbitrariness of those in power. Geser was sent down to the human world in order to cleanse the earth from demons, then congested it. He civilizes the world around him. Here it is necessary to mention that in some episodes of the epic work of Geser, taught people crafts and blacksmithing skills. The plot of the tales of the Altanians and Kyrgyz is based on the heroic story of the king of people, the Khan of a clan, chosen by the gods to save the people. For the Kyrgyz people, this is the hero Manas. For the Buryats, Khan Gesar. For the Bashkirts, Ural Batyr. The people of Mongolia and Tibet believed that Gesar Khan is a real person and East is waiting for his arrival and the liberation of the people from evil and injustice. Gesar is the eldest son of the supreme god Tengri. Another name is Hormuzd Tengri, Hormuzd, or as he was also called, the endless eternal sky. Gesar, the Buryats, had a second heavenly name, Bukhar Bator, which means heavenly hero, is sent to this world when there is no way out, when humanity is on the wrong path of development, when it is necessary to restore order in the world. They also speak of him as a celestial who descended to earth turning into man in order to perform a feat of good. People who understood the meaning of all this saw the signs of its appearance. It was believed that his new incarnation would take place in northern Shambhala, and Gesar will come with an invincible army to establish justice. The writer, scientist, traveler and Orientalist Yuri Nikolaevich Rerich, during his expedition to Central Asia, made a huge contribution to the study of the legends about Gesar Khan and argued that in search to unite people, we should not, and in attempts to build new bridges, we should not forget the lessons of the past, but on the contrary, it is necessary to carefully preserve the remains of the former unity and wherever possible rekindle the sacred fire of cultural unity, cultural exchange, which once brought good fruits to mankind and which is so lacking in our modern world. And now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, to the Mikhail. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, liebe Freunde. Das Bild des Helden, des Drachenkämpfers, hat sich nicht nur in Gesar Khan erhalten, sondern auch...
Thank you so much, dear friends. And the image of the hero dragon fighter, snake fighter, was preserved in the ancient epic Ural Batyr of the Bashkir people. For many years, it was passed down to new generations in oral form by Sasan folk storytellers. In 1910, the epic was first recorded by the Bashkir poet Sasan Burangulov Abdurrahman. Throughout the whole epic, Ural Batyr is a symbol of courage and kindness and acts as a defender of all people from the forces of evil, who is able to stand in the way of all demons, because a true warrior, a warrior of the spirit, does not fight with his own kind, but with the evil spirits that lead humanity to death. In the epic, he has a companion, the goddess Umay, a symbol of feminine principle among the Turkic speaking peoples, who gives him a horse, Akbuzar, for his heroic deeds. A horse is a symbol of strength and serves only brave heroes with a pure heart. And it was Ural Batyr who was able to harness this horse. Akbuzar is assistant of Urals in the battles with evil spirits. And in the end, I would like to read a part of this epic. In difficulties and adversities, he will become your companion. In heaven, born and raised here, who had no offspring on earth. And I pass the floor to Marina from England.
Hi everyone, thanks for giving me this great opportunity to participate here today. And I would like to tell you about King Arthur, one of the British most famous kings, and his mysterious return. Legend flourished among the Celtic, Welsh, Cornish and Bretons that Arthur will come to restore the Golden Age one day. Our research about King Arthur led us to the historical background of King Arthur is gleaned from various sources, including the Annales Cambriae, the Historia Brittonum, and the writings of Gildas the Wise, a 6th century British monk. Arthur is also well mentioned by Geoffrey of Monmouth, British cleric, anthropologist, and one of the major figures in the development of British historiography. He had suggested a possible second coming of the king. Cornish, Welsh and Scottish folklore insist that King Arthur resides upon an enchanted isle awaiting the appointed time of his return. The return of King Arthur is imminent, written 1,000 years before Nostradamus. The 6th century book of Merlin's prophecies also predicts that King Arthur will return just before the apocalyptic events occur throughout the world. Since then, through to modern times, writers have proclaimed that the return of King Arthur will occur when the world is in its darkest hour. Awakened to a land that has been ravished by insatiable greed, Arthur is expected to begin purification. According to Scottish beliefs, it is said that at the sounding of great horn, King Arthur shall appear over the Eildon's hills. It will be from here that a giant Arthur will one day commence his avenging ride. The mythology of the mounted king who defeats the power of darkness is immensely old and widespread, not only in the UK. Its imaginary has permeated the Persians, the Assyrians and the ancient Greeks. The concept of the questioned avenger also comes central to some John's vision of the biblical apocalypse. There are so many facts about King Arthur's life in the literature as well. Chrétien de Troyes, one of the most famous French poets of the 12th century, composed the life of King Arthur and his household. Those lives coincide with the historical facts about the Templars. What is most remarkable is that Chrétien de Troyes is well known as the commentary narrator of certain historical events. According to Perceval, the story of the Grail, where King Arthur is the main character, appears as personification of such qualities of chivalry, ultimate arbiter of morality, honor, brave, noble, wise, and absolutely fair-minded. So, dear friends, we can conclude that in our present-day world, the legend of King Arthur is not just a legend. Thank you.
Спасибо, Марина. Очень интересно.
Thank you. It's been very interesting to hear you. And, interesting information is found in the Dogon tribes. So the Dogon are a small tribe living in a closed ecosystem in Mali. And Robert Temple, he devoted an entire book to the Dogon, writes that his research proved that the information possessed by the tribe is of very ancient origin. It is more than 5,000 years old, and it was available to the ancient Egyptians in the pre-dynastic period. The knowledge is from a single source, as we can see, and they returned the cosmogonic knowledge, the Dogon, that had been passed down to them by the god they called the Pale Fox. And they verbally transmit information from generation to generation, and they said that the gods periodically visit the earth, and the last time Nomo, that was the name of the one god who lived in heaven, so he came down from heaven and was accompanied by rumbling and roaring. And in the prophecies it is said that Nomo will definitely return on his red ox ship, which had many departments with various knowledge for the development of civilization. So number 60 is mentioned, and the full knowledge of them will be revealed to people when they are ready for it. But the Dogons, they were handed down like 22 parts of this knowledge, okay? And all these myths were transmitted in the ritual language of Sikiso, which was spoken by the Pale Fox himself, that god, and this language still unites the Dogon tribes. So as we can see, since ancient times, there has been lots of information about cyclicity of descending from heaven and the transfer of knowledge by some higher spiritual being who comes in difficult times. And now we're talking about our days. So So let us move from the African continent to the island of South Korea. And there are of course many prophecies, but with one of the most detailed among the prophecies of the Korean peninsula is the so-called Kyeogam Urok prophecy. So it was written about 450 years ago, and the preface says that it was handed down by a certain saint. And in this book, the focus on the topic of the end days. It has recommendations what should be the way of life of people, what is the choice of humanity, and speaks of King Chanjaran, a holy man who will come. And quoting, "He will appear to the world, a holy man, so look at all creation with an open mind. And he will come as a true saint, following great moral principles, and will unite Confucianism, Buddhism, Christianity, and all other religions. Believe that all that time the firstborn Son of God, who is in heaven, will come." And also, it is said there that a country whose inhabitants do not believe in God and betray Him will be destroyed forever. Also, it is said that, some kind of a savior will come, right? A wise man sent by God, for this was predestined in heaven several thousand years ago. And when the time comes, the whole world will fall into chaos, and the flying fire will fall to the ground. And to understand the meaning of the white cross symbol as the path to follow, it is necessary to decipher the hidden meaning of some hieroglyphs in this book. So the book mentions two bows. The hieroglyph kun, meaning bow, in the double image is an encrypted designation of a cross. But not an ordinary cross, but a white cross. So when we write these two hieroglyphs, we have just these two bows, with a space, and in the book it said that this is this sign of the heaven and earth. And from the book, quoting, "Know that the white cross is the truth of heaven and earth. People who do not take their eyes off the paper, money staring them, will not notice the white cross. On the day of God's judgment, many nations will be delivered from their sorrows. Virtuous people will remain alive, and the devil, those who deny God, will be struck by fire. And one day a voice will be heard, like the voice of a madman or drunken man calling out to his mother. When that time comes, look neither to the right nor to the left, but give straight ahead to the white cross." Quoting, "It is also said that at that time in the new country the greatest heavenly fortune will descend on women. Believe in God, says the holy man who came down from heaven. He who has sins against heaven has no place to ask for forgiveness. And then there will be no place in the world where you will not have access. The devil always blows smoke to obscure a good deed, so that even his associates will be traitors." And also, it is said in this book of prophecies that, again, the devil always blows smoke to obscure a good deed, or so that even his associates or helpers will be traitors. And those who rule over others and do not know how to bow in submission will perish, will die. But the submissive people and the humble ones, they will have a chance to live. So it is said that the holy man who appears in the east, it is the Father, and bow down before him without any question. So there is no doubt that it is the Son of God who will build the new millennial kingdom on an island in the Eastern Sea. He will bring peace to the whole earth, overcome death, and create a new world where there is no sorrow. And I would also like to quote from another prophecy. It is called Cheongamnok manuscript, the Korean Cheongamnok manuscript, and it is believed to be the authentic one today. Especially the importance of the manuscript lies in the fact that it confirms the existence of the book of the Kyeogam Urok. So, quoting, "The holy man will be in the world. He will match men and women. The recipients of goodness, and the couples chosen by Him will bow down before God in prayer, and precious children will be born to them. So the whole world will unite, and this will happen for the first time since the creation of heaven and earth. Remember that the Savior is the great King of the victorious cross. He is the true King of kings. And if people can't find a holy man to serve them, they can't escape death. Shut your mouth, people of the world, don't talk incessantly. He will come to the land of the peninsula, which is located on the edge of the mainland near the Eastern Sea, and collect the harvest of human lives. He will check the harvest and separate the grains from the chaff. He will blow the worthless chaff to the wind and leave only good people. He came to earth from heaven to prepare people for the end days and to save them. Nations, accept His word as an order from God. Ending the quote. And now I'll give the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. We will add one more prophecy from Native American people. Let's welcome our special guest, Lakota Chief, film producer, writer, and motivational speaker, Phil Lane Jr. Phil, thank you very much for being here with us. And please, could you share your knowledge?
Mitakiepi, my very, very beloved members of our human family. I'd like to extend to each one of you a warm and loving handshake and embrace as we enter this new time, this great time of the transformation of our entire human family. As a Dakota way, before I speak about so sacred prophecies, I want to say a brief prayer. O Tunkashla Wakantaga, Creator of the universe, most beloved one, all-powerful one, most kind, whatever forgiving one, O Ancient of Days, O most blessed beauty, ever-abiding one, we call upon your holy power at this time, and all our relatives who are closer than a closest vein, to come to us here and bless the creative society, uplift our hearts and souls, and bring us to your sacred truth. And we call upon all those tribes in the east, from where comes the red sunrise, in the south, from where comes new life, in the west, from where comes thunder, lightning, and rain, to the north, from where comes the white snow, to come together in unity and harmony. And Father Sky, we honor, and Mother Earth, most of all, we honor our mothers this day, who brought us forth from their wombs into this sacred life. And for that, we give them thanksgiving, for nothing else, just that, for this sacred life. Otun Kashila Wakantaga, my beloved relatives of the human family, our sacred brothers, the Hopi, foretold this very day. They said more than 500 years ago, beware, because there will come a day when others will come from the east, and many of them will have forgotten the sacred way of love and compassion and respect and honor of our human family and the oneness of all life. And when that day comes, people will build trails across this land and travel across those trails in bugs. And when that day comes, people will build trails across the land, across the heavens, and travel across those trails in the sky in birds. And when that day comes, people reach into the earth and find a power that was not used in a good way, will be like dropping a gourd of ashes on the earth, and nothing that it touches will grow for many seasons. And when that day comes, the earth shall be shaken 3 times before entering the 4th world. And they foretell the shaking of the first time the world is shaken in World War I. They say the second time the earth will be shaken, the 2 powers will shake the earth. One will have the sign of the rising sun coming from the west. Rising sun coming from the west. The other will have the sign opposite that of life. We also share the swastika. It is turned in the opposite direction of the Nazi swastika. Now our prophecies do not judge any side of this, because all of us as members of the human family, until we wake up to the reality of the prior unity and oneness of our human family. And the herd of one is a herd of all. Neither side is seen with favor by our Creator. For war must cease upon this Mother Earth, which it will, we know, by 2030. What's going to happen between now and 2030 for this to occur, we don't know. But it will happen. Peace on earth beginning. It'll be a peace where the nation states of Mother Earth are compelled to come together and make sure that no more war occurs. What's going to happen, we're not sure. In these prophecies, they talk about the good white brother coming from the east. This is also shared, by the way, by our own sacred teachers across the Americas. Why would our Creator only send the truth to one people at one time in history? As well, we have our sacred teachers, the white buffalo calf woman, the peacemaker, Viracocha, Quetzalcoatl, Mako Kapak, and more, who brought our sacred spiritual teachings, which are one, whether it be Abraham, Moses, Zoroaster, our Lord Jesus Christ, Lord Muhammad, Baha'u'llah, whoever it might be, they come and renew the spiritual sacred teachings which are the core of all things in this universe. And he also brings us the social teachings that are needed for that day and time. This prophecy of the white brother also told us this, that in the prophecy of the union of the condor, the eagle, which I'll talk later, it was told, as a Hopi said, they will come from the east. Some will have forgotten their way, but some will come with love. It is inevitable, my beloved members of the human family, the earth is round. It was inevitable this gathering, this meeting here in the Americas would happen. And yes, some relatives have come here, as you know, and we're just uncovering our children who are buried in residential schools, where they took away our children to try to destroy our spirits. This was done by churchianity, not Christianity, churchianity. For Lord Jesus Christ would never do such a thing as this. And Mitaki Epi, I want to say in conclusion that Lord Jesus Christ said, I will come as a thief in the night. And we know already that that which we're waiting for has come. In the words of Leo Tolstoy, written in 1908, said this, we spend our lives trying to unlock the mystery of the universe. But there was a Turkish prisoner, the Ancient of Days, in Akka, Palestine, who had the key. The Ancient of Days teachings now present us with the highest and purest form of religious teaching. Very profound. I know of no other so profound. So Mitaki Epi, my beloved relatives, it's a great joy to be here. Your 8 principles about humanity, I fully support and agree. Thank you for bringing this discussion, so key to our human family, to us in so many beautiful languages. And thank you, beloved Barbara, and all the others that I've met, and my beloved brother, Gerald Auger, one of our great spiritual leaders from the Americas, for inviting me this wonderful gathering. Halimichante washtelo, shumkmaro hemeado, chirubatsapa hemeado, halimichante washte. In our Dakota traditions, when we finish speaking, we say our names. We say, my name is Shunkmano, a leader of warriors who takes the enemy's best horses. My name is Chinupasapa, a sacred black pipe born of thunder, lightning, and rain, and I stand responsible fully before the Creator for my words and my actions.
Thank you very much, Phil. As we can see, there are so many cultures all around the world who are telling us pretty much the same thing. Up to us now is to understand the meaning of this information. We tend to believe the end times mean the ultimate end. It turns out this is only half of the truth. There are two paths, and we are making a global choice together, which path we will go after the Crossroads ends in December 2024. And there is one key aspect of physics we can use to our advantage, and that is synchronization. Let us hear more about this from Vladimir and Rinat. The floor is yours.
It is not a secret that when people unite, it is much easier to achieve their goals than when they act alone. The attention of a certain number of people invested in a common goal leads to the formation of a so-called common information field, or egregor. The entity egregor, which comes from the French word agréger, connection, unity, and it is an energy informational structure that exists in the invisible world. People form a common field based on similar ideas, goals, aspirations, and desires. Good examples are fans at a soccer game, the theater goers, the owners of a certain brand of car.
Да, действительно, феномен образования коллективных энергоинформационных полей интересовал многих ученых.
The phenomena of the formation of the energy information fields interested many scientists. They were interested how these structures controls the behavior of people, and since the end of the 20th century there is an experimental evidence for the existence of information fields. Let's look at one of these experiments set by the British writer, biochemist, physiologist Alfred Rufford Sheldrake, who put forward revolutionary theory of the existence of a single information field. The journal New Scientist and Brain Mind Bulletin independently sponsored these experiments, which were supposed to confirm or refute Sheldrake theory. In an experiment conducted by New Scientist magazine, people in different parts of the world were asked to find the faces hidden in an abstract painting in 1 minute. The result of the experiments were recorded. Then these faces were revealed in a BBC TV show, which is usually watched by up to 1 million viewers immediately. After this broadcast, the experiment was repeated, but in countries where the BBC is not broadcast, and therefore people did not see these pictures and didn't know the correct answers. This time, a significantly higher percentage of subjects found hidden faces in 1 minute than the previous experiment. According to Dr. Sheldrake's assessment, which the New Scientist agreed with, the probability of accidentally getting such a result is 1%. It seems that some unknown telegraph, a global alert system, almost instantly spread information about the contents of the rebels to tens of thousands of kilometers, as if someone put this knowledge into people's head, overcoming even language barriers. There is interesting information about this single artificial energy information field in the book ALLATRA. Here it is important to understand how significant is the role played in the life of humanity by an artificial information field, which is created by people themselves, while conductors of either the will of the animal mind or conductors of the will of the spiritual world. Within the limits of the material world, there are only two diametrically opposed vectors of information, from the will of the animal mind and from the will of the spiritual world, each of which forms its own information field and accordingly its critical mass. The latter, as a phenomena, is subject to the laws of the physicist of the material world only on a global scale, and implies this mass which is necessary to start a self-sustaining chain reaction in the human society with employment of an enormous amount of energy. Thus, when there is an obvious preponderance in the global domination of programs of one of the two information fields, from the will of the animal mind or from the will of the spiritual world, thanks to the human communication mass, the minute will go over. Let's look at this question from the point of view of physics. Energy is necessary for the existence of any object, and the information field doesn't have its own energy source, so it cannot exist without real participants. Today, quantum physics considers a person as an energy informational being, whose consciousness is connected to the unified field, which we have just discussed. The key role of human attention, what consciousness is and how it is used to interact between people, is discussed in the works of Amit Goswami, an internationally renowned scientist and author of many books on quantum physics. The topic was raised at the conference on May 22nd, 2021, Life After Death Fictions and Facts conference, where Amit Goswami was the speaker. I would like to note that according to ancient primordial knowledge, the power of attention is a huge, vital force in which the creative power of ALLATRA is concentrated. It is thanks to the power of attention that a human as a person makes a free choice. Where he puts his attention, inner potential, that becomes his reality. And this has already been proven in quantum physics. It turns out that a person's attention is a source of a nutrition for the information field, and despite the fact that modern marketers may not know physics, they actively use this fact. They fight for the attention of as large an audience as possible, as this allows them to actively promote the advertising of a product or service. However, no advertising will be successful in the person if the person doesn't invest their attention into it. The speakers today have already raised the topic of global challenges related to the climate, the spiritual and moral degradation of society, and human mental health. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, it is clear that money, fashion, and other tempting offers from the consumer system, where to invest their attention, lead humanity away from the cardinal solution of the question of survival and future fate. Now, on the platform of the international ALLATRA movement, a global project is being implemented for all mankind, building a creative society, investing the attention of a certain number of people in a single goal. In this case, building a creative society creates an artificial information field that relays information, this idea, to the global information field of our planet, which we all people are connected. Thus, we create conditions for informing all the people of the earth about such a great opportunity. Millions of people are already active, united by this goal, and the result is already evident. Free global conferences have been held. More and more people are connecting with each conference, and the more participants investing, uniting, and synchronizing their attention, the faster and better the result will be. If we want to live well, if we want to live with dignity, then this is what we must invent our attention. That is our time and our strength, our power, to build a future for us, our children and descendants. Thank you very much. And now let's listen to such phenomena as synchronization. Mark, the floor goes to you.
Thank you, Rinat. Thank you. And indeed, it is the truth that already millions of people are coordinating their efforts by directing their attention to a common idea. This phenomenon of mutual coordination, otherwise known as synchronization, of which we've already heard several times during our conference today, is actually very widespread in nature, and not only in the world of humans. Looking at the spectacle of fireflies synchronously blinking in mangrove forests, or swarm of fish escaping from a predator. Next picture, please. Thank you. Or flock of birds synchronously changing their flight of direction. Yes, thank you. We see a lot of examples in the world of animals, but even within the inanimate micro and micro world. Before we outline the essence of this phenomenon, in more detail, let's watch a video together.
Synchronization is simultaneous or non-consistent flow of two or more processes. Among the many non-linear effects in nature, synchronization is the phenomenon which is most often observed in many different systems. The most interesting and still not completely unraveled by its nature is the Huygens frequency self-synchronization. Objects of the most diverse nature develop a single rhythm of joint movement despite differences in their individual rhythms and sometimes very weak mutual connections. In the 17th century, Christian Huygens was the first to discover the synchronization effect. He noticed that a few pendulum clocks hanging on a common beam or support over time pass into a state of the phase synchronization, i.e. oscillation of their pendulum starts to coincide. Huygens not only gave an accurate description of phenomena but also gave an explanation that the consistency of rhythms of the two clocks was caused by the imperceptible movements of the beam. The higher the freedom degree of the beam, the greater the strength of connection between the pendulums and the faster they synchronize. Mathematical analysis of the behavior of large number of pendulums connected by a common support shows that most easily synchronization occurs in the event when a separate pendulum is influenced by the formed rhythm of neighboring pendulums.
Yes, as we've just seen in the video, while the great Dutch scientist of the 17th century, Christian Huygens, was trying to solve the problem of sailors with navigation according to longitude and latitude by providing a reliable and accurate reference time using two pendulum clocks, he discovered the phenomenon which he called the sympathy of the two clocks. In the next centuries, a number of scientists have continued studying the nature of this phenomenon, from the renowned British clockmaker John Ellicott, astronomer William Ellis, Dutch mathematician Diederik Korteweg, up to Soviet physicist Ilya Blackman. In recent history, a team of researchers at the University of Alaska Anchorage experimented with metronomes and came to interesting conclusions. Video, please. They confirmed Huygens' correct understanding of the underlying mechanism. The synchronization is caused by the clocks, respectively metronomes, transmitting energy to each other via the connecting platform in the form of mechanical vibrations. A light connecting platform, and here we can see a piece of styrofoam, makes the onset of complete synchronization faster, since the force of the coupling is relatively large. In addition, it appeared that when there are many metronomes on the platform, they enter into resonance faster than when there are only two of them. Drawing a parallel with us humans, it turns out that if we focus our attention into one simple common idea as the uniting platform, other people start joining as synchronicity as they feel the positive vibes. The more people join, the faster this idea turns into reality, even for those ones who at first glance seems to be dissonant, as we can see in the lower right corner. Yeah, and here we go. This perfect synchronicity may evoke march of soldiers. It can generate vibrations strong enough for example, a bridge to collapse when marching through it. And this actually aligns with the findings of Tsiolkovsky, who studied people's psychic powers, and he was concluding when two people synchronize, their power increases 7 times. If we add only one more person, their power will be 7 to the power of 2. On this note, actually, one such curious case happened during the opening of the Millennium Bridge in London. Video, please. Yeah. As a large number of people were crossing it, it got wobbly. The problem in this case, however, was not the people walking in sync, causing the bridge to sway. It was the swaying bridge that made people walk in sync. And as later proven, ironically, it was the subconscious synchronous marching of people from side to side that prevented a possible disaster. In history, there are many examples of how synchronization of people prevented catastrophes from happening. If we take, for example, saints who have been able to influence the weather on a certain territory, when they settled somewhere, people took care of them and did everything possible for them to stay there, which, for example, resulted in seismic activity being mitigated, cataclysms bypassing the region, etc. The matter of fact is that it was not because of the power of these saints that this happened, but because of the faith in these men that brought together the people living in this area. They were putting the power of their attention into making sure that everything was going to be all right. And the saint was just the one who connected and synchronized the attention of the powers of the other people, who actually didn't even realize to be using this instrument. In the world of humans, it gets even farther. Unlike animals or inanimate objects, humans, thanks to the freedom of choice, can synchronize intentionally. Video, please. Yeah, here we can see how people synchronize in an upload. Spot if you can see the moment. Yeah. And why is conscious synchronization important? The graduating crises, as were described here, and our humanity is in fact facing today, like social, climate, etc., are global in nature. And a global system can only be influenced by global unification of people. Today, there are a multitude of different approaches and initiatives to tackle what is coming up. If every person on the London Bridge, for example, started to push their own view of how to deal with the situation, or in the other case, when people would doubt about the capabilities of the saint, it is questionable how these situations would end. No matter how hard individuals try in today's situation, nothing will succeed. This is true for all. And it is the common synchronized effort of people that literally moves mountains and can mitigate global catastrophe. It is only up to us whether we can make use of this phenomenon of conscious synchronization, as long as there is such a possibility. But I'm definitely convinced that today we can change the vector of our future. Thank you very much, and giving back the word to Roman.
Yes, Marek, thank you very much. Synchronization truly is something we can use to our advantage to reach the common goal. And what other goal at the end times we as humanity should have as to work towards unity, towards life? Because only united we can overcome anything lying in front of us. As mentioned before, the period of Crossroads ends on 21st of December 2024. After this date, there is no turning back. The global choice will be closed, and the judgment day will come. Afterwards, there is only one way. But now we still have a choice, and it is good to know what we are actually choosing from. On one hand, it is the apocalypse. On the other hand, the golden age. We will talk about both of them, but first, let us discuss the signs of Judgment Day. Maria, please, floor is yours.
Hezký den, děkuji za slovo. Za jeden ze základů víry v náboženstvích je považován poslední soud.
Right. One of the foundations of faith in religions is the last judgment at which all humankind will appear before the Almighty. The doctrine of the last judgment occupies an important place in religions. This is the last judgment performed on people in order to identify the righteous and sinners and determine the reward for the first and the punishment for the last ones. However, there are questions about the description of the day of judgment itself in religious sources. In the first epistle to the Corinthians, Paul writes, "I tell you a secret, we will not all die, but we will all be changed suddenly, in the twinkle of an eye, at the last trumpet, for the trumpet will sound, and the dead will rise incorruptible, and we will be changed. For this corruptible must be on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality." This Bible's record speaks of the resurrection of the dead in bodies on earth and of infinite life in the bodies of all people. However, in the same Bible, there is a confirmation that a person is the abode of the Holy Spirit. This is stated in the first epistle to the Corinthians. Do you not know that your bodies are the temple of the Holy Spirit, who lives in you, whom you have from God, and you are not your own? It is also said about the opposite of the Spirit and the flesh by nature. In the epistle to the Galatians, there are these lines: the flesh desires what is contrary to the Spirit, and the Spirit desires what is contrary to the flesh. They oppose each other. So what does light have in common with darkness? People are created in the image and likeness of the Almighty, and are endowed by God with a soul and spirit, which are the true nature of a person, and are placed in the human body as in a vessel. The body is the dust of the earth, and this is also stated in the Bible. It is impossible for a person to come to God in the body, just as eternal life is inaccessible to the body, since matter is perishable and mortal, and the true spirit is eternal, since it has a divine nature. The Bible also records the words of Jesus, which radically changed the general accepted idea of the last judgment. Verily, verily I say unto you, he that heareth my word, and believeth on him that sent me, hath everlasting life, and cometh not to judgment, but hath passed from death into life. I am the resurrection and the life. The one who believes in me will live, even though they die, and whoever lives by believing in me will never die. Jesus speaks of a spiritual resurrection, that people who are asleep, dead, who are callous so-called to the truth, to the love of God, they are already dead, even in life. And it is through Jesus that people find life, through love. As the Gospel of John says, God is love, and he who abides in love abides in God, and God in him. And the last judgment is the judgment of the living over the living, which people themselves create over themselves. And in Islam, everyone knows the words of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of the Almighty be upon him. Indeed, the believers, Jews, Christians, and Sabians, whoever truly believes in Allah and the last day and does good will have their reward with their Lord, and there will be no fear for them, nor will they grieve. So all the prophets spoke the same truth, and the essence of these messages was that all people should love each other, live honestly and righteously, and the last judgment is the judgment of the living over the living, which people themselves create over themselves in the era of global cataclysms and changes on earth. This time is usually called the end times of the apocalypse. What changes await us in the future depends on our choice. And about apocalypse, we will hear from the next speaker.
Good afternoon, friends. Big thanks for all the information, and it is very interesting and very important, and which was collected and presented. And okay, from the doomsday theme we move on to the apocalypse theme. Now there is no longer any doubt that our planet goes through a certain cycle, which is accompanied by global cataclysms of a planetary scale. Such cycles have a period of 12,000 years. This fact has indisputable evidence, thanks to the analysis, of course, in permafrost. Scientists only confirm what the prophets of all religions said about global cataclysms that will come in the last times. In the Bible, in the Gospel of John, a prophecy is recorded that portends lightning, thunder and voices, a great earthquake which has not happened since people were on earth. There are records in religious sources that are limited only to a description of the apocalypse itself and the signs that will happen before it. In many religions it is written that people will die of fear and expectation of disaster. But in the same religions there is information that speaks about the influence of people on their own destiny. In the Holy Quran, there is a mention of what will happen to people in the last days. On that day, they will blow into the horn, and those in heaven and on earth will be frightened. Expect those whom Allah wished to single out. All will appear humble before him, and you will see that the mountains, which you thought were motionless, will begin to move like clouds. And Bible, Gospel of Mark. And if the Lord hadn't shortened those days, no flesh would have been saved, but for the sake of the elect whom he chose, he shortened those days. Who are these chosen ones about whom the prophets speak, and what determines the fate of a person in the recent times? In Zoroastrianism, these so-called last times is described, and the fact that his fate depends on the choice of a person. And the result of the choice is indicated in Avesta, the main book of Zoroastrianism. But having become eternal, those who behaved worthy of best glory will gather in the beautiful abode of the good spirit of Master and righteousness, so that wise will dwell where wisdom dwells. It was also written in Buddha Hishna, the power of our master creations will be achieved in the final incarnation and will become unlimited forever and forever. And currently the war is taking place in the minds of the people. This is the battle between good and evil, and depending on what we choose every day, on that side we are. Armageddon is not a place of battle, but a constant choice of goodness, peace, and mutual understanding, an increase in happiness and love, and only changes within each person will allow all people to unite. Human choice is real force that can influence the future development of an entire civilization. What if all of humanity can become the chosen ones? Think about it. The whole planet will become the blooming garden that the prophets dreamed of. This path is one of the realities that people and the choice of humanity is a set of personal choices of every person. And the more people make creative choice towards the creative society, the more chances each of us has to survive the last days and see the beginning of a new cycle. Thank you for your interest for the topics raised in this Kaleidoscope of Facts. Next speaker, Andrej from Slovakia, will continue this topic.
Thank you so much, Pavel. Before we delve into the topic of the Great Global Flood on Earth, I would like to mention the planets that have also undergone destructive processes. And one of them is Mars. It is a long-studied planet in which, thanks to the research, the existence of humanity has been confirmed. This planet disappeared for some reason. And now the planet that has been explored is Phaeton. But it is no longer in solar system, so we can judge that there must have been a really destructive force here, which not only wiped out all of humanity from the face of the planet, but the planet itself did not preserve in full. The reasons of the disappearance of these planets are known, but people's choices seem to have an impact on how the future of civilization will develop. These topics are covered in more detail in the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Part 3, Paleocontact, and also they have been talked about in the videos with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
I'll say more. Did Mars survive?
No.
So why should this planet survive? If the planet that was in more favorable conditions and was richer and better didn't survive? Well, no one has any doubts now that there was water, that there was life, that there was a civilization on that planet. There's too much evidence of that. Well, where is Mars? After all, there wasn't just one planet in this solar system. I'm not talking about Phaeton, okay? But planet Earth. It exists. Its history is much longer. The mass of artifacts proves this. Nowadays, any curious person can find a lot of evidence. let's say, that it is not 100,000 years since we appeared, but there were people millions of years ago. There was humanity and there were civilizations no less developed than now. There are too many artifacts that cannot be erased, and there's a lot of evidence.
Prejdime teda na tému celosvetovej potopy.
So let's get down to the topic of the global flood. Various legends and myths describe the catastrophic consequences of the flood. The most famous of these is the story of Noah and his ark. Various paintings and icons, such as Michelangelo's The Flood, have also been based on stories, legends and myths about the flood.
Potopa podľa Johna Martina, rok 1834.
So here is John Martin's Flood, 1834, Ark of the Covenant, fresco of the Church of Saint Sylvain, France, 1100, Fresca Castolia, Anonymous, The Flood. Noah releases the raven and the dove from the ark, illustration from the Bible. Confirmation of when the death of civilization was due to the choice of people or one person can also be found in various religions and historical sources. The Avesta, the main book of Zoroastrianism, speaks of the king, the great Yima. According to the Avesta, Yima personally communicated to Ahura Mazda, the Holy Spirit, and Yima was asked to choose the faith of Mazdaism and become a true follower of Mazdaism. However, Yima refused this opportunity and became the ruler of the people. The result of Yima's rule was a global climate collapse, as a result of which almost all the inhabitants of the planet died. Ahura Mazda was supposed to help in saving the remaining people, despite the fact that before the catastrophe he provided Yima Hvarno, the Grail and all the possibilities for saving humanity.
Toto je príklad toho,
This is an example of how a wrong decision of one person due to his pride led to the death of an entire civilization.
Analogiu s touto legendou si
And analogy to this legend can be seen in the legend of Atlantis, which also says that as a result of a period of decline of society, when selfishness and vicious morals reigned, the gods sent down strong earthquakes and a flood on the Atlanteans. The island of Atlantis sank underwater in a day, in one day and one night. Also, Bereki's treatise begins with the fact that Atlantis was destroyed for all the evil that was committed. Even more interesting information can be found in the second part of Kaleidoscope of Facts, the Atlantis. All these myths and biblical legends confirm the fact of the flood. The point is not only in the cyclical nature of global catastrophes, but also in human decisions. And it is these human decisions that affect the fate of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. These are bits and pieces of information that we are putting together today to better understand what we are facing. We have a chance to learn from history and not to repeat the same mistakes again. And now we would like to pass the floor for the third time to our dear guest, Gerald. Please, could you share with us the insight for this time of purification, as you like to call it? Oh, sorry, you are muted yet.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, good.
So I want to thank the Creator yet again, one more time, as I share the knowledge of my four directional elders and ancestors. It is said that the Creator loved us enough to grant us free will. We are free to make choices, but we're not free from the consequences. If you do good things will come. If you do bad things will come. This is why natural law was created, for that reason alone. There are those of us who follow the four-directional way of our ancestors. And it was through much sacrifice and commitment on our part that we were allowed to start sharing the four sacred laws that the Creator gave us as a human being, as a human family. Creator's law, natural law, and the laws of nature, and spiritual law. These laws were created to govern our words and actions as human beings, so that we may learn to live and respect all of Creator's creation, including our fellow human being, and to live in balance and harmony. There are those of us who believe that we are in between the third world and the fifth world, and are currently living in the fourth world. The third world is the old world of ego, greed, selfishness, and the need for material things. The fourth world that we are currently living is where the Great Awakening has been set in motion. This is where the old world will collapse, so the new world can emerge. Before the fifth world emerges, the Creator will see how we as human beings are honoring the gift of free will we were blessed with. That is why it is said that if you're not spiritually connected at this time, chances are you will not make it to the fourth world. The fifth world is where it will be the age of peace, love, light, and unity as a human family. The prophecies of my four-directional people, from the Hopi prophecy of the true white brother, to the eagle and condor of the Amazon, and to the return of the white buffalo by my Lakota brothers, and the return of the ancestors from the stars, have been set in motion for quite some time. There will come a time where we will all go home to the Creator and begin our spirit journey. And it is said there will be a gatekeeper that will guard the doorway into the spirit world. And she will ask you this one question. And this is where all of Creator's laws will come into effect. Two of Creator's absolute laws being, no human being has the right to hurt another human being. And no human being has the right to play with another human being's life. This is where the Creator knows your reaction before your action in life. Just like the Creator knows your true intentions behind your intentions. She will ask you, and this will determine if you have a safe passage or not into the spirit world. And she will ask you, what did you do to help humanity? These Creator's law, natural law, is what the world knows as karma. The laws of nature that we know as four-directional people is to protect those four sacred elements: the earth, the wind, the water, and the fire. And when we talk spiritual law, this is how we've come to understand that Creator never sleeps, Spirit never sleeps. You can lie to yourself, to your fellow human being, but you cannot lie to the Creator. These four sacred elements that we have, we are made of these four sacred elements. The air that we breathe is the wind that runs on the back of Mother Earth. The water that covers Mother Earth, 70% of the water that covers Mother Earth, is the water that we are made of, 60% of the water, which is why we get affected by Grandmother Moon when she is full. The DNA of that tree is the same DNA that is in our bones. The spark that's in our heart is the same spark that comes from Father, Son. So these four sacred elements we talk about, we are the land. And that's why we have been granted the sacred responsibility as a human family to protect these four sacred elements. If we do not do that, we will not leave anything behind for our children and their children's children. These have been spoken of since the beginning of time from the prophecies of our four directional elders and ancestors. And I thank and I honor each and every one of you, my fellow human beings, for taking the time to speak and create change for our children and our children's children. And I honor all the sacred and powerful beings I am able to communicate with, and that being the women. We as men are strong physically, but the woman is stronger emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually, because she's a nurturer, a caretaker, and a giver of life. Without the woman, we as a human family will cease to exist. Without Mother Earth, we as a human family will cease to exist. So I honor each and every one of you. Much love and respect. Hi, hi.
Thank you, Gerald, so much for reminding us of our ancestors' wisdom. Friends, let us make responsible and worthy choices in our lives. In the time of Crossroads, we cannot leave out of attention the Holy Lands. And more about Holy Lands will tell us Sonia. Sonia, please, floor is yours.
Ďakujem za slovo. Kópia osudu, Kristova kópia, Longinova
Thank you so much for the floor. The Holy Lands, the Spear of Christ, the Lance of Longinus, the Spear of Omnipotence, or the Holy Spear, all these names and attributes belong to it. But what does it really mean? What is its significance for us? Why is it so much talked about today? And why have the powerful people of the world sought it out and hunted it down throughout history? The Spear of Destiny is one of the fundamental relics of Christianity. According to John's Gospel, the Spear of Destiny is one of the instruments of the passions of Christ, with which the Roman soldier Longinus pierced the side of the crucified Jesus Christ, and to which the ability to influence the fate of the world is traditionally attributed.
So I will start with those who possess the Spear of Destiny. Alexander of Macedonia, Julius Caesar, Joshua, King Herod, obviously Longinus himself, whose name is associated with this spear, Saint Mauritius, Charlemagne, Frederick Barbarossa. Napoleon was also hunting for it. Emperor Constantine, of course. The spear attracted the greatest attention and has been associated with Adolf Hitler in many recent articles and versions. Let's say he was the last historical figure who possessed this spear. What is interesting to us, ALLATRA TV released a video, XP-NRG, World's First Creators of Artificial Consciousness. What is the video overall about? About a group of enthusiastic programmers who got together and decided to create an artificial consciousness. Attention, artificial consciousness, not intelligence. These are absolutely different things. It has to be understood. I don't know, the difference between intelligence and consciousness is like between a scooter and an airplane. In fact, many viewers just like us are attracted by the symbols that this company has, including those shown in the XP-NRG video. Meaning the Spear of Destiny itself. The actual spearhead, or as it is also called, the Spear of Omnipotence.
It's really some kind of science fiction, as if the future is now. Only in films, you know, when in some futuristic ones.
You were right, she didn't see anything.
I didn't see anything right away.
Look here, Tatiana.
This is what's here?
Here it is, you see? And here it is. And here on Alexei, we specially made t-shirts
Wow.
to show. We thought you were about to notice.
This is...
It's good that I didn't bet.
The main thing is that...
I would have lost the bet. Myself personally wouldn't attract this piece of metal. This would attract me.
It attracts everyone, Igor Mikhailovich.
This is the spear of destiny.
Yes.
And this is a piece of metal. It's convenient and comfortable, I agree, yes. Yes. I don't know if somebody in Ukraine has such a piece of metal. Well, it doesn't matter.
Single piece, maybe.
Possibly, I don't know. It's not a fact. But definitely not this, you see?
It's...
If someone possibly has this,
Yes.
they definitely don't have this one, while we have.
Is this a full-size copy or the original?
Tatiana, everyone who says that they have the original, well, 4 claim that. They all have a copy, believe me. But that's not the point. What matters is symbolism. The meaning it carries, and that what stands behind this meaning. That's what's important.
Na základe informácií z Kaleidoskopu faktov...
Based on the information from the Kaleidoscope of Facts about the Spear of Destiny, we will now look at 4 places and sources that claim, not even suggest, but claim to possess the original Spear of Christ or the Spear of the Omnipotence. The first and most famous and advertised place is the museum in Vienna. Another place where another spear is kept is Rome. The Vatican also claims to have the original, which is not in Vienna. There is also the Krakow spear. It is stored in the city of Krakow. However, today it is officially recognized that it is a copy of the Vienna copy. The Armenian spear is the most mysterious because it is rarely displayed. In fact, it is not shown to everyone. There is a special monastery here, the name of which is Ashtimyadzin Cathedral. The leaders of the Armenian Church never allowed its study or detailed photography. Only these versions exist now. Between them, there is a constant dispute about who owns the real original, which pierced Christ. The spear gives great power to those who realize its mysterious potential and learn to wield it. Let's take a look at its shape. So we're talking about the weapon that is thrown and it flies to the target, and in order to reach it, it must be aimed at it. It depends on who's throwing. Spears are designed for fighting, winning, throwing. The spike means precise aiming, concentration. However, its true meaning and symbol reflects primarily only the awareness of concentration, focus on the goal and victory. It is a symbol of exact direction. A person is focused in the right direction. It is a symbol of inner victory over evil, but not over another person. A person does not kill another person, but an animal in himself. Where we focus and direct our attention, we will create it. The Spear of Destiny symbolizes precisely the global choice of people on whose side we are and in which direction we are moving. It is precisely an individual as well as collective change of choice. After 12,000 years, we as the society are once again faced with a choice. In the past, there were many attempts and they were successful. For example, in ancient Egypt, knowledge was introduced during the times of the early Christians, Gnostics, that society should change and focus on the person in a creative, constructive direction. This is a fundamental question, and now it is time to answer it and make a decision. We have a great responsibility to make the right decision.
A záleží na našom výbere. Apokalypsa alebo zlatý vek.
Right, everything is in our hands and depends on our choice, the apocalypse or the golden age. In the main religious traditions, reference to the golden age have come down to us. In the Hindu tradition, this is the Satya Yuga cycle. In Zoroastrianism, the metaphor of the golden branch of the tree is used. In the Japanese Kozuki Chronicle, the secret book of Shintoism, the most famous passage is also reference to the golden age. So, the central character of this story, the sun goddess Amaterasu, which leaves the world and closes in a cave, resulting in a period of darkness. Quoting, in Takamanohara, it became completely dark, and twilight fell over the entire land of the reed plains. Eternal night fell on the world. The wailing of 1,000 goddesses and gods came from everywhere, and all kinds of destruction ravaged the world. Later, the gods managed to lure the sun goddess out again, and the light returns to earth. References to the golden age can be found in various cultures around the world. It is also associated with the Yellow Emperor of China, and in ancient Egypt it is mentioned in the creation story. In ancient Greece, there is a passage describing the golden age, for example, in the work of Hesiod. Joseph Salvi and David Steinmetz report that legends of the Golden Age can be found in more than 40 cultures with more than 200 variations. And all of them, according to these authors, have the following common features. People lived as gods, had wonderful, according to today's concepts, abilities, and were considered demigods or the first gods. People did not get sick, did not age, and kept a young look. People lived in harmony with nature, had a lot of food. Most myths mention that people did not hunt or eat animals. Ideal climatic conditions, lived peacefully even near dangerous animals and could communicate with them. People spoke the same language during the Golden Age. People lived in peace without wars and conflicts. If we look at our history within the current 12,000-year cycle, we can find numerous references and remnants of peaceful cultures. For example, many scientists raised the question of the existence of Hyperborea in the era of the North Pole, along with the hypothesis of the origin of the current human civilization. History has preserved a piece of information about the subsequent golden millennium of the ALLATRA sisters. We will talk about them a little bit later. Similarly, the millennium of ALLATRA, which has passed into the period of consumerism in which we have been living for the last 1,000 years since the so-called Sumerian civilization. However, as we already know, we can speak of a real civilization only when humanity is united, when humanity has removed power in the form of tyrants and leaders from its ranks and has free energy at its disposal. But let's go back to the evidence of peace-loving cultures. In addition to Hyperborea, there are numerous archaeological sites of peaceful cultures, such as Göbekli Tepe, dated 12,000 years ago, European culture 8,000 years ago, Tripolian culture 7,000 years ago, or Arki, dating back 4,000 years ago. Typical features of a peaceful culture are a circular pattern of settlement and the presence of indigenous positive signs that indicate a spiritually developed society. If spiritual and moral values prevail in society and consequently in people themselves, they are reflected outside in the form of the Golden Age. Today, the consumer society makes us believe that the Golden Age is a utopia, but it turns out that the Golden Age is part of our history and therefore can be restored. If we choose this, and at the end of the last times, we humanity faced with global choice on which path to go further. And let us watch a video.
And after Hyperborea was precisely the golden millennium of the spiritual reign of ALLATRA sisters, and thereafter, well, 1,000 years of normal existence of people, when the devil was weakened to the utmost. And the weakening of the devil was precisely during Hyperborea.
The question arises, how people actually managed in such a moment when, so to say, the devil was very strong.
Well, then the devil was as strong as he is now. But even now there are people who are aspiring to God, who are able to step over the devil, who are capable of arguing with their consciousness, isn't it so? Who are able to observe their consciousness and analyze. And they understand, after all, that their consciousness is not their tool, and that they are not the consciousness and they are not the body. After all, people obtain this experience. Well, there were also such people then. And thanks to them, the world out of, let's say, I will say it carefully, out of less than 150,000 people, the whole civilization was reborn. Well, just count. Out of 8 billion, isn't it sad?
It is sad.
Try to gather them now.
150,000.
For example, in all religions, all monasteries, it's just interesting. Those truly aspiring to God. How many could be gathered? There's the answer. Although inside each one of them thinks that he is worthy, that he is a believer, he serves. Maybe the only question is, to whom?
Igor Michalovič zadal otázku. Naplníme také množstvo ľudí.
Igor Mikhailovich asked a question: will we be able to gather such a large number of people? This is a question worth pondering, as we are currently in the days of the Crossroads. But thank God there is the ALLATRA international public movement that unites millions of people around the world, and every day more and more people join and build a creative society together, a bridge that will lead us to the ideal society, the Golden Age. And the Golden Age is spoken of in many historical sources. Let's take a look at religion. In Christianity, in the Revelation of Apostle John, it is said, "Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out from the heaven, from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, Behold, the dwelling place of God is with men. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and God himself will be with them as their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and the death shall be no more. Neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain any more, for the former things have passed away." In Quran says that those who believe and do good will be in the gardens of bliss. Also in Judaism, in the book of Isaac, it is said that the truth will be revealed, which will bring with peace, tranquility, and security. The sacred books of Hinduism say that thanks to the truth given the future Maitreya, people will lose their doubts, and the streams of their affections will dry up. Freed from all difficulties, they will be able to cross the ocean of transformation and lead a holy life thanks to the teachings of Maitreya. They will break the chain of suffering. Other sources are the predictions of such seers as Vanga, Edgar Cayce, Nostradamus, and others. The time comes and the wheat will be separated from the chaff, because the future belongs to good people and they will live in a wonderful world, which is difficult to imagine now. Nostradamus, after this shall have lasted a good while, there shall be renewed a religion of Saturn and the Golden Age. God, the Creator, shall say, no more sorrow and suffering in the nations I have created, hearing the affliction of his people. Edgar Cayce says that hope will come from Russia for the whole world, freedom, when every person will live for his neighbor. It is interesting that all these predictions say about our time, about time in which you and I live now, and these predictions are real for us. People have always dreamed of such a society, and in their legends they called it the land of good, state of bliss. Will we be able to achieve the golden age? It all depends on the human choice, and everything depends on our approach. And right now, let's take a look at what Tsiolkovsky and Yefremov told about golden age. Denis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Many scientists and philosophers saw the prospect for the development of our civilization, developed their own models of the ideal world order. Nikolai Fyodorov was one of the founders of Russian Cosmism. He considered it important to change the values of society and the need to unite all people. He inspired many scientists to develop ideas for the development of cosmonautics and in order to settle humanity. Vernadski's theory of noosphere, the unity of man, of humans, and the biosphere, also optimistic, saw the future of humanity and noted the importance of developing science and involving as many people as possible in it. He considered it as necessary to unite all humankind in one goal to reach a new stage of evolution. The works of Konstantin Tsiolkovsky were ahead of their time. In his scientific articles, he published the idea of building a perfect society. Tsiolkovsky understood that the rapid progress of mankind can be achieved only if the social system is radically changed. And he devoted his whole life to this cause, believing that it is necessary to begin first of all with the formation of society. Here are small quotes. Land shall be declared to be common heritage, and there should be no man who has no right for it. The riches of man are limitless. All that is needed is the ability to take them. It is much more reasonable to seek and take them from nature than to take them from each other. After all, the sum of the wealth of humankind will not increase from this. Only predatory qualities of people increase from this struggle. Konstantin Eduardovich Tsiolkovsky actively advocated the unification of all humankind. As the scientists argued, the ideal of social organization is the union of all people of the globe. Another scientist who foresaw the prospect of the development of civilization in the Golden Age was Ivan Yefremov. He was a Soviet paleontologist, science fiction writer. Many have read his books The Hour of the Bull, The Andromeda Nebula, and remember how colorfully he described the society of the future. This includes space travel, the discovery of new planets, and interaction with the Great Ring. Planet Earth is safe and comfortable, and all people are united and live in peace. Yefremov emphasizes that people made a choice by changing the course of history. They stopped wars and united the whole planet, entering the era of common labor. I will read you a quote from the novel Andromeda, a Space Age tale. All the forces of society that had formerly been expended on the creation of war machines, on maintenance of huge armies that did no useful labor, and on propaganda and its trumpery, were channeled into improving man's way of life and promoting scientific knowledge. Yefremov ideas were taken up by many scientists, and whole generations of people were inspired by his novels. Now I give the floor to Veronika.
Děkuji, Denisi, za krásnou a ucelenou vizi zlatého věku.
Thank you, Denise, for your beautiful and comprehensive description of the Golden Age. A common path for all humankind was also sought in the 17th century by Jan Amos Comenius, who received the nickname Teacher of the Peoples. In his work, The Universal Council for the Correction of Human Affairs, he makes philosophical and specific proposals for each area of human life and calls on all people and future generations to work together in this matter. He firmly believed that a person is endowed with a free creative will and is responsible for his own destiny and the destiny of the whole world. And I quote, Let us amend what is broken. With God's help, let us fix and revive this world. To restore things, we must look to Christ, to whom alone is given all the power in heaven and on earth, but with human cooperation. In order for humanity to prevent the approach of a dark time on earth, society must stand on a solid foundation of good in the image of God. Then everything shaky and non-functional will naturally go away. With the retreat of ignorance, doubt, discord, noise, and war, light, peace, and salvation will return to the world, and the long-awaited godly age will begin. The light of truth that will be spread among people will make possible specific changes in interpersonal relations and education, in the transformation of the church, in the functioning of the state, and the scientific progress. This will be facilitated by a common world language. Communist message to us how to make the golden age is elaborated in great detail in his work. To spread the light of knowledge and believe that people will want to join him, because every person by nature tends to the pleasant. Where we, humanity, have moved away from the divine, we must go back from the disunity to unity, from diversity to simplicity, from violence to voluntariness. At the end of his life, he believed that future generations and all nations would follow him. And in conclusion, I would like to quote these words of his. In the meantime, barriers of light, let your path shine like a bright light, rising and increasing to a perfect day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Veronica. Let us get back to our guest speaker, Chief Lane. We heard so much about the Golden Age. Could you please share your opinion on how we, as humanity, can achieve this even though the world right now is in such a chaos? Floor is yours.
Again, Mitakiyepi, my very, very beloved members of our human family. I want first of all to say that the indigenous peoples across the Americas totally and completely support in the depths of our heart everything dear brother Gerald Oliver said. The eagle, the condor, has two wings. One is man, and one is woman. Until both wings of those sacred birds representing humanity are given equal respect and love and honor, the eagle of humanity, the condor of humanity, will never, ever fly to its promised destiny. I'm going to say that. Yehopi said that after the second shaking of the earth, to look to the eastern part of our great land where the great water is, that's Atlantic Ocean. And a house of mica, a house of glass would be built. And people from all over Mother Earth would become there to talk about peace. Of course, the United Nations building. The Hopis went there when the United Nations opened, and they tried to gain entrance to warn our human family of what was approaching us if we didn't unite. The doors never opened. Finally, in 1992, the doors finally opened, except nobody was there in the General Assembly. At that time, our beloved Thomas Banyaka, messenger of the Hopis, and the other relatives with him left, and they said, we will not return now. What we had come to share, there's no turning back. So Mitakiyepi, there's certain basic things we need to understand to go forward. The number one is the understanding of the prior unity and oneness of our human family. And the hurt of one is a hurt of all. The healing of one is a healing of all. And the honor of one is the honor of all. we also have to understand who we are. From our understanding, when conception occurs and we know a light goes off, each of us is created a sovereignty, ancient, imperishable, and everlasting when we enter this world of time and space. So important to understand as well, the human soul has no gender, has no race, has no ethnicity, has no class. This reality makes all forms of prejudice, whatever they may be, intolerable and unacceptable. The human soul is not divided. It is a reflection of our Creator, the oneness of God. All the powers that distinguish us as human beings, reason, memory, abstract thought, creativeness, inventiveness, willpower, are all properties of our soul, not our bodies. In the spiritual worlds to come, we will recognize one another. We will seek union, spiritual union, in the same as in this physical plane of time and space. We also are seeking spiritual union, which is the foundation of the creative society and other movements everywhere on Mother Earth that are coming together like rivers in this great ocean. A love that anyone may have had for anyone will not be forgotten in the spiritual worlds to come, nor will we forget the life we have had in this physical world. More than 500 years ago, across the Americas, there existed the union, the condor and the eagle. This union had its trading routes to the east and the west across the Americas. We call them kinship trails, friendship trails. These are the same highways and byways upon which all the highways today, the black snakes we call them, are built. And the prophecy of the black snake. They said that this would separate us from our mother, would separate us from our true connection to nature. For that, our elders say the natural world is a place of the soul, the spirit. The cities are a place of the body. And sure enough, the black snakes came. They said the first would come above the ground, as a Hopi said. They'll build trails across this land and travel across those trails in bugs. That is the highways that took us away from many of our sacred sites, which we're now returning to. And then they said the second would come underneath the earth and would destroy the waters and the lands. Pipelines. That's why we have stood up and we have killed these black snakes. Keystone XL was just killed. These will not pass our lands. As well, in this union, the condor, the quetzal, and the eagle, we prophesied the great spiritual wintertime would come upon our lands that would last for over 500 years. They told in depth all that would happen. And sure, we were shattered. They said if we would hold on strength and pray and know our God would never give us anything except for our own perfection, at the end of this great wintertime, we would arise and become so illumined, we would help enlighten the entire world. And so it is. We are awakening. We are arising. On June 20th, 2020, at 5:44 p.m. PDT, the union of the condor, the quetzal, and the eagle was reformed. No longer is there a prophecy of the reunion of the condor, the quetzal, and the eagle. It has been completed, done. Today, more than 78 million indigenous people are united across the internet in different groups. And this year, 2021, we're building the digital backbone for the first digital nation state on Mother Earth. 78 million indigenous people. We are the youngest and the fastest growing population in the Americas. The large majority of the people, our relatives, the human family living here, have some degree of indigenous blood. But the 78 million I'm speaking about are by UN standards. We are rising, and there's no power on heaven or earth that is going to prevent these sacred, holy prophecies from unfolding. Another prophecy, so important, is this. They said, Black Elk, in his great vision, came to this great mountain. He said they made this ascent. And then he said, I found myself standing on the highest mountain of all. And I turned to the east, and two men were coming flying like arrows, and between them rose the daybreak star with four blossoms, red, yellow, black, and white. And they said, with this herb of understanding, you shall have power over all things. And I took it and dropped it on the earth. And where it fell was no more darkness and light. And so, as Brother Gerald said, we honor all members of our human family. To the east, we pray, from where comes the red sunrise, symbolically, our indigenous people of the Americas. To the east, we pray. And then to the south, from where comes new life, and where we live, that's where the springtime comes. And the sun, is high noon, is kind of yellowish, honoring all our Asian relatives. And we turn our pipe to the west, from where comes thunder, lightning, and rain and darkness. We honor the African relatives. And then we turn our pipe to the north, from where comes the white snow. And we honor all our European relatives and all members of the human family that are, in fact, together as one. Itakiepi, in the future, will only be one color. That'll be a while. Because the power of love will unite every soul upon this Mother Earth. So remember, no matter what is before us, that each of us is a sovereignty, ancient, imperishable, and everlasting. And we are just beginning our spiritual journey as a human family in maturity. Now, I mentioned the beginning of world peace by 2030. We call this the lesser peace because peace has a process. We have defined, we know what all those areas of peace, coming together, the world of thought, we see it in science, the arts. The first stage of this is the political peace that will stop war. As I shared, what's going to happen between now and then? We're not sure of, but we know that it will happen. And that's why we invite you to World Unity Week between the 19th and 26th of June, because our voices need to be put together in unison, unity and diversity. And I highly honor all the sacred messengers of God, all of them, including those that came here, wherever they came, those we don't even know their names yet. I honor each and every one of them because they all came in progressive revelation to renew the spiritual teachings were at the core and foundation of this universe we live in, and as well to bring the social teachings needed for that time and age they came to. Today, the social teachings we need are teachings about world unity, about the fact we are becoming universal human beings. And so I'd like to conclude, if I may, with two of the prayers that were given to us by the Creator, by the Ancient of Days, for this day we live in now. For this is the day. The prophecies have been fulfilled. We just have to awaken to it and understand it, because as Lord Jesus Christ said, I shall come as a thief in the night. Here I want to share this prayer, my beloved relatives, and thank you again so much for your great kindness to invite me to this beloved meeting. I've so enjoyed it. I've been listening so intently. Oh my God, unite the hearts of thy servants and reveal unto them thy great purpose. May they follow thy commandments and abide in thy law. Help them, O God, in their endeavor, and grant them strength to serve thee. O God, leave them not to themselves, but guide their steps by the light of knowledge, and cheer their hearts by thy love. Verily, thou art their helper, Lord. Say, God sufficeth all things, above all things, and nothing in the heavens, the earth, but God sufficeth. He is in himself the knower, the sustainer, the omnipotent. To close my sharing, I'd like to sing a sacred song given to us by the white buffalo calf woman. It is the same meaning as Om Namah Shivaya from our relatives of the great nations of India. And it says, our sacred pipe, you see it behind me, my elder. In the bowl, the earth, it's sacred. Has a power of cohesion, and that was what unites us throughout our entire being. The water, all those mineral people. And then the stem. The stem represent our plant relatives who have the power of growth. And of course, they contain or one with the power of cohesion, the mineral people, but they also have the power of growth. And we're symbiotic, as you know. We breathe out carbon dioxide, they breathe it in. We breathe out oxygen. They're our relatives. And then you'll see with every one of our sacred pipes, representation of the animal people, who contain the mineral people, who contain the plant people and have the power of growth, the power of cohesion, but they also have the power of the senses.
Yeah, Phil. Yeah, so I wanted already to come to thanking you.
Okay,
Yes,
sorry, an old man. Sometimes I get carried away.
No worries. Yeah,
I know all the timing, so thank you. I won't sing that song. Thank you.
That is very lovely. Thank you very much, Phil, for your words. We very much appreciate you being with us today. As we could see, cultures all around the world are saying the same thing. Therefore, the truth is one for all. We just apply different words describing the same thing across our traditions. Let us hear now Dr. Darrell Buck, Senior Research Professor of New Testament Studies at Dallas Theological Seminary, for his opinion. How can we connect with God and how can we enter the Golden Age? Dr. Darrell, the floor is yours.
I think the proper way to connect to God is to recognize this shortcoming that we have, which is and to recognize that in one sense the only person who can fix our shortcomings is God Himself. So you turn to God, you seek His forgiveness. That's what Christianity offers through the person of Christ and the relationship that comes. And then Christianity has this teaching that says that what God does is He sends His Spirit, a part of Himself, to indwell you, to become a part of who you are, and to connect you to God in a healthy way, to give you the capability of overcoming evil with good. And then through that relationship, you get restoration. And then the people who believe all have this Spirit within them that is directing and guiding them in this way. And they are a remnant on the earth. It was just a way to say it. They're a remnant on the earth, and eventually the presence of that righteousness will be vindicated by Jesus Himself. And those people who have recognized in humility their need for what it is that God has provided in the way in which He's provided it, have this forgiveness and relationship with God that will sustain them, and it sustains them in the golden age in which they will experience it. The connection is love. God actually, the Bible actually also says God loves the world. He loves everyone in the world. And one of the most famous verses that most Christians know is John 3:16. God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever should believeth in Him should not perish but have eternal life. And so God's expression of His love is through this offer of forgiveness, which He offers to everyone indiscriminately, and you just have to embrace it. But the refusal to embrace it is also a choice. And so, as C.S. Lewis, a very famous Christian writer from England, once said, if you choose not to embrace the forgiveness that God offers, God honors that choice, because you've made a choice to be separated from Him and from His solution. And so God, I can say this, God so loved us that if we make a bad choice, He allows us to live out the consequences of that bad choice. So that's the challenge of Christianity. It's not I'm going to say it's not fairy dust. Everything is all good in the end and everyone ends up in a great place. No, you make choices and those choices have consequences. That's what gives moral choice its weight, is that it has the consequences of the choices that you make. And so, so yes, God is love, absolutely. And He loves us so much that He allows us to be wrong, and He allows us to be wrong with consequences, and we should take that seriously.
Throughout the Kaleidoscope of Facts, speakers repeatedly raised the importance of human choice, especially in the period of the Crossroads. Each person's life is every day a series of small choices that determine the most important life choice of all: life or death, light or darkness. It cannot but rejoice
the grail is described
that has been brought back into the world
as something that gives the choice for all humanity, for each person, the key opening
but I would also like
the door to heaven.
An even higher level of human choice. It is the choice to serve the spiritual world as the most worthy purpose of human life on earth. The history of mankind knows such examples of this kind of service. And although for many thousands of years the spiritual heroism
all these ideas in general, they have no ground into them. And during thousands of years, the truth was substituted, but the truth was not diluted at all, because there were those who came to this world and who brought the truth to this world, and those who came from the spiritual world, they always bring the truth. They brought their help on the spiritual path, and they helped people. These are those who serve Mother of God. These are those who participate in the fight of evil, between evil and the good. These people have always been in this world, and they are able to overcome this path. So these are the warriors of light who have just rejected their wishes and devoted themselves to the service of God, to the service of the spiritual world. And their inner world has no egoism, and they are not afraid of this spiritual labor, but everything that they are striving to it's that the help of the spiritual world would be on people.
And do everything for humanity.
But it does not mean that these warriors of light come to our world and they do everything instead of our people.
They do not serve the dead. And this is important to know. And humanity should express great gratitude and appreciation to them for this worthy choice and high life feat. And there is another great choice for us to make in the end times. With the coming of Imam Mahdi, the Grail is brought back into the world. Our next speakers, to whom we give the floor, will speak about all of this in more detail. Josef, the floor is yours.
Ďakujem. Začnem geliarstvom. Čo je to geliarstvo? Slovo geliar v gréčtine znamená bojovník svetla, bojovník slnka. Geliari sú ľudia, ktorí dosiahli hlbokého poznania a chránia znalosť. Sú to praví bojovník svetla, ľudia Bohu. V každej dobe existovali medzi ľuďmi legendy o bojovník. V súčasnosti sú tieto fakty medzi ľuďmi prezentované ako mytológia, na ktorú sa pomaly zabudne. No títo bojovníci existovali a skutočne slúžili Bohu. V kresťanstve to bol svätý Juraj. V muslimskom svete u Arabov táto postava známa ako Čis. Na Blízkom východe ho uctievajú tiež pod menom Al-Qidr. V Egypte to bol boh hor. V Japonsku je to hrdina Susano.
And in Egypt there was the god Horus. In Japan it is the hero Susano. And in Mongolia we find a story about the warrior Geser. Even at this time, between us, the greatest warrior of light is Mahdi. The main goal of life for Geliars was to serve the spiritual world, serving not in words, but in deeds. Geliarism occurs at different levels. One of the levels is simply to spread the knowledge among people, just opposition to the system by spreading the truth. The next level in understanding the ministry of Geliarism is opposition to what is happening now, that is, to restrain the forces of nature, which claim many lives, and thus to prolong the existence of mankind. After all, as it is written in the book Crossroads, this civilization, it turns out, just like us, has practically reached the end of the cycle and received the same technogenic development. And the most interesting thing is that they also got to the crossroads of the cyclic change of the earth and the sun. But these people managed to hear the warning from Shambhala, found the strength not only to put things in order in their own thoughts, but also to unite and change the life of society as a whole. Shambhala only supported their choice and gave the appropriate knowledge. The Geliars help us, but we cannot count on them to do everything for us. This is a throwing over of responsibility. The most important thing is to start with yourself and take responsibility for your actions and decisions. But only at the moment of my inner realization that a man is a true warrior of the spiritual world and a defender of the divine, holy, feminine principle, I realized what the circle of life is. Thank you so much for the floor.
So, we have already understood that we're in the period of the crossroads, or as they say in the religions, at the end of the centuries. And as in every difficult period, not only for humanity, there are those who are there with us to help us go through this period. And not only this, but also to get out of it alive and free. I'd like to tell you about the ALLATRA sisters. Mentions of secret women can be found in the sources of many cultures and religions. For example, the Nordic Slavic legends. Even in Orthodoxy, we find references to 12 virgins who serve Mary. And next picture, we can see Holy Mary, right? And also just Saint John and the theologian. And we can see quote on the just picture. Also, let us watch another picture.
Z letopisu Serafimo-Divejevského kláštera. Poprosím saptomatriku.
So, if you can show us the picture of Septomatrica. Yeah, next picture, please. Right. So you can see Septomatrica here in Hinduism can generally mean the cult of the mother goddess that existed during the Indian civilization, and as evidenced by the preserved seal depicting the goddess standing among the branches of a fig tree, and 7 maids stand at the feet of the goddess. The seal is an image of deep spiritual practice. The mention of the ALLATRA sisters can also be found in Islam, for example in Surah 53 star. I'm not going to cite it, you can read it on your screen. And in the apocryphal verses below, we find these words of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, which were obviously part of the Star Surah, that this is a noble Hieronych whose intercession is truly approved. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, himself, no matter how distorted his words long after his death, deeply respected the ALLATRA sisters. He was well aware that where the Kaaba is today, the gardens of the ALLATRA sisters used to be located. How do the ALLATRA sisters serve all people? For example, it was said in the program Call of Mahdi with Igor Mikhailovich Danilo, their service is the highest form of Gilearism, service to God, and the highest form of serving God brings tremendous strength and tremendous opportunities. So what is the significance of their service to us? And this tremendous power allows us to influence the climate, or rather to mitigate its consequences. Let us watch a short video which we've taken from the Window website. This video broadcasts the movement of air masses on the planet. Here we can see Hurricane Dorian. The video was filmed in 2019. It can be seen that this hurricane is stalled and stands still. Its epicenter does not move. It is located outside the towns, and the town, its strength was already much less. So please pay attention to the temperature value and wind speed. Can we see the ALLATRA sign? The deep meaning of the sign was examined in detail and in many sided ways in the Kaleidoscope of Facts number 6. And a lot of information can be also found about the ALLATRA sign in the ALLATRA book by Anastasia Novik. But containing climatic disasters is not the main task of the ALLATRA sisters. Their greatest contributions are invisible. The deep love they bring into this world every day helps a person to overcome obstacles created by his own consciousness on the spiritual path. Without the power of the ALLATRA sisters, each step would take much more time and it would be much more difficult for a person walking the spiritual path. The ALLATRA sisters help everyone to feel the deep love of the spiritual world. They help everyone to become alive. Of course, perhaps most importantly, these women, deeply committed to God's love, cannot influence human choices. The choice of a person is critical to the fate of all humankind. We live in a time when every person who is not indifferent to the future should strive for unification of people. The choice of absolutely every person matters, and each person thus decides this destiny that destines the entire planet of all humankind. Without unification, we cannot expect the coming of the Golden Age. The tremendous help of spiritual love which we all receive and can feel remains only as help, but not work in itself. The work is in our hands, in the hands of each of us. The topic of the Virgin Mary, the Most Holy Theotokos, will be explored in more detail in the next Kaleidoscope of Facts. Let us watch the trailer together.
Cultures and civilizations are changing, but one thing remains the same: a human need for that true love that unites us all and makes us alive. For a long time, people have known about the power that generates life, creates both visible and invisible worlds. They also knew about the one who is the conductor of this force to the earth: Isis, Inanna, Sophia. There are many names and epithets, but the essence is one: the Mother of God. Today she is known by the name Mary. For 2,000 years, people have been feeling her invisible presence and support. Who is she? What is the essence of Mary's ministry and feat? Why is the Virgin Mary compared to the guiding star?
Service. Well, the true feat of Mary exactly was in what we have mentioned, in her service to people. That is, she has not only perceived herself, but also gives others an opportunity to perceive, caring about people. And notice how people revere her in different countries, and not just revere, but truly feel her active assistance in spiritual issues. The protecting veil of the Mother of God. The protecting veil of the Mother of God.
For centuries and millennia, the truth about the divine power of the feminine principle, which gives a human true life, has been hidden from people. But we live in a time when all the secrets are revealed. It is time to bring the truth back to people. On July 13, 2021, watch the Kaleidoscope of Facts, Mother of God, the creative power of love. Initiated by the participants of ALLATRA IPM from Italy, Belarus, and Russia.
S Bohorodičkou je úzko svätý Svätý Grál.
The Holy Grail is closely associated with the Mother of God. The Holy Grail has piqued the interest and curiosity of people throughout human history, as evidenced by countless stories and legends, books and films dedicated to this topic. The Grail is described as an extraordinary, bright, magical light, sacred fire, blessed cornucopula, religious chant, the key that opens heaven, as a taboo secret invisible to the unworthy. The Grail is credited with the ability to change a person upon contact with him, make him immortal, give him unlimited power, and open the gates of paradise for him. And in general, all these statements are not unfounded, because behind each of them is a piece of truth about the Grail itself. The etymological theological treatise says, nothing exists before the creation of a spoken aloud name. The first legends about the Grail appeared at the end of the 12th century, and on their basis people began to get lost in conjectures and argue about what the Grail it really is. there were ideas that the Grail is a chalice, a goblet with the blood of Jesus taken at the crucifixion, or the cup from which Jesus drank at the Last Supper. However, ideas about the Grail are conditioned by the material attitudes of the human worldview. We know from the book ALLATRA that the Grail is a formula of the primary sound adapted to sound, the sound of creation, which is the true primordial word uttered by God Himself, thanks to which the material universe manifested itself. The Grail enters the world of people from the spiritual world at the decisive moments of human civilization as a kind of lottery ticket. During our 12,000-year cycle, the Grail has been activated 6 times, most recently by Mary Magdalene, who has held open gates for the spiritual world for the past 2,000 years. Now, in the period of the Crossroads, the Grail is available for the 7th time in our world, thanks to Rigdan Japo. A person who decides to activate the formula of the primary sound bears a great responsibility because he holds the keys to the gates of heaven and hell. His spectrum of desires, his choice determines whether he will create or destroy. Will he use it for destruction, his own salvation, or he will hold the gates to the spiritual world, thereby replacing Mary Magdalene in this role? You can learn more about the Grail from books written by Anastasia Novych in the book ALLATRA. As we had the opportunity to hear today, the help of the spiritual world is immense at every moment of our lives, and the endless love of the spiritual world is manifested in the fact that it leaves the final choice for a person along with the consequences. The secret of this word was once kept in their hands by spiritually initiated people who opposed to the power of the animal mind in any of its manifestations. They were true warriors of the light, keepers of the primordial knowledge. For their feat of arms, the truth was revealed to them. There is no power higher than spiritual. Having the primordial knowledge, you also have strength. With strength, you act with the word, which is glory, name, and call. Glory proclaims truth in the radiance of immortality for those who are crowned with honor in approaching the One. The name, however, manifests the sign of the primordial, which is the basis and key for understanding of events. The eternal call is the primordial sound, the sound of creation. He fills the sign with the power of Allah and makes it powerful in creation. For Allah is the manifestation of the will of God, the all-pervading power, the foremother of everything created according to His will. The worthy one follows the eternal call of the soul, announcing the cry of her victory, ALLATRA. Everyone who hears is the called one, and together there is a force that can change the whole world.
Yet, what if we say that, suppose it's not only my choice, but there are, let's say, lots of people and it's a remote prospect? For example, can we inquire about what will happen in 50 years? Will humanity exist in 50 years?
Let's ask the coin. People are also interested.
So how should we now understand it?
Well, I believe there's one explanation, that everything is still in the hands of humanity, in each of us. It's not important when the coin will return and what it will show. It's important what we will decide. Whatever kind of future we decide upon is what we will build, whereas if we don't do anything, the future will remain as it is, but not for long. The choice is with us, my friends, but not with any coins, or various violations of physical laws. Therefore, my friends, let's love each other.